spread across the state. Our participation in the 2023 general election no doubt changed the political landscape in the country. All these achievements of the Labour Party could not have been achieved were it not for the support of members of the public, the obedient movement, and well-right-thinking Nigerians who genuinely wanted change for the country. I'm indeed very appreciative of their efforts, of their contributions, financial, their moral support, and they are coming out to even vote for the party in the presidential election, which we believe that we won. Irrespective of whatever the tribunal has said, I want to admonish and appeal to our people that we should
Hello. The Nigerian female under-20 team, the Falconets, has qualified for the 2024 under-20 Women's World Cup. They beat Burundi 1-0 at home and away for an aggregate of 2-0. Nigeria has therefore gotten its ticket to the competition that will take place in Colombia. Meanwhile, Nigeria's Super Eagles are continuing their quest to win their first African Cup of Nations in over 10 years. They will play their third group match in Abidjan against Guinea-Bissau tomorrow. If Nigeria wins or draws, Nigeria will qualify for the next round of the competition after defeating the host nation, Ivory Coast, 1-0 and drawing with Equatorial Guinea 1-1. Meanwhile, the defending champion Senegal has qualified for the next round with a 3-1 win against Cameroon in Group C. In other news, the Nigerian police said they have rescued 5 kidnapped Nigerian sisters. Gunmen kidnapped the sisters in Abuja, Nigeria's capital, early this month. The kidnappers killed a 6th sister as they demanded ransom in millions of naira. The statement released by the police did not mention paying ransom for their release. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, it's an assignment. On our show today, we are honored to have the chairman of the Labour Party, Comrade Julius Abure, join us. He's the man who guided the Labour Party during the 2023 elections. Under his leadership, the party went from winning about 6,000 votes in the 2019 presidential election to winning over 6 million votes. He will help us understand the Labour Party's next plan from now to 2027. Please join us in welcoming to the show, Comrade Julius Abure. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you so much for having me this evening. I'm elated to be part of the show tonight.
Thank you. We really appreciate you coming, and we appreciate your service to the nation. Let me start by asking you, how has it been for you the last 1 year?
Well, the last 1 year has been very, very challenging. Putting the party together and running all through the campaign, mobilizing Nigerians to vote for the party. It was for the first time in the history of political parties that we changed the face of political campaigns in Nigeria. For the very first time, we're the only political party that could visit 3, 4, 5 locations in a day in a state. It has never happened in the history of campaigning in Nigeria, and that is the first time. So it was indeed very challenging, but we've had to face those challenges, and I'm happy that we didn't disappoint Nigerians who had the utmost confidence in us and actually voted for us. We needed to also cope with the challenges that came to the party as a result of inducement of certain people within the party to begin to create disaffection, disagreement within the party. We thank God that we've been able to surmount all those challenges. The court cases, we are also able to navigate through those court cases. So many challenges, but we want to first give glory to God for helping us and assisting us to surmount those challenges. It was indeed a very, very challenging year for us, and a year also of also a learning process. We have indeed also learned some few things in the process, and I believe that no sacrifices is too much to be made in the service of our fatherland. And so it was indeed challenging, but we thank God we've been able to navigate it, and we're out here today to tell the story.
Thank you so much. We're going to get into the details of what you went through and the party went through. But let me ask you, what did you learn about the Nigerian during this process?
Well, for the first time, I saw Nigerians that were resilient, that were ready to change the political trajectory in the country. I saw a people that were decided to change the country, and they made all the sacrifices. They supported the party with their finances, supported the presidential candidates. They were all out to change the political trajectory in the country. Of course, a lot of people didn't believe that we could have Nigerians who are so resilient, in championing the cause they really believed. It actually changed my perception, so to speak, about our own people. I believe that moving forward, the people will be more resilient, they will be more determined to see that the right thing is done in the country.
What surprised you in the last 1 year about Nigeria?
Well, my surprise really was the manner in which that election was manipulated. Of course, I didn't really expect that with all the assurances from the powers that be, that beavers, for instance, will not work in transmitting results. I was also shocked at the manner in which the courts treated the election petition and all of that. So, but it has given us a wider view and has widened our horizon about the Nigerian state and the powers that be in the country. And I'm sure that moving forward, we have learned from those mistakes, and I'm sure that we'll do better.
Has the party reviewed the last election?
Yes, we have done a couple of reviews about the last election, and we've done a lot of postmortem. We have had different groups put together by the party to do a postmortem, and we have got some reports of those committees, and it has informed our mindset, our thinking, what we need to start doing now in preparation for future elections, what we need to do about the party, how we need to strengthen the party, how we need to expand the scope, expand the membership, and several other things we have learned from the just concluded 2023 general election.
Is there anything in the way that the election was carried out, just two things you learned that you will not repeat in the next election. Let's say the election coming in Edo State, I don't know, or even the next national election. Just can you share two of those things that will not be done, your party will not do again?
Well, we trusted INEC, security agencies, and several other government agencies that election results will be transmitted real time. And that was why probably we didn't make arrangements to actually guard those results. I appreciate the fact that it is the people who ought to defend the results. But because we didn't raise the cautiousness of people towards that, we all believe that the results were going to be transmitted real time. And so we simply took for granted that the right thing would be done. So moving forward, we put machinery in place to see that our election results are defended and forestall the situation where the election or any other election will be manipulated. Arising from that same election, we appreciate the fact that we may need to start early dealing with issues of party agents in order to fully and effectively defend the votes and make sure that we profile people on time, and then so that we can have the round peg in the round hole.
Mm. Now, yeah, you mentioned party agents, and one of the questions that people have been asking is, did the agents you had in the last election, did they send in their own copies of the results to the party office?
Yes, we had a couple of them, not all, but we had majority of the results.
Were they tabulated? Did the party tabulate the ones they had from the agents?
Yes, what we had was actually presented to the election, to the lawyers who were working on the election petition. You know, one thing that arisen from our own election is that immediately after the general election, or immediately after the results are declared, you have within 21 days to be able to file your election petition. And so immediately those results were coming, we're handing them over to the committee that actually tabulated and worked on those results.
Mm. So can you tell us what percentage of the agents sent in the results from the different polling units?
Yes, what we can say, though I may not be exact, but I'm sure that we had over 50 to 60% of polling unit agents who turned in their results.
Mm. And when it was tabulated, how far was it from what INEC announced?
Yes, it was very clear that we did very well in that election.
Will the people be able to see what you have? Like even though it's 50-something%, will you be able to share? Because people are saying that they want to know, because Labour continues to say they won the election. They want to know what Labour has in their own from their own agents.
Okay, so we will. I'll work on that. Probably in a subsequent show. I'll get them available, or I will share with you privately so that you can have it and then use your platform to share it. I have no, those data are not with me immediately.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for that. So now there's an election coming up in Edo State. How is the Labour Party competing in that?
Well, of course, it will interest you to know that I'm from Edo State.
I know.
I'm actually speaking to you from my bedroom in Edo State, and then
wow. Okay.
Preparation for the election in Edo is at zenith. In fact, what I've been doing for the past 6 months is that I do 2 weeks in Benin, and do 2 weeks in Abuja. The reason is to help me have an eye on what is happening in Edo, put this in place, resolve dispute, resolve crisis, resolve disagreement, and so that we can be in a peaceful situation within the party to be able to properly strategize for the election. I've also been talking and mobilizing a lot of our people to be with the party, hold on to the party, because democracy is about number. And so we have, over the past few months, expanded the membership of the party in the state. We appreciated the fact that after the 2020 general election, a lot of people were dissatisfied, some were discouraged, some were disgruntled, and we knew that we needed to sustain the momentum of that movement to be able to have a very, very good outing in Edo. So what we have done here is to maintain that momentum and also canvass for expansion of the party in the state. I can assure you that Edo Labour Party is doing very well, and I'm sure that if we're able to get issues around the candidate right, if we're able to get a credible candidate with the requisite capacity, funding, and a whole lot of criteria, I'm sure that we may be able, or we shall be able to win Edo 2024. I say so because among the committee of the leading parties in Edo, Labour Party appears to be the most peaceful, the most coherent, we have been driving that process of expanding the party. So the chances of the party producing the next governor in Edo is very great.
How is that search for the ideal candidate going?
Yes, well, of course, the people of, okay, let me put it, the members of Labour Party, no doubt, we choose among the array of aspirants that we have. We have a lot of eminently qualified Edo citizens who are members of the party, who have indicated interest to run on that platform of the party. In the next few weeks, we're also going to continue the sensitization of our members, educate them on the profile and the type of candidate that we think the party will need to be able to win that election. The candidates themselves for the past 6 months have been moving around the structure of the party, selling themselves, selling their manifesto to members of the party. So I'm sure that the party and indeed members of the party by now are well informed as to who they think will be able to have that ticket and win the election for Labour Party this year.
How much is the form to run for governor in Edo State?
Yes, expression of interest 5 million, nomination fees 25 million, a total of 30.
Okay, so you think that's enough to support the party in the state?
Well, it's not about what is enough. It's about what the party stands for. Comparatively, Labour Party is about the cheapest, because that is what the party is known for. We didn't want to make the price to be very high. Wanted to make it affordable so that all those who want to aspire, who indeed want to participate, will be able to have that space to participate and join in selling themselves, selling their ideas. And democracy is about widening the participation of the people. I would believe that fixing a moderate rate for the funds would assist in widening the scope of participation. It's indeed not enough, but we'll manage what we have, because if you look at it clearly, the expenditures of the party through conduct of primaries, nomination, litigations, name them, a whole lot of issues that will play out between now and even during the election and after the election, which requires very, very huge funds. But here we are, we'll be coping, and I'm sure we'll continue to cope.
Some people say that Edo State is the epicenter of the obedient movement, and that there is no reason why Labour Party should not win the governorship election in Edo State. Did you agree?
Yes, I agree with that fully, and we've all been working towards that. Luckily, like I said, this is my state. I also want to produce a governor in the state. I want to be a national chairman that is able to produce a governor. And that's why every opportunity I have, I appeal to Edo people that if for nothing else, now that I'm in the sad one, election is coming up here, and the Labour Party is strong, and we actually want a change in Edo. I expect that Edo people will do me the honor by supporting me and supporting the Labour Party candidates that will eventually emerge to give us the opportunity to produce the governor of Edo State. It's very clear that Edo people need a better governor, a more result-oriented, proactive, a goal-getter governor, a shepherd governor, like I said in one of my discussions. A governor that will lead the way, not the one that will sit in Osadebe Avenue and wait for manners to fall from heaven. And I think that Labour Party can actually give that governor to Edo people. So I agree perfectly that Edo is a major hub of the obedient movement. And we tend to translate that to votes in the 2024 Edo election. Now that's why I'm always here to coordinate the activities myself. I'm leaving no stone unturned in order to ensure that we win the election next year. I will be the most happiest person if I'm able to produce the governor of Enugu. Though I believe strongly that capturing power is not an end in itself. It's just a means to an end. It is no winning election that matters. It is what you do with the winning. After capturing power, how are you able to how are your policies able to put smiles on the faces of people? How is it translating into welfare for the people? How can it translate to security of lives and property for the people? Because the 1999 Constitution is clear. The founding fathers of the country have contemplated that the country will be a welfare state where the resources of the country will be judiciously used for to provide maximum welfare for its citizens. So it's my hope that Labour Party will be able to provide it.
Now, there are people who believe in you, and but they say also that if you don't deliver in those states, that the way they do it in the UK and other countries, that you should resign. Do you think it's a fair assessment?
Well, that may not be a fair assessment because a lot of other variables play out in elections, especially in Nigeria, where elections are rigged. A lot of things play out during election. So that you lost the election and you lose the election, it doesn't mean that you didn't put in your best. For instance, in the presidential election, we did our best to see that we win that election, but you all know what played out. And if that is the case, it becomes a wrong assessment to say that you should resign because you didn't win that election. So such principle doesn't apply in Nigeria because of the factors on the ground here. It can play out in America, in US, where you can be sure that if you put in your best, then you are expected to get the best from it. In this part of the world, you can put in your best, and the best is truncated by the powers that be, by using government forces and other forces to truncate the efforts. So
yeah,
that's...
Okay. A little while ago, you mentioned that it's not about just winning an election, but delivering. And we know that Labour Party won some elections in the last year. We know that you have a governor in Abia State. We know you have some people in the National Assembly. And it has come up several times that people have not seen, especially those in the National Assembly, they've not seen them being outstanding members, different from all the other ones. So tell us what you think about how your members in the National Assembly, how they've been performing.
Well, let me put the records very straight that wherever we have had opportunity to have executive power, I mean Labour Party controlled government in the states, we have always performed exceedingly well. When Labour Party produced the governor of Ondo State in the person of Olusegun Mimbi, the records are there. Labour Party till today remains, our performance in Ondo remains outstanding in that state. The records recorded or the achievement recorded by Olusegun Mimbi has not been transversed or changed over the years. You can find out. Today, we also have the governor in Abia State, and I'm sure that the records are also very clear of the outstanding performance of the Abia State governor produced by Labour Party. Yes, in the National Assembly, yes, we have had a lot of our members who, 7 in the Senate out of 109, and we have 34 in the House of Rep out of 360 or so members. And so, while I agree with you that they have not been very, very outstanding, you appreciate the fact too that they have been in the tribunal all this while. They have been battling with their cases in court, and I'm sure that that has distracted them somehow in actually concentrating on their legislative duties. So for me, I want to plead that we begin to assess them from henceforth because the court processes have just been concluded, and I'm sure they will settle down now fully to face the legislative business. So I appeal to Nigerians to see the past periods of our members in the National Assembly as a period of settling down. And I want them to begin to assess them from henceforth. Me too, I'm determined to also carry out my assessment. I must say here that I've not been fully impressed with their performance, but the excuse has been that they have been in court, they have been pursuing their cases, they have been having distraction here and there, and that after the court cases, they will do better. So I want to believe them and believe that they will do better.
So Nigerians, we understand what you just said now, but they also know that, for instance, when they were offered SUVs worth millions of naira, that the Labour Party members did not say, oh, we are not going to take it. They did not even raise any objection. They also know that they heard that all the members of the National Assembly got money during this palliative from the federal government, some 200 million, that they can point at Labour Party members spending that money for the people. So how do you address that? Do you meet with them? Are you concerned about these kinds of allegations and concerns of Nigerians?
Yes, obviously, arising from the contributions made by Nigerians in defending and supporting the party to produce those members. One would obviously be worried about some of these allegations on our members. You will recall that the position of the party was very clear as to the SUVs. If you follow, the party stated clearly that it is not the right time to use 162 million naira to procure one SUV for a senator. We made that very clear, and that was our position. I cannot confirm the veracity of the allegation of palliative of 200 million, but it's a concern that Nigerians have, and we are associated with such concern. And I'm sure that in our next engagement with the members, especially now that you have raised it, it will be one of the issues that are most likely going to look at, because every quarter, every month, we'll meet with our rep members, including the presidential candidate. So I'm sure that the next one will be held in this January or February. You are aware that they have been on recess and they are resuming next week. So when they resume, probably we'll be able to have this engagement with them. A lot of our members in some states have raised the issue of palliative that we're giving to the House members. So, but we have no confirmation to that effect. So when we meet, I'm sure we'll be able to confirm it and take the narrative further.
Yeah, because that question was asked on the presidential candidate, Peter Obi. He gave an answer basically saying that he wasn't in control of the members of the National Assembly. And I think you are the chairman of the party. So people are expecting you to be able to give an answer that, I mean, they report to you sort of, or you monitor what they do. But we'll talk about that next time you come. But let me ask you, there were also fears that some members, when they get to the National Assembly or when they resume in their positions, they might join the national party or the winning or the party in charge of the country. Have you had anything like that? Has there been any move by anybody to lead the Labour Party?
Well, I've not had any of such move. It has always come, like you said, like a rumor. But we can't pinpoint those rumors to any member, either in the Senate or the House of Rep, as we speak. In all our fora, they have always expressed their commitment to the party, their commitment to remain in the party. And I believe strongly that it will be very suicidal at this point for any of them to think of leaving the Labour Party for another party. The truth is, if they do, they stand the chance of losing their seats, number one. The second point is that it will be very difficult for them to even get information from where they are going to in the next election. And therefore, for me, it's not advisable. It's not in their collective, it's not in their individual interest or even in their collective interest to say that they are leaving the Labour Party for another party. Society always has a way of throwing up new leaders, throwing up unusual circumstances that brings up people. And for me, that's what the 2023 general election provides. We can say clearly that other political parties are winding up. I can say so clearly that people want change, and Labour Party represent that change. And luckily, any of them who is part of that change, I do not expect to be able to abandon his future for today. So I believe strongly that a lot of our members will remain committed to the ideas and philosophy of Labour Party. John.
All right. If you need a break, we can take a break, but okay. If you're okay, we can go ahead. I wanted to ask you of the governor of Abia State, Governor Alex Otti, how he's doing.
Yes, Alex Otti is doing very well. His performances in Abia is very obvious, in spite of the numerous challenges in the state, and so on. His performances in governance have been very, very outstanding in terms of projects, in terms of major projects and carried out by him so far indicate that he's doing very well. And Abia people are very happy that he's their governor.
Mm. Is it as a result of anything the Labour Party did, or is it because he was the right person that got the position?
No, all put together. The right person got a position. The Labour Party has created that opportunity. The Labour Party is not a warring party. It's not a party that has leaders where you carry government funds to service party leaders. The Labour Party has created a new ambience in Nigerian politics. And the Labour Party is determined to use Abia to make a statement. And therefore, the enabling environment to operate freely and to be able to achieve for the people are all contributing towards the achievement it's making in Abia State. So Labour Party and is a major factor in his success. And he's also the very, very right candidate who have a passion for growth and development, who has the mindset to work for the people, who feel the pain of the people, and he wants to deliver on his campaign promises to the people.
All right. We had a guest here yesterday, and he left ABGA to join APC. And the issue of why did he join APC? Why didn't he consider Labour came up? And he said that Labour Party is poorly funded. How is Labour Party funded? Is money a problem at Labour Party?
Well, obviously, funding is a major challenge for organizations such as Labour Party. You recall that while the other parties have government funding, Labour Party doesn't have funds from government. And so funding of Labour Party activities is largely dependent on contributions from members, probably sale of form like we have now, and some other things that we use in carrying out party activity. So funding is one of the challenges that Labour Party is having. But I want to say that leaving the party for poor funding is not a solution to the problem. And I don't think it's a good and genuine excuse for leaving the party. Probably just an excuse to give.
Yeah. Now you have 7 senators, you have 34 House of Rep members, you have a governor, and which is substantial. Are they contributing to the funding of the party? The party should be in a better position than it was before the election.
Obviously, the party is going to be in a better position. They have not started contributing, but the House members said they are starting contribution by this January. The complaint has been that they have been in court, funding lawyers, and moving here and there in order to sustain their winning. And so the court cases took a lot of their finances, distracted them, and so on and so forth. So now that they have won, they have promised that they are going to start supporting the party from January. So we are looking up to that. I'm sure that when that is done, we'll be able to do things better and be able to fund the party better.
All right. In about 5 minutes, we'll open up and get our audience to join us. And if they have a question for the chairman of the Labour Party in Nigeria, we will let them ask their questions. So before that happens, let me continue. Patu Tommy is a leading member of your party, and recently he said that there were negotiations going on between Labour Party and PDP and which other party? All of them trying to form a mega party. Are you part of that conversation?
Well, I am not part of that conversation directly. I mean, I've not attended a meeting where we have discussed issues of merger of the party. Probably is still incubating at the personal level between me and some of the group. So I'm sure that at the right time, when they feel that we need to get involved in it, I'm sure that we'll get involved in whatever discussion. As the Democrats, we are not opposed to discussing. We are open to discussion in as much as it will enhance or give us a better result in future elections and will make us have good governance, create an opportunity for the best of the best in the country to assume the saddle of leadership. One is disposed to any of such discussion, but officially, we are not involved for now in any of such discussion.
If it comes to be something serious, do you have any red line that you won't cross in such a
well, that question may be too premature for me to answer. You know, like I would say, Labour Party is very democratic. Such critical issues are debated within the organs of the party, and then is at this stage, it will be too premature for me to begin to pontificate on such very serious and critical issues. As a leader of the party, it's incumbent on me to do wide consultation, discuss with people, discuss with the organs, discuss with major stakeholders in the party, know how they are thinking, and then we'll be able to aggregate and then have an informed opinion. But I believe that when we get to that bridge, we'll be able to cross it.
Okay. So the presidential candidate in the last election, Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, how is your relationship with him?
Well, Peter Obi and I are soulmates, ideological soulmates. We have a lot of things in common, and he has found a home in Labour Party. So our relationship with him is cordial. We speak every day, we meet every day. Major decisions we take together. We had the dinner last week. I think it was on Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday evening. PO had a dinner with the National Working Committee members, where we cross-fertilize ideas, try to set up agenda for the upcoming year, what we need to do for this year. PO was in that meeting, and our relationship with him is very, very cordial. You will agree with me that the characteristics of PO, his behavior, his antecedent, his way of life, tallies with the ideology of the party. And therefore, I think he has found a home. And we have also found a leader. And so we are working very closely, and I believe that
some people have this fear that he might leave the party in 2027. You think that will not happen?
I don't have that fear.
Okay. All right.
It's not within his contemplation.
Okay, very good.
Whatever he's going to do in 2027 will be part of it.
Very good. Now, looking at 2027, what do you foresee from here today? I know things could change. It's far away. It's more than 3 years from now. What do you see?
What we see in 2027 will depend on what we are able to do today. And I was going to come to that because I know that it's probably the part of the questions that you want to ask. As a party, we have resolved that arising from the fact that the major victim of the 2023 general election, that we are going to pursue vigorously electoral reform in Nigeria. We can't simply continue with the process the way it is and expect things to be different in 2027. We need a holistic review of the electoral process, the role of the security agencies, the role of the courts, the role of INEC, and several other reforms that we need. And I want to assure you that Labour Party will be in the forefront of those reforms. And political education is also going to be very key in our agenda, because we have realized too that a lot of our people are ill-informed, a lot of our people are not abreast, and several other things. And so we see political education as a means to which we can change the political trajectory in the country. So all of this put together, if we're able to sustain this, I'm sure that we will have something better in 2027.
How do you hope to push that reform when you have only 7 senators, you have only 34 members of the House? And if the party in power, the ruling party, they are not interested in changing anything, if the situation now favors them, how will you push for that change?
Well, it is our intention not to focus on mobilizing the people to push that reform. It is basically going to use the people, mass mobilization, conscientization of people to support that reform. And we are going to bring government under serious pressure to adopt those reforms. And I can assure you that Labour Party as a party will be in the forefront in the pursuit of that mobilization. And we'll get our members in the National Assembly to get involved in it. And I am sure that we'll be able to push those reforms and bring very strong agitation that both nationally and internationally that can lead to those reforms.
Will you be able to tell us something about the vice presidential candidates of Labour Party in the last election? What is your personal relationship with him? I'm talking about Dati.
Dati. Yes, we are very close to like presidential candidate. He's a member of the party. We are still together. In most of our meetings, he's available. In most cases, he's out of the country. But he remains a member of the party. He has remained committed to the peace of the party. And we are very, very proud of him.
We had a member of the, a supporter of the Labour Party on the show one time, and he said if there were a switch and Dati was the candidate for president and Peter Obi was the vice presidential candidate, that the outcome would have been different. And one of the things he pointed out was the reaction after the election, that because of the nature of Peter Obi, the path he chose would have been different from the path that Dati would have taken. What is your take on that?
Well, that may be, I do not agree that if they were, if Dati was the presidential candidate, obviously, if Dati was the presidential candidate, we wouldn't have been able to create the movement, the following that gave rise to the results that we have in the first instance. So the analysis doesn't correlate. The analysis doesn't follow, because a lot of people joined the Labour Party because of the personality of Peter Obi. Apparently, because of his character, because of his performance, because of his behavior, people saw him as a leader and therefore wanted him to be. Dati is not on that same pedestal. Dati doesn't have that kind of followership that has the capacity to change the political trajectory that we have before. And therefore, he wouldn't have been able to create that situation that would have given rise to what could have happened with the election. But after the election and the outcome of the election, If it was that, probably the country would have been divided and in a big fight. A lot of people would have died by now. So, but they are all, it's a matter that is open. Every folks have their perception, have their views. But I think that having a peaceful country, and we are still available in the country, still being alive, to be able to agitate for reform, put government on the spot, and continue to agitate for a better country, I think it is better. We are already here. We are here talking about the 2027 election. If the country was at war, there was crisis in the country, we won't be here talking about the 2027 election. So, however we look at it, I think that we've done very well. Dati and PO were very good combination.
Is that creating a kind of tension between them?
No, there's no tension.
Okay.
I can, without allowing you to answer that question, there's no tension at all. They work together and they are together. The last press conference done by PO, Dati was available in that press conference and made his input to that press conference. So we are all together.
Thank you. We are going to bring in our audience to share in this opportunity.
If I can have a break for 5 minutes, I would appreciate it.
All right. We will take a break, and then when we come back, we will bring our audience to ask you questions, and then we will continue from there. So let's take a little break, and when we come back, we will talk with the Labour Party chairman, who is very generous with his time and is joining us today to talk about the situation in the country. And we look forward to you joining us in that conversation. Thank you, and let's take a break.
Thank you so much.
All right.
The case will be worse if APC is voted, because the man who is running now for APC does not even know half of what Buhari knows about government or national security. If you have the time, I will tell you more about what they are campaigning with as an agenda or as a rhetoric that he did well in Lagos. I will tell you, between 1999 to 2007, if you take out context, he actually performed worse than some governors in Nigeria, because the Lagos that they say he did, he improved the revenue, he only collected tax. All the infrastructure needed for a state, or in fact a country to develop, was on ground. Lagos used to be the Nigerian national capital. Before Nigeria was formed, Lagos was a colony. You have all the infrastructure for economic development. As what you didn't establish them. There was seaport, there was airport, you have commercial activity, all the embassies are there. So transaction with foreign envoys is in Lagos. All the hotels are there, headquartered in Lagos. All the banks are headquartered in Lagos. All security apparatus, every facility and infrastructure for economic development was in Lagos. He didn't bring them. Asiwaju did not invite or introduce or brought to Lagos any serious foreign investor or domestic investor. And these revenues we are talking about that they claim he has generated, we are on. It's just that the government didn't have the infrastructure in collecting those. So what he did throughout this period was to collect tax. That's what they claim by revenue. And even then, the reason he did that was because the company that was collecting the tax, the company is allegedly traceable to him. So if you pick a man on the street and you tell him, I want you to collect tax in a given area, your percentage is 30%, he will be optimal. He will be highly effective. This is the summary. But let me tell you what he did in Lagos. One, he attempted to destroy democracy. He wanted to introduce what we call monarchical democracy. A democracy that is not reflected by the will and wishes of the people, but reflected by the choice of a man, and people should run around it. He introduced the concept in politics in Nigeria that we call take the queue, follow the queue.
onye mazolo bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunye gokwanu mo no fube nazo ulaga ni biazigo mmanwụ ulaga do ni biazigo akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapuzo kona bazia onye mazoro biko abamba watare dasari ibia unye ni gwana mo ulaga do ni biazigo ulaga do ni biazigo abamba ilochi yo biko rapuzo Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere neka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi kame. Ibu go with melody. Odogu na chalanoka Ezi wane mlega delemo Olaga doni pezigo Olaga doni pezigo Amama wilo chilo Bikora muzo Anabazi Te Onyama zoro de Sorry, if I were to go on Mulaga, no Piazugo, Nazaboy, Mulaga, Doni Piazugo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzo, Anabazi, Odogu can never be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikeja mabele bege Hey, you won! Eku kampune kene Ama gondinso Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We are still talking to the Labour Party's chairman, who is joining us from Edo State, and we appreciate his time here. We're going to bring everybody in the studio. If you want us to bring you up, please turn on your camera. We will give you a chance to ask one question only, so that we can get to so many of you who are trying to get in. But let me start. With a question on the comment section. Someone wants to know what. Let me get to the question. What happened to an aspirant for governorship in Anambra State who was kidnapped? I think I got that right. Hold on, let me find the exact question. There was someone who was running. Okay, I got it. It says, please, can you ask him about the aspirant who was kidnapped in Anambra State during the 2021 and his whereabouts? Do you know anything about that?
Yes, obviously, our candidate in Anambra was kidnapped in 2021 Anambra Guba election. He has not been found till today.
Wow.
And I'm sure that the police is prosecuting about 2 or 3 people in respect of his kidnapped.
Okay. Is the party doing anything to help the family? Because that's always if the other thing that comes up when a candidate or something like this happens. Sometimes the family of the person is um, abandoned by everybody else. Is the party reaching out to the family?
Yes, once a while we used to talk.
All right. Okay, thank you. So I'll bring in, because our guest is in Nigeria, we're not going to bring in everybody at the same time. So when we bring you in, we give you the chance to ask a question, and then we will move you out and bring other people. All right, so let me start with you, Ikolola. Welcome to the show, and you are talking to the chairman of the Labour Party.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And thank you, Dr. Julius Abure. I know you don't have doctor as your initials, but for some of us that has lost hope in the country, when we see persons like you doing what you do and standing by faith, it gives us hope. So
Thank you so much.
you're welcome, Chief. You're very much welcome. Now, this is my question to you. After the elections, you went to court, and when you were in court, I remember you being on a Twitter space. I was following you around, I was listening to you. And then at some point you said you were going to win the case in court. And the lady who was also a member of Labour Party, Aisha Yusuf, she smiled. And then what came out of what you said was, oh, so you don't believe us that we will win, but I mean, we all know the outcome today. So let's not rub dirt on our face. But this is my question to you, Dr. Julius. When you're looking at 2027 and whatever you choose to do, are you being realistic or being optimistic? Because it's a different thing to be optimistic. Because the story I just narrated to you was you being optimistic. It's not as if Aisha Yusuf was more brilliant than you, intelligent than you, but she could see the writing on the wall. So are you being realistic from all these reforms you are planning, all these plans you are making? Because you are not dealing with, in APC, you are not dealing with normal, in terms of normalcy. You're not dealing with normal politicians. You're dealing with people who are ready to do anything to hold on to what they have. And you are planning to be moderate humans. So are you being optimistic or being realistic?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kalola. Let's let him answer.
Well, the truth of the matter is that there's no struggle of liberation that comes easy. South Africans, it took them almost 27 years in order to stop apartheid in their country. Several other countries had to struggle over the years in order to be able to change their political trajectory. Not to have hope is to have been defeated ab initio. It is always good to have hope, because it is that hope in the future that things will be better that will obviously keep you awake in continuing to pursuing what you are pursuing. If we all despair and abandon the country and abandon the work, I'm sure that will not lead us anywhere, to make our situation to get worse. So it's better to have hope in the future and begin to do what is within your powers to do. I still believe very strongly that we can have a better country. I still believe that if we're able to mobilize the people strongly, vehemently, and channel them towards achieving a credible electoral process in Nigeria, I still believe that we may be able to achieve it. People have protested on the street. I mean, you can recall the anti NSAS protests. We've had protests. We have had a lot of freedom fighters have emerged. We have Igboho from the southwest. We had a couple of people who have been agitated, who have been fighting for a better country. And it didn't work. And so we channel all our energies towards using the ballot to see that we effect this change. And they said we should go to court. We have gone to court. So even if all these are failed, I believe that it is all towards the process of moving us towards where we want to be and the kind of country we want to have. I'm not discouraged at all. I think that we should continue to do our best, continue to be united, and continue to agitate in one mind and in one spirit towards getting the powers that be to do the right thing, or forcing them to do what is right. I believe that if we are consistent, if we remain consistent, if we remain focused, if we continue to remain in the struggle, I'm sure we can achieve it. Like I said, there's no struggle, there's no liberation that comes easy. Even the struggle for independence didn't come easy. The struggle to drive or to enthrone democratic rule in Nigeria didn't come easy. And I'm sure that the struggle to have good governance in the country will not also be easy. But I don't want to be discouraged. I don't want to lose hope over the outcome of the 2023 general election. I will continue to provide leadership. We will continue to do our best, and whatever circumstances the country throws up, we will act on it and see that we maximize those opportunities.
All right, thank you, sir.
I sincerely wish you the best in that, and thank you for giving an answer to my question. Thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Right.
Thank you so much for asking your question.
All right, Mazi Prince, you are next.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo, and good morning, Chief Abure Julius.
Thank you so much for giving me all kinds of titles. You have just made me a chief.
You know, you're a chief. If nobody did it, I will solely give it to you. You know, because I'm a titled prince, so I give it to you. My question goes this way. You know, Dr. Rudolph, you kind of put me in a very tight situation because I'm kind of like choosing between two quick questions that I wanted to ask.
Yeah,
I don't want to stretch it, but it is this. My question is, one, what is Labour's Labour Party stand on Rivers State? Number one. Number two, how come the Labour Party will not get rid of the native doctors and all that, get it done now before any other thing? I mean, when I say get rid of, I'm not saying killing, I'm saying, you know, if it has to go to court, let it go to court and be settled once and for all. He's gone.
Yeah. All right, so that's why we are encouraging everybody to just make it quick and one question, because we don't know how long both the phone and the system in Nigeria will work. I am sure he will come back.
Rudolph, Good morning, Rudolph. You're looking good this morning. I love your tie. I actually have three pertinent questions for the gentleman. I know, but I think Nigerians need to know these questions. They need to know his answers on these questions. They are very, very important.
I know. I know. Everybody could.
Permit me, please. Permit me. Just permit me to answer these questions.
Hold on. Let me just tell people, please don't join us. Don't try to join. We have to make room for him to come back. The studio is full. If I take you out, please stay out. I know I'll bring you back in. But let's make room for him to rejoin us. Otherwise, we'll just be talking to ourselves. So please, I'm seeing a lot of people. I know how difficult it is to get in if So if just stay, don't try to join again. Let him come back because without him, what we're planning to do wouldn't work.
Yeah, can I continue to lobby? Can I?
Emeka, what you are going to do is,
Yeah.
I know you got credit in English.
That's a good one.
Try to find a way to put it into one question. You can do that.
I'll try.
I won't be asked.
I actually didn't sleep well because of this show, and I woke up quite early to join.
Our guest is back, so let's see. Mazi, so Chairman, I don't know how much of the question you had from Mazi. Mazi, can you repeat?
Okay. So what I said is the position about Rivers State in terms of the House of Assembly, and then the second one is, can Labour Party just deal with the Apapa, whatever it is, just get it on, because I hate to hear about them every time. I just hate to hear about them. Yeah, that's my question.
All right, thank you.
Well, the Apapa saga, well, you know how the Nigerian states operates. The party have got judgment against Apapa in the High Court and even in the Court of Appeal. As of today, he has no legal standing. He has nothing. But occasionally, you just see him throw up something in the media. And even the mainstream media still once a while give them coverage. And that is why it appears as if they are still in existence. It's a challenge that we have to deal with. And we are dealing with it. It's like when you are in the house and there are mosquitoes in the house. You cannot but tolerate it for a while until you are able to get rid of it completely. So we are dealing with it. I'm sure that in the next few months or so, we should be able to completely deal with it. Should be able to completely deal with it and put it beside us. I did get the question in respect of Rivers correctly.
About the House of Assembly, because if those ones become to APC, obviously they're losing that seat, and the INEC or whatever needs to run a by-election or
Chairman, can you hear us? All right, I think he's frozen.
Wow.
This is the more reason why we should. Okay, I think can you hear us, Chairman?
I didn't hear him at all.
So let me explain. He said question about River State and the members of the House of Assembly that decamped and whether there should be an election, another election. All right. Did you hear me, Chairman?
I didn't get you. Yes, I can hear you now. I wasn't hearing you.
Okay, so his question was about Rivers State and the House of Assembly members that decamped and the need for election to replace them. What is it, Labour Party?
Well, yes, we are waiting for the Speaker of the House to declare the seat vacant. And once INEC advertise those positions, we will obviously go and grab the seats as much as possible that we can get.
Okay.
Ordinarily, Labour Party equally won the presidential election in Rivers, if not for the manipulation done by the former governor of Rivers, Wike. So I'm sure that if election comes up today in Rivers for House of Assembly, I'm sure we'll do very well.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mazi. Let's go to Victory. Victory, you are next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you, Abure, for coming to our show today. So my question to you is, I've been hearing that you claim that Labour Party won this election, but is that correct? Is based on what you have from what you can see from your party agent? Is that correct that you're claiming that you won the election, the presidential election? Would that be correct to say so?
Yes, part of what we have, and the general atmosphere of the election. INEC promised that results were going to be released. Uploaded real time. When it was time to upload those election results, beavers didn't work. In fact, I'm sure there was a directive that those results should not be uploaded. And that gave room for the election to be manipulated. Results were mutilated, results were written afresh. It is very.
I think his network is going with us.
Yeah. That's my concern. Let me take out some people, especially the people cutting their hair. So let's see if we have less number of people in the studio that will help with the bandwidth at home. But apparently he may have to rejoin us if he's hearing me. He's in. Okay, I think he's coming back. All right, Chairman, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so you're done with that question?
No, I've not.
Yes, I'm done with
it. I need to. So he's just actually clarifying what I was going to ask. So
Victory, don't worry. Victory, don't worry. I will follow up with the question.
All right.
No. I need to.
Victory, we have to. Okay, I have to be very strict. We have to just one question go straight.
No, it's just Rudolph. It's still the same question. So I wanted to ask him. So I suppose my follow-up thing would be like, so how come the Labour Party have not released the official result that they have from the party agent so that other people can go and verify those results? Because you are telling us that you won the election, but I've not seen anywhere where the Labour Party have actually released those result sheet from the party agent. How come you've not released it? Or at least if you're saying that you cannot do that, you can give it to your surrogate and put it out there online for people to go and view. How come you haven't done that?
All right. Thank you, Victory. Chairman, I can say that Chairman already answered the question when I interviewed him. He said he would make that available to me, and we will show it here. So, but if he wants to add something to that, he will.
I have nothing to add.
Okay.
But we dealt with the question before.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Mecca, you are next.
Yeah, thank you. I did say I had 3 questions. I'll try to squeeze.
Yeah, make it one, please.
Yeah. Good to have you. I don't know if I should give you a new title now. Dr. Julius Abure, the chairman of Labour Party. Thanks for coming around. And not to waste so much time, let me go straight to the question. So you've been accused of conspiracy, forgery, and perjury for forging the withdrawal letter and signature of one Mr. Ezeoko, who claimed to have won the Ebonyi State gubernatorial election, and his name was substituted and replaced with Ikwegu Edward Okereke by you. The police conducted an investigation and confirmed that you forged Mr. Ezeoko's signature as well as the withdrawal letter. Sir, are you a forger?
All right, thank you, Emeka.
Now, I'll rush the second question. The second question is, sir, it's after 10 months after the election now, and you've told the world that Labour Party is a different party. Are you waiting for Jesus to return before you tell the world how you spent the campaign funds?
All right, thank you, Emeka. Chairman. Right, so we will wait for his connection to. I'm sure he will try to join us again. But if you are trying to join us, please don't at this point, so that we will have room for him. We can only take 14 people in the studio at the same time, both backstage and on screen. So don't try to join us so that he will be able to join us. Right. Somebody, please don't try to join. I'll make sure you have the chance to join me.
Right. Yes, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, go ahead, Chairman.
Yes, the question wasn't clear, but I'm sure that it was referring to this allegation of forgery and substitution of candidates for Imo and Edo states.
Yes.
And I'm sure that that's what it's referring to.
Ebonyi State.
Yes, Ebonyi State and Edo State. Yes, let me put it very clear that we didn't forge the certificate. We didn't illegally substitute any candidate. The so-called candidate from Ebonyi State, Splendor Eze, was a man appointed as a state chairman in Ebonyi when PO just joined the party, and we didn't have any structure in Ebonyi State. And so he was appointed as state chairman. Shortly after his appointment, it was time for the Goba primaries, and we resolved and decided that he should be a placeholder in that election, so that once we have a viable candidate, he will withdraw.
Again, we are having technical problems, and I'm sure he promised me that he would take our questions. So as much as possible, I'm not sure if this has something to do with the number of people we have but I reduced it to 6, so it shouldn't be a problem. But so for now, if you're trying to join us, please don't. Let's get him back, and then we will promise you that we'll get to you if he continues to stay with us. We'll get to you. So please don't try. Let's make room for him to be able to join us again. And moving forward, Emeka, I appreciate your questions, but moving forward, people should just find the best of your questions so that we can see the difficulties we're having.
Yeah, I see the connectivity issues.
Yeah, so that we can.
That's why I didn't bother to learn the third one. I didn't, because the third one would not keep straight off.
No, you should have said it. If that is the biggest one you have, they come in sequences, right? So I don't know if his bandwidth would take the third one, and that would. All right. So please, for those who are, I think we have. I don't think we have room. Yeah, we have room for him to join us again. All right. While we wait, Flagship, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning, Dr. Rudolph.
Good morning. And
is it my turn next?
Yeah, after Emeka is.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, but I must appreciate he's answering the question quite well, right? So the first question, he's answering it quite well, and I appreciate the fact that he's giving the background scenario, because that forms it's in the courts. It's actually in court, so that Nigerians will be able to get an oversight or a deep insight on what's really going on what happened, and why he decided to forge the signature and withdrawal letter of the individual or the placeholder, like what he said in the Ebonyi State. But only I don't know if Rudolph, you need to let me land that third question. The second one, that one he already got the question of the second one. So that third question, I need to.
No, what I would say is that you can wait until the end.
Oh, no, most definitely I will.
If we have chance for second round.
Okay.
But I'll let you know that he already answered the question on other interviews. That's why I didn't go back about that. But it's okay for you to ask any question you want.
Okay.
And he's back.
Yeah. Oh,
no, so I think I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm back.
Go ahead, sir.
So the teaching of lesson that we find is the false allegation of forgery on some officers of the party. And I'm happy to announce to you that the police report, which I have here, have cleared the air on it. I will also scan it and make it available to you. The police investigation reports have indeed exonerated us from the allegation of forgery in respect of the case of Splendor Eze. And the conclusion here is that his signature was not forged, and that we're not responsible for forging his signature. It will be made available. In fact, it's already online. I've already clarified this, and all these documents are online. So you can read it. I can read it to you. It's clear. So it's a pure case of witch hunt of a disloyal and disgruntled party member who feel that he can make money through dubious circumstances.
Fair. Thank you, Doctor. But the second question, right? The donation.
In the next few weeks, I'm going to sue him for defamation of character, claim damages from him.
Awesome news. Thank you. I think we just got to know about this now. But sir, the donations, the campaign funds, when are you publishing and reconciling?
So if he will oblige me, I will want to scan it and then send it to the platform so that you can share.
I will share it. If you send it to me, I will share it. Thank you.
So what about the donations, campaign donations, campaign funds? When are you going to publish the account?
We will clear the air on campaign for. I think the accounts are ready. We have made that report available to INEC, and
when are you clearing the air? It's 10 months now. When will the air be clear? Is the air still dusty and murky?
I've just said that we make it available. It's already, the campaign account is ready. The one for Labour Party is ready.
Thank you very much, sir. I still have one more question.
Yeah, you wait, Emeka, when we get to, if we get a second chance for you. The flagship.
Emeka is so agitated. Why not allow him to ask this question?
Oh, you want? Okay. Oh, no, I'm
awesome. Thank you, sir.
Emeka can go home and sleep well.
Yeah, thank you, sir. God bless you, sir, very much. I appreciate you for it. Now, sir, I think this question is very pertinent, right? Even you mentioned it today. You informed us here today that only 50 and 60% of your polling unit agents submitted results in the presidential election. And as of now, you still do not have the figures. So you're a lawyer. And in your petition, which I have read in and out like 10 times, your petition to the appeal courts and as well your response to the Supreme Court, I read them like 10 times, back to back. You did not include in tabular form the results that you have collated as provided by your polling unit agents, right? But however, you and several party chieftains have gone to media platform claiming to have won the presidential election. So don't you think with what you are telling us today, which we have appreciated, I think a lot of us have really appreciated that is coming out from you. And from my viewpoint, I can see that you are open with information. Don't you think you're being disingenuous if only 60% of your agents submitted their results and you are going about saying you won the presidential election?
All right, thank you, Emeka.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I mean, we will, those reports, like I promised earlier, we will publish in tabular form how we'll show how we arrived that we won that election. But beyond tabulating those results, you are in Nigeria. INEC promised that those results were going to be uploaded real time when election is going on. As at the time INEC was supposed to upload those results, there was directive from INEC that those results should not be uploaded. And it gave opportunity for those results to be manipulated. It was very clear. Even the result sheet that you find had results that were altered and were manipulated. So in this circumstance, the only conclusion you can reach on the surface is that that election was rigged. Even the results that were uploaded by INEC in IREF were all mutilated and manipulated. They were results that were changed. We're also aware of how voters were suppressed in several other states, how voters were chased out of the voting centers. In Lagos, for instance, people were killed in Lagos, people were stopped from voting, people were killed and were prevented from going to vote where we have strongholds across the country, those results were checked. In Rivers, for instance, you saw how the results in Rivers were mutilated and destroyed. So, in the overall circumstances, it's very clear that we rigged out of that election.
All right.
But like we said, the result that we have.
All right.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you. I know, but thank you. I might wait for second round, but thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so okay, Chairman, are you still there with us? Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, Chairman? Yes, you can hear me. Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so the flagship, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Abure. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time here at the platform today. I'm going to go straight to my question. 2023 has come and gone. We all are witnesses to all that happened, from election preparation, how the entire nation gathered around our principal, Peter Obi, to voting time, after voting time, and the rest is history as we have it. 2027 is in sight. It's not too far. In 3 years, it's just right around the corner. My question is, you are the chairman of the party. What is the Labour Party's plan for 2027? And knowing all that we know, what is the party planning to doing differently this time? Thank you.
Well, for us, we have reached the conclusion that for us to have democracy in Nigeria, for us to have a country where the votes of the people will count, we need a holistic electoral reform in the country. And that's what I've said earlier in this program, that our major cardinal program that we're going to pursue is a holistic electoral reform in the country. What will be the role of security agencies, the role of INEC, and so on and so on? Are we going to continue with this manual voting and collation of results? A whole lot of things need to change. And all of this is what we need to pursue before 2027. And so the major plan really is to pursue this comprehensive electoral reform, because it will be the basis on which we make participation in 2027 easy. The situation as it is now will obviously not change in 2027 if we are not able to agitate for solid and strong reform within the electoral process. And so what we are going to do in 2027 depends on what we play out between now and 2027. And we think that the beginning of what we need to do in 2027 is to have a comprehensive electoral reform in the country. And I think it is better to start early. It is better to start early, to start engaging the system, to commence the mobilization of our people towards that electoral reform, and then play the role effectively of opposition effectively. It is also our intention to expand the membership base of the party, liberalize the process of registration, make the party stronger, democratize the processes of membership in the country, engage in huge political education in the country, because democracy is about the people. It is about the participation of the people. And the people can only participate effectively if they are sufficiently mobilized, if they are sufficiently educated, and mobilized towards a shared goal. So all of these put together will result in the action we are going to take in 2027. It is our belief too that if we're able to expand the membership of the party, expand the scope, make it strong, make it vibrant, it will also help in helping us in the defense of our votes. The people have a major role to play, and it's our responsibility as a political party to mobilize the people to be able to play that role.
Thank you for answering my question. So I'll wait for the next round for my second question.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, the flagship. Steph, you're next.
Are you sure you are going to have the second round?
No, that's how we count people down. Steph, you're next.
Good morning, Barrister Abure. Good morning, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me start by thanking you for making the opportunity to come and interface and interact with us. It shows a lot about what you represent and how we have come to know you over time. Yeah, I've listened to your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Following the questions. And I know that there is somebody that uses a pseudonym, Emeka, that asked you if you're a forger. And I just wanted to remind him that Nigerians know of only one public figure in Nigeria that is a forger. The person also asked if Labour Party, why they've not presented their annual account. I am still wondering why he's not using this. I appreciate the answer you gave, and I thank him for asking you that question. But I also wish that he have also used the opportunity to also ask his own party to account for how they use the money that belongs to the poor people in the humanitarian affairs to conduct the election, and to also publish the account of their own party after the election. But he have not done that. But I'm happy that you answered him, and that your party have also made your own, conducted your own audit, and you present it to us very soon. So my question actually is this.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Let me ask my question. You talked about comprehensive electoral reform. It's something that I believe so much, and it's something that I've been wondering why all the opposition political parties have not really been pushing so much on it. Then I want to ask you if you are aware that the issue of electoral reform is time-bound, because in 2019, we were not able to use a new electoral act to conduct that election because the process was not concluded early enough. So if you know that
obviously you are right,
issues are time-bound,
that's why we are starting very, very early.
I'm coming. What is
that's
your
why we are starting early.
What is your timeline for it? Number one. Then number two, if you are not able to get the electoral reform in place before the 2027 election, are you still going to do the same thing again, expecting a different outcome, or are you people going to boycott the election?
All right, thank you, Steph.
Well, I appreciate the fact that electoral reform is time-bound, and that's why we are starting very early. We believe that if we start now, within the next few months, we have all the documents ready, and we begin to galvanize support around those documents. We begin to move from place to place and mobilize Nigerians to key into those electoral reform and get all key agencies and everybody in the country to continue with that agitation. I'm sure that the pressure will be so much that we'll be able to achieve the electoral reform process in the country. Well, I don't want to be pessimistic that we are not going to be able to have it through before 2027. If we start it now, I believe that we'll be able to achieve it. But like we say, it's Chinua Achebe that said that 6 men have learned to shoot without missing. Birds too have learned to fly without perching. If they refuse electoral reform between now and 2027, we also want to follow them in the same way. I can assure you that what happened to us in 2023, whether there is electoral reform or not, will not happen to us again in 2027. But such matters are not what you put in the market.
Thank you so much for that question, Steph. Let's go to Mbore in California.
Good morning, Dr. Damage, and good morning, Dr. Abure. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll do my best to make my question one, and it will sound like housekeeping. I guess as a woman, it won't be strange that it will sound like housekeeping. I am thinking that any and everything in Nigeria needs reform.
Yes, I agree.
I have expressed to this platform how I went to Nigeria and seen that from that grassroots, it's like everything is corrupted. Everything. So my question is there any type of miniature reform where the type of fear that abounds when you come home, fear of misrepresentation of everything, can be curbed? Or is everything waiting until the right people come into power? I don't know if that question makes sense.
All right, thank you, Lori.
Well, I agree with you to a extent that we need a holistic reform in Nigeria. We even need reform of the mind. The people really need to mind their own mind. You need to mind the mind of the people, because the people themselves need reform, given our behavior, given our character, generally our approach, our attitude to life, even as a people. Some people have defined leadership as a reflection of the people, and that the kind of leaders you have reflect the followers. At times, one is tempted to believe in that definition, given the circumstances in the country. But however, if you listen to me carefully, that's why I have said that Labour Party will pursue two cardinal programs. First, electoral reform in the country. Second, political education. You are right to have said that even the grassroots is corrupt, even the people hate corruption. The people glamorize and praise those who steal their money. The people will even despise honest person and laugh at him that is not a rich man, that he once occupied a position and he has no house. Even where the man is honest, and because of his honesty, he couldn't build a house. His own people will call him a fool. They will vilify him. The society give credence to corrupt people. Even in our churches, those who occupy the front seats are those who have stolen money, who have plenty of money. Those who are giving chieftaincy titles by our traditional rulers are those who have stolen money and who are rich. Riches in everything. Money has eroded all our value system. In fact, we evaluate everything in the country by using money. Not just money that nobody asks you how you get your money. Just get the money. So the point I'm making here is that Labour Party is going to pursue political education and electoral reform. And I'm sure that political education, if vigorously pursued, will start the process of changing our mindset, changing our behavior as a people, refocusing us, and making us to have that political consciousness, knowing that the challenges we have in the country is solely that of leadership. And the work will become easier. The country will become better if we are able to enthrone the true leadership. Leadership is the major challenge that we have in the country. Today, there are no role models in the country. Ask me today, who is the role model politically that you can emulate? Who are the youth in the political space that you can look up to as a Nigerian? In the First Republic, we had great leaders like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa Balewa, Awolowo, Herbert Macaulay. Name them that you can look up to and say, I want to be like Azikiwe. I want to be like Tafawa Balewa. So today, tell me, who are we looking up to? Who are the youths looking up to? Is it those who glamorize corruption? Is it those who is using their public stolen wealth to offend the poverty of the people? Are those the ones you are looking up to? So I agree with you perfectly that we need a holistic reform in the country. And Labour Party is determined to commence that process by political education, changing the mindset of the people with a view to getting their attention, to make them do the right thing, and to be able to enthrone good leadership that will make the whole process of this re-engineering, rebirth of our mind to take place in the country. If Peter Obi had won, his behavior, our character, our disposition would have begun the process of changing the mindset of Nigerians. And then we can then commence the process of having a better country.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mbore. Let's go to Ebube. Ebube, go ahead. Yeah, speak up a little bit so that we can hear you.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm cool. And greetings to Dr. Abure. I'm reaching you from Port Harcourt.
Thank you so much.
And it's a pleasure talking with the chairman of Labour Party this evening. In Port Harcourt here, during that election, we came out in mass, came behind our principal, Peter Obi. And I can tell you emphatically and categorically that Labour Party won the presidential election in Port Harcourt and entire River State. The social media was awash with the movement of obedience across the country. The entire South and North Central came out in mass for Peter Obi. Whether it's not about what the electoral body is saying, it's what we are seeing. We saw people gyrating. Nigerians were happy and they came out in mass. And as a matter of fact, from what you can see, Obi won that election. But today, we have another person as the president of the country. Obviously, it means that the electoral system is not to be trusted. And how can we come out of this problem? From what I'm seeing, even if we vote again by 2027, they will still do the same thing. So there must be another way. There must be another way of tackling this problem because we cannot continue like this. Hello, am I coming out?
Yes, but round up.
So yes, we are hearing you clearly.
Yeah, so the cabals which has hijacked Nigeria are not ready to give up without a fight. You can see how determined they are in keeping us down. Today, the dollar is more than 1,400. To get $1 now, you bring out the more than 400,000 naira just to get $1. Is it fuel we're talking about, or gas, or what?
All right, thank you, Ebube. Chairman, you can answer.
And the whole thing boils down on the leadership of the. So my question is here is what are we going to do in the face of this problem? What is that other means? What is that other way of tackling this problem apart from coming out to vote? And again, in the Senate and House of Reps, they are the majority. No reform can take place there. So how are we going to come out of this problem? That is my question to the chairman.
Thank you.
That other way is what I'm asking. What is that other way?
Thank you. Yeah, Chairman, go ahead.
Well, I think we've answered that question over and over again. I've said that we must continue to act within the ambit of the law. And I think that the best approach is for us to propose holistic electoral reform in Nigeria, mobilize our people towards that agitation, mobilize the people to buy into it, and then we begin to agitate for it and pursue it vigorously. I believe that if we're able to muster the requisite support that it deserves, we'll be able to pull it through the National Assembly and so on. And I've also said in the course of this program that in 2027, what happened to us in 2023 may not happen to us again in 2027. We simply trusted the electoral process. We trusted that people were going to do the right thing, and people didn't do the right thing. So in 2027, we are going to make sure that those votes are defended, and so on and so forth. So the circumstances in 2027 will also dictate what we'll do differently. And I'm sure that obviously we cannot continue with this vicious cycle.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Jonaba, you're next.
Good morning from this side, Dr. Rudy. My question to Dr. Julius is this. The LP in the House of Rep and the House of Senate, what are they do differently from the other party, PDP or APC and the rest?
All right, thank you, Jonaba.
Yeah, well, as at today, I've answered that question before. As at today, I can't pinpoint strongly what they are doing differently. But the assurances they have given to me is that they are going to do things differently from this year. They have told me that they have been in courts, pursuing their court cases, which have distracted them, which have made them not to focus. That now that they are done with their court cases, they will give us better representation. So I'm hoping that moving forward in the next coming year, we are likely going to see a better performance and something that is different. As of today, as national chairman of the party, I can't pinpoint anything that they are doing different.
All right, thank you, Jonaba. I think when I hear a question that you've answered before, maybe I will let the person know that we've answered that question. Chim, you're next.
All right, thank you, Rudolph. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Abure. And let me just use the opportunity to appreciate the work you and your team did during the elections in 2023. I know it wasn't easy, but I believe in giving kudos to who kudos is deserving of, and you guys did a good job. So please accept my sincere appreciation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you too for all your support and what you did in supporting the party. When we hear people like you speak about what we've done, it encourages us to do more, and we are ready to make any sacrifices to further this cause. Thank you so much.
Okay. So my question, I'm trying to look for a way to make it different from what Jonaba spoke about. But let me put it this way. So your presidential candidate sold himself in a beautiful way. You know, I know they give shishi. We don't give bribes. You know, he sold himself as someone who was, when it comes to financial management of state resources, being able to differentiate state resources, not spending unnecessary funds that Nigeria doesn't have, and injecting those funds into things that will create a better economy for everybody. Now, he has also come out to say that he is going to be the official opposition. So my understanding is not just him as a person, but the Labour Party is the official.
No, we are together in it.
Yes. So
we are together in it.
Yes. So now my question is this. Nigerians saw what happened after the National Assembly was inaugurated. There was prayer into people's accounts or emails, and I'm sure you understand what I mean. And then there were vehicles bought for members of the National Assembly. Now, this is happening at a time when the economy is struggling. Now, we've had conversation on this forum where we said that one of the ways we believe that Mr. Peter Obi can make that his claim that Labour Party is the official opposition is to look for a way to hold your members accountable. That is, your senators and members of the House of Representatives accountable, so that they will be doing what John Abba referred to as offering something different. So my question now is, what are you doing as a party to be able to make your members of the National Assembly, both in the Senate and the House of Representatives, to be more, sensitive to Nigerians and to offer a better opposition in the House without necessarily having to go along with, if APC says they want to do this thing, they will go along with it. I'm not suggesting that if APC is offering something nice in the House, that Labour should just resist for resistance sake. No, I'm saying when it's obvious that the policy or the decision that is being taken by the majority of the APC legislators is not what Nigerians want. What are you doing to be able to get your representatives, your senators and House of Reps, to be able to toe the line of what Nigerians will want to do? So that at that way, it makes it clear that they are the opposition without necessarily having to, they send them prayer and they accept prayer, send them prados and they accept prados. That's the question I have for you.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Before you answer.
Well,
oh, okay. I wanted to say that he already answered that, but I wanted to explain to the chairman also that what's going on is that some people are in some parts of the world where they wake up 3 hours behind us. Some people went to church. So when they come and join, they may not have seen the previous part where you answer some of the questions, but you can say anything you want to say now, but he answered this question. Go ahead, Chairman.
Yes, I've answered it. I just felt that it's a burning question that I need to answer again and again if it comes up, because Nigerians and especially those of you in diaspora fought hard to give us this relevance, and today we have members in the House of Representatives. And therefore, if they are not meeting up to expectation, I will be glad to answer again and again. Like I said, the way we can make them to be accountable is for us to constantly engage them and be proactive in putting our party position and the position of the people before them. And I have done that constantly by having every month or every quarter engagement with them. Like I said, even when the issue of SUVs arose, you saw that the party position was very clear, that Labour Party members in the House should reject the SUVs. Now that was our position, and we took that position firmly. So for us as a party, we'll continue to take our position on major issues, and we ensure that we get our members through engagement, through persuasion, through discussion, to get them to buy into the idea of the party and toe the party's line. They have assured me that now that they are done with their court cases, because the court cases indeed took their time, distracted them, there was the fear whether they will come back or they will not come back. There was the fear whether they will use courts to remove them from office and so on and so forth. But now that all of that is over, I expect that there will be a formidable representation from Labour Party members in the House. And for us as a party, we continue to equip them with information, we continue to support them, we continue to hold retreat with them, we continue to hold seminars with them, we continue to engage them, we continue to hold dinner with them in order to reassure them of the party support, and then make our own opinion and our position available to them, so that at all times, the party position will be very, very, very clear.
All right. Thank you, Chim, and thank you, the Chairman. Alaba, you are next.
Thank you very much, yes, Dr. Abure. I'm so glad to have a chance to ask you a question. I commend the Labour Party for their efforts to make the Nigerian problem visible. However, I still have issues with the stance of your party. I am not a member of the party. I live abroad. I've not voted. So full disclosure on that basis, but I am strongly aligned with a change for Nigeria. So, and my situation is that I view Nigeria as a plane that has been hijacked. 100 people on the plane. 5 hijackers have taken over the plane. They still have sleeper cells among the 5, within which people don't know. And the Labour Party is a party. There's a party that is trying to wrestle power from the hijackers on the plane. And their approach to the solution is we have to keep engaging the hijackers in subsequent election. I find this very troubling, very, very troubling. Now, everybody is very cautious and wondering, like, okay, we don't want the plane to crash, correct? We don't want a war. We don't want a war. We don't want a violent thing. But politically, there are several things parties can do that can actually effect a change. I notice most of the words you have used in answering most of the question is that they have assured you, you expect them, you know, we will inform, we will engage. You've used all these terms, but I want to put it to you that hope is not a plan. Hope is not a plan. If your party has 6 million votes, you have something that is more powerful than a bargaining chip, and you're not using it. You're pushing the problem back to the people who have been traumatized and they are weak, most of them ignorant. Your leadership should have been more courageous in pushing that the system in itself has crumbled. Here are the few actions we can take to make it clear to those in power that we are not going to be endorsing a system that has crumbled. Your party has not done. So you're asking, so where's my question in that? Do you think it is fair to the supporters who have followed you guys, giving everything for you guys for the hope of that change, for you all to still keep gaslighting them that we will try again in 2007, maybe it will change? Hope is not a plan. The ANC in fighting apartheid did not start by saying we're going to engage the apartheid government in political whatever. They had plans in place. They had things in place for the youth. They call the problem what it is. I think the problem we all having is that we all keep thinking we have a democracy. We don't. We have a state of impunity. And if you, who have 6 million votes, can hold that situation and use terms like we would engage, they have assured, even within your party, you don't have a structure to hold your party members accountable legally. You don't. So it's only based on assurance and expectation. So my question is, do you think your party will go deep down and dig deep? Like this education thing you talk about, we want to educate, inform. What's your party doing to start? Maybe is it a radio station? Is it a media forum? Is it galvanizing? Nigeria needs more than just this talk you're giving us here. That's my question. Are you guys going to go back, rethink, reassess, and restate the problem? That's my question.
Thank you.
Well, the way party works is that the party structure is available, and that's why in the course of my response to several other questions, I've said it clearly that we are going to pursue vigorous electoral reform in the country, which I think is the legal way to go. Except you want us to go and buy guns and begin to use illegal way of fighting the powers that be. But I think that the proper thing to do, given where we are today, is for us to pursue vigorous electoral reform in Nigeria. We have all admitted that the major challenge we have in the country is poor leadership. And that once we are able to answer the question of leadership, we're able to solve the problem or the challenge of leadership, then of course, every other thing will follow. And one way you can deal with the issue of leadership in the country is for you to have electoral process where the votes of the people will count, where the yearnings and aspirations of the people will be brought to the fore. And I think that as a victim of the 2023 general election, the best way to go is for us to mobilize our people, mobilize our members, expand the membership base of our party, mobilize the Nigerian people towards the set goal of pursuing electoral reform, which will be the basis for future elections, which will pave way for new leadership in the country. I think that this is the best approach we need to follow. But if you have better solutions, if you have better ideas, after all, Awolowo said, no one man has the monopoly of wisdom. I'm not claiming that I know everything here. Suggestions suggestions as to what we can all do to make the country open. The Labour Party is open to it. I'm equally open to it. So if you have better ways, better approach that you feel that we can change the leadership of the country, if there are other ways that you feel that we can do it better in Labour Party, I am open to it. PO is open to it. We are all open to it. So whatever suggestions you have, whatever idea that you have that you feel will help us work better, we are open to it. But as of today, what we think is that we think that we need electoral reform because we believe that if the process is reformed and the people is able to, the choices of the people is able to be actualized, then we'll be able to have good leaders that will commence the process of rebuilding the country and minding the mind of Nigerians. And we feel that we cannot achieve this except you get the people to participate in it. And how do you get the people to participate in it? Political education, political mobilization, in order to conscientize the people for a set goal. And I'm sure that if we are able to get everybody to key into this process, it will be the foundation and the movement towards future elections and future engagement in the country. Like I said, I'm not claiming here that I know everything. I am learning. It's a learning process. And we can also learn from you. So whatever suggestion you have, put it before us and we'll gladly use it. I am open to that approach, different approach. Please, I need it. Educate me and I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to provide leadership that will give us a better country, a better Labour Party where people can emerge and work for the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alabata. Let's go to Pansat. I mean, I know what you are trying to say, but if you need his contact, I will give it to you, his contact, so you can send anything you have to him. Pansat, go ahead.
Thank you very much. By the way, Mr. Ferrari, it's one of your most ardent supporters and defenders. I don't know if you know that, so I want to let you know that. Thank you very much, Rudolph.
I know, that's why I took my time to explain to him and ask for his suggestion. I know that he's one of our ardent supporters. From the passion and the commitment he asked his question, he showed that he's very passionate. And so that's why I have also told him that I'm open to suggestion. Building a country is not the responsibility of one person. It's the responsibility of every person. And that responsibility will be discharged by all and sundry. And so all suggestions, all opinion that will make us work better, I'm well disposed to it.
Okay. Before I acknowledge that humility that you showed right there, let me do the normal protocol of saying hello to the host of the show, and then Chairman Abure, Julius, you're welcome. We'd like to hear from you. You guys did an awesome job. I would also like to extend an invitation after this show. You should also come to Niger Watch so we can further pursue some of the answers you gave here as a follow-up. But now let me acknowledge the humility you just showed in response to Ferrari, the modesty, the humbleness. the meekness that we find in your principle as well. No vanity at all you showed
Thank
here.
you.
And before I delve into what my main question, I just want to be able to apologize to you for the way that we had a gentleman here, the gold guy who came here and he was showboating, right? And he was showing some kind of swagger and questioning you. You have never been convicted or even taken to court for criminal offenses like a liar, perjurer, any crime of moral turpitude. As you stand here right now, you have never been convicted of anything like that in Nigeria, have you?
No, not really. You are right. Nothing like that. Nothing. They are. You see, the truth is, a lot of these people who say these things are those who were procured by the APC to destabilize our party.
That is correct.
And that is the truth. And so they find all sorts of excuses to vilify us. They go to our private account, our businesses to find out, to see if they can get anything to hold us. And they've not been able to find any. And that's why
right.
even this week, I'm sure that a lot of you would have seen a publication where they talked about the fact that I was arrested. I was never arrested. I was in the party office receiving INEC. And the press statement went out to say that I was arrested, questioned for forgery, for this and that. Nothing like that. But when we see some of those things, we laugh over it. Of course, right. It's a price that one has to pay for standing and doing the right thing.
Exactly, and I was going to cover that. What I'm going to do normally when we come into a platform like that, that's always emphasis on time. Time is an element, but what I want to do is we have to look at it from the physics point of view. You know, distance over time is, you know, it's your speed. So we're gonna have to use speed to ameliorate that time pressure. So please, I'm gonna make my questions very snappy, and then I'll conclude.
One question,
yeah, I know it's gonna be one question, but I'm saying with nuisance like the questioner who came here and was questioning you, there is a maxim in law that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. So that person.
Go ahead with the question so that we don't waste your time.
Yeah, I understand, but please, I need to give this guest a chance to clear his name. He was almost, at least he was slandered right here in front of us, right? So that takes me away from my question. I don't mind if I don't ask a question. I want to give him a chance. He's the chairman of the Labour Party who did quite a lot of work within a very short time frame to bring us to where we had hope, and they won that election. Now, he cannot, like he said, come out here and speak carelessly, right? So it's our job here to be fair to him. When you had a guy come here and slander him just by the implication of his questioning, as if he's a criminal, and I'm talking about that allegation, but I'm going to leave that for now, because on this platform, one thing we're going to have to learn is to be fair here. All right, we're going to have to be fair. So, sir, my question I'll go to now is in the clause, I believe it was clause 38 of the INEC regulations and guideline for the conduct of that 2023 elections, but they made that guideline in 2022. On that section 38, it clearly states that completion of all the polling unit voting and results procedures, the presiding officer shall electronically transmit or transfer the result of that polling unit direct to that collation system. Right? That's what it's stated, and that's what they were supposed to do in order so that we could know that the collation is real time and they're not going to play any shenanigans there. So anybody coming here trying to have you produce anything, right, is trying to say that we should not believe our lying eyes. We saw that election and we know that Labour Party won that election. And it's not up to you to protect those votes because it's a small party over there as far as administration of the party. Is the Nigerian people who should be questioning themselves on what to do. So I want you to carry your head up high when you come out here and you've carried yourself, your demeanor, your humility, and you don't deserve anybody to come here to slander you. And anybody who does, like we just witnessed there, we're going to have to make sure that he pays for what he just did right there. We have to hold him accountable for that. And that's where you come in, Rudolph. I know your guest is listening somewhere. So let me use this opportunity, because you did let him, as we're having technical difficulties, to perpetuate and show both here.
Hold on, Pansat, hold on.
Yeah,
I have to hold on, please. I have to announce that, please, don't try to join us again. Let's give room for him to come back. So there are people who are trying to join. He just, his connection went off. So please.
Okay, thank you. When he was having a problem here, one of your panelists was insinuating that his third question was going to be such a zinger that it was going to knock him off, that he wasn't going to be able to come back in here. And then when you did something, which is to challenge him on that, you kept him on. And when he asked that question, it was nothing like that. He was a nuisance, an annoyance. So I like that when your guest comes back.
Hold on. I'm interested in getting the guest back. So I'm looking at the number of people we have in the studio. I have to get someone out. Please, if I get you out, I know you want to join and you want to ask a question, please, I'll bring you back in. But just leave room for him to join us. Otherwise, we will be here talking to ourselves, and that's not what we want to do. All right. So Pansat, you can continue with your sermon on the mountain.
No, Rudolph is quite irritating now, because in the legal principle that I was that has its origin in the Roman laws, right? Person who comes to it, which must come with his clean hands. So there's an estoppel angle, which your guest, if he doesn't have to actually answer my questions, we could go on, because he's already been set up to be disrespected here. This is somebody who's fighting for us back home with his party and his principle, and they won the election. So because we're liberal here, we let a goggled guy come in here and just talk all the nonsense that he's at liberty to talk, and exit with hubris. And I want to make sure he's punished for that. That's we're going to take that up perhaps when the guest is gone. He has to be banned from here for at least a duration. We cannot let people keep piling on when this election was rigged. And then
that's enough. The guest is back, so let's continue with our conversation. All right, you have a question or you have a comment for our guest?
Yeah, I have a comment. I don't have a question for you, because I believe.
So you've made.
Hold on. I'm gonna substitute now my question with final comments. Is that okay with you? Let me just land. You cannot go correcting somebody who knows more than you know. He's a barrister. He's a chairman of a party, right?
Dr. Rudolph, no, now. Dr. Rudolph, please, protect the guest, please.
No. The guest is capable of dealing with all of you, so don't worry. He's an attorney. He has more experience than all of you. Pansat, just the time. We don't have time, please.
I will, and I appreciate that, but I just want to tell you, you did a fantastic job. You did a marvelous job. Like you said earlier, it's not your job to strap yourself down with an AK and go and shoot up everybody there. Your job is to expose these people and win that election, and you did. You had the best candidate, better than Nelson Mandela, even better than Obama, that's for sure. And if I have any advice, is that I want you to reach out to people in diaspora again, so that we can actually lobby the United States. That Secretary of State is corrupt here from the United States. The Secretary of State should never, unless they were paid off, accept somebody like Tinubu as our president and to congratulate him, where they have all the information. They know he didn't win that election. So there's a work that needs to be done here, especially at the Secretary of State, that then have those corrupt embassy and ambassadors in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. And we're going to have to do something about this. So I'll leave it like that. Thank you very much, Rudolph, for the great show.
Thank you.
I'll come back for the second round.
All right. Thank you.
Chairman Abure, have a nice
Thank
day.
you so much.
Come to Niger Watch as well. We want to see you in Niger Watch soon.
All right. Local, you're next.
The network has been.
I know. I appreciate your patience with us. Local, will go ahead.
Oh, all right. Hello, sir. How you doing, sir?
Very fine.
Oh, so I thought this is a papa they come before. Mogu laughs, my papa no come. Unless I got Julius to come. Anyway, that's on the letter note. Anyway, hello everybody, viewers.
You think they can divide our party?
Yeah, but for me, there's always emotion. But one thing I'm still angry about you, the other fashion is like not being able to see this coming and deal with it. You know, always allowing it to escalate to the public, and you know, sometimes perceptions matter. You understand? If people say this outside there, it might be a big blow to your party. Like you cannot even keep your house together. So how do we trust you? You understand? And I know your party is coming up. You know, I know it's been there, but in terms of relevance to being a viable opposition, I know you are still coming up then. But I think you people should have done more. You have the ability to do more. Like let's take for instance, the whatever largesse they are sharing in House of Assembly, you understand, or a chamber, the chambers there, both upper and lower. Nigerians mainly, I don't know if you can hear me. Nigerians mainly are expecting a kind of pushback to like, no, Nigerians are suffering. We don't need this amount to be spent for whatever reason. That doesn't make sense, especially for the cars and allowances for the Senate. So part of your party, members of your party that representing the people, either the upper chamber or lower chamber, everybody, Nigerians are watching. They're expecting a pushback to like, no, we don't need this. But it seems like when it comes to that aspect of money sharing, your party is keeping quiet because we are expecting, like, we know right from them, they have never been a good, viable opposition when it comes to ideology. You understand? The opposition we're having is just opposition to grab power, not opposition for ideology. You understand? The reason why Labour Party is the way it is today is just the statement that Peter Obi said, like, you know, from consumption to production, production to consumption. How do you put that slogan? Yeah, but like, so that slogan renowned with lots of Nigerians to like, oh, this makes sense. Instead of spending money, we can produce, we can manufacture, we have the natural resources. So that alone was what resonated with many of Nigerians. They're like, okay, we are going with this party, even if they like Labour Party or not. So we are also expecting, like, your party now that are there, those who are office holders, both especially in the legislative arm of government, especially like whatever is anti-people, regardless, whatever is anti-people, your whole party is supposed to stand firm to show viable opposition with ideology, not just
look, we have to go. He has answered this question before. I know that's okay, but thank you so much. Let's go to the next person. Forefathers, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know because I didn't join them.
Forefathers, go ahead. Is he sleeping? Forefathers. All right, let's go to electricity UNS. Forefathers, can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you, Rudolph, for having me. And can you hear me?
Yes.
You can't hear me?
No, we can hear you.
Right here.
Okay, go ahead.
I can hear you.
There's delay where you are. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm listening to the wrong audio. Sorry. Okay, so let me ask the question now. Sorry about that. It was a technical issue. Greetings to everyone on the panel, and special greetings to Julius Abure for joining us today. And like Pansat said, I did like the idea that he was open to listening to ideas, and it's a good thing. And I also like the way the kind of questioning that came from Ferrari, and maybe others. I didn't hear all of them, and that of Loco too. Because there is a lot of Nigeria has a lot of problems, and we can be nice to each other, or we can be truthful and blunt about things where they are right now. And from what I see, politics is not a big factor in Nigeria. The reason why I say that is because the human beings themselves are a problem. I just heard the president this week say that it's okay for Nigerians to be jackbarring overseas, that they will train more. And if necessary, they will supply more to them. Supply more, not like even human beings. They are treating us like slaves. And You are one of those, belong to one of those elite class in Nigeria. And I believe that we have an elite class issue in Nigeria that don't see the people as their own people even. They don't truly care about their own people. This is why you hear in the House of Assembly, they're about to share money and nobody truly stands up on time. It takes 1 week before another party responds. You see the country being divided. Nobody comes out to say anything. Then it takes 2 weeks. You say, oh, let's come together now. Let's come together now. Nobody seems to care about the people at all. I'm sorry to say, from what I've been seeing in Nigeria, it's very disturbing. I'm shocked to hear that our president is still sounding like that. We don't seem to care about our people. We don't know how urgent it is. Governance is not just about politics. It's about the survival of your own people. We are an ancient people that have been around for a long time, and sometimes I fear that leadership don't understand that. We just govern our people as if we are governing our people for foreigners. My concern is that when Labour Party should be branding itself now as being for the people, the moment anybody steps out of line, because that's why a lot of people sacrifice time, money, and effort online. Some of them call me a devil for just even standing a little bit out of line, out of not supporting some things that Peter Obi is doing. People are passionate about what they want to see in Nigeria, and I fear that some of our political leaders are not in lockstep with them. And many of them go on, if you look at the way they behave internationally too, they act as if they are houseboys to Western countries. This is a nation. It's a nation of 200 million people and one of the most significant nations on the face of the earth for black people. And most of our leaders, including you, I saw you the other day, and they said something was happening, and you ran to one of the European countries. I am concerned that you guys don't understand the gravity of what you are doing right now. And there is an urgency that we don't seem to be realizing that we have to take care of our people first. We don't want to industrialize our nation. Hold on, I will ask my question.
Yeah,
we don't want to industrialize our nation. We don't want to secure it. This is very important. You say you are listening because this is very important. This is our survival here. We have been enslaved before and we have been colonized. And you are in position of leadership, and Labour Party is very, very important party. I believe Labour Party has the capacity to do a lot of good. They have links to the unions. They have links to the people. They represent the workers. You can do a lot of good if you really want to wield it. And I fear the Labour Party right now is not wielding the power they have the power to wield. Peter Obi has a lot of passionate supporters that can shape the Labour Party to whatever image he wants it to be, but somehow they remain quiet about it. So the question I'm going to ask you now is, are you people truly nationalists that want to restore the nation to a sovereign state? Because we are not sovereign as it stands. Are you true nationalists that want to restore the nation to the people so that we actually control our country, we control our foreign policy, we control our voice? If you are that, believe in me, you have people that will fight for you and will remove these people from office. Are you that?
Thank you, forefathers. Chairman.
Well, let me just make some few remarks. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Well, he talked about somebody running to a Europe country. I wouldn't know if he was referring to me. Well, I can't remember the recent past traveling to any European country when there was crisis in the country. I probably felt that I needed to put that in its proper perspective. I've had cause in the course of this program to state clearly our engagement with our people in the National Assembly. I've stated that clearly. And I've also not pretended here as to what I think that they should do and the position of the party. A typical example is when the issue of SUV came up. I would refer you to go and see my speech on that day and the position of the party. And other several positions we have taken on several issues. We will continue to maintain that momentum and continue to bring government accountable within the level of the party. Will continue to drive that. Like I said here in this program, the National Assembly members have assured that moving forward, they will represent the party the more. And I've made it very clear here, our efforts, our engagement with those in the National Assembly in order for them to have a better representation. Like I said here before, we are very open to suggestions. What we didn't do well, we are ready to improve on it, and we expect that we aggregate all the suggestions. Let's have it, and then we begin to engage on it and find how we can do better. I believe that we have done our best, given the circumstances of the country, the socio-economic condition of the country, the security threat, even to our personal life, the threat to life, threat to our properties, threat to our children, threats everywhere. In that circumstances, I believe that we have done our best. We'll continue to do our best. Like I said here, no sacrifice is too much for us to make for our country. We'll continue to make that sacrifice. Whatever you feel that we didn't do well, aggregate them, let's have them. We are willing to improve. But given the circumstances of the country, given the situation, the socioeconomic conditions of the country, the situation under which we operate, threat to life, threat to our businesses, threat to our personal life, even to the life of our own children and otherwise, we believe that we've done our best in the circumstance, but we are ready to work harder and work better.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Let me go to electricity. You're next.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
I think our time has eaten deep into.
I know that.
I think we've done more than 90 minutes. I have other.
I know. So what we're going to do is that we just take the people who are in the studio now, and then we'll let you. So those people, the three people that are here.
Chairman, I don't understand. When I want to ask my questions, your 90 minutes is over. That is partial now.
No, I cannot but hear you. I must hear you, even if I don't hear you.
All right, thank you. Respectfully, you kind of deflected on the issues in respect to the SUV that the Labour Party rep accepted, even though there is no law that forbids them from accepting it. However, in terms of where the country is going, they are supposed to be an example, should not have accepted it. They also accepted the token from Akpabio, and they also contributed to Akpabio's birthday party. Just for the record to reflect that, you can weigh on that later. So I'm going to ask my question. As a lawyer, you are familiar with Section 68 and 110 of the Constitution. Am I correct?
So go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Why are you not pushing for that? Because from where I am standing, the threat to our democracy is the legislators, not any other person. So why is Labour Party, Peter Obi and others not pushing?
Evaluate the question so that others will get the question correctly.
The question in terms of Section 68 and 110 give the citizens power whereby they can recall their officers who are falling below expectation. And you agree with me that the performance of our legislators, which you've already highlighted, is below par. Do you agree on that, sir?
We've said so. We've said a lot here.
So why are you not pushing? Because you said we should bring idea up. You don't know everything.
Well, let me say it here. You've just said citizens have the right to do X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
And you are part of the citizen. I expect you to start the process and then let's see how it goes.
It, but sir, you command, you and Peter Obi. This is where our nation can move forward. You command, you have the platform louder than my platform. You have the platform, and they will listen to you and listen to Peter Obi more than they will listen to me. I'm a citizen. I've not shied away from it. If you go to the comment section there, most of them have said, oh, Section 68 and Section 110, electricity has come. They know me for that, and I'm proud of it. But you command yourself, or the Labour Party, let me say the Labour Party in general, command more, have a bigger platform than even Dr. Damages. How many people did Dr. Damages can reach? So why are you not pushing for that? It's just a question, please.
Well, anyway, like I said here earlier, our own legislators in the House have assured us that moving forward, they will do better this time around. They have told us that they have been having court cases since they took over or since they were sworn in, and we are testimonies to those court cases. A lot of their cases were concluded in December, and they have assured us that there will be better representation this year, 2021. So for me, let us give the benefit of doubt and see the level of performance this time, and then we'll be able to bring them to accounts. The issue of those in the House is an issue we have dealt here over and over again, and it keeps resonating. But like I said, I'm sure that there will be better representation moving forward.
All right.
Rudolph, I won't finish. No, listen, you get Pansa. No, Pansa.
You are done. Man of Prestige, you are next. I'm sorry. We can't fair to the guests. He spent we agreed on 90 minutes. It's about.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Julius Abure. It's nice to have you on this platform. Yeah, before I begin, my question is just going to be one question, please. But what I was going to say, the guy that spoke earlier, his name is Emeka, so I don't know why people are chastising him, because he asked, the name of this platform is Abia State, so he has the right to ask his question. I'm not in support of him, but I know the premises where it's coming from. He's an APC propaganda person, so he always said that Tinubu is his father. So let's respect everybody's opinion. So my question is, being Obi right now, with the rumor that's going on that in a Nigerian situation, there's no ideology. In America, we have Labour Party, and in America, we have Democrat and Republican. They have ideology, conservative and liberal. But that's not the case in Nigeria. So my question is that, can you assure us that Obi is going to still remain with Labour Party? He's not going to decamp to go from any other party.
All right, Man of Prestige, he answered the question. We have to leave it. You can watch the beginning of the show. And WC, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. Welcome to our platform, Dr. Abure, Labour Party chairman. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Chairman, my question is just a simple one. It's about the conflict between the Labour Party and Papa. I want to give us a finality on it. Is there still a matter pending in the court, or there is none other that the court has clearly ended effectively the matter that they are just that they shouldn't come near the Labour Party, that they have nothing to do with the Labour Party again? Because sometimes we see things on papers, and some media people in Nigeria, they keep referring them to they keep calling them faction, the other faction. So please, can you put a finality to this? Let's know the situation as it regards that matter.
As it stands today, the court of the High Courts and the Court of Appeal have stated clearly that they are meddlesome interloper, that they are usurpers. The court have said so clearly. And if you have been following us, when we had candidates in Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi, they equally threw up or also attempted to sponsor pseudo candidates. And those cases went up to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court stated clearly that they have no right to even conduct primaries, let alone sponsor candidates for the election. That's why you find that it is only the candidate that I presented in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa that ran that election. But you know how Nigeria operates, how people in the media operate. Once money change hands, anybody can have any platform to say whatever they want to say. So I want to appeal to you that whatever you hear from them, please disregard. It is of no value, it is of no moment, and it is just a propaganda to mislead the people and distort information and facts.
Okay, thank you. I think you should sue the media. Those media houses that are still calling them, the people should sue them so they will stop doing that, because they are confusing Nigerians, particularly the unenlightened ones back home. They are confusing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndubisi. Chairman, thank you so much. While I will let you have your final word before you go. And also, I want to put out this question from the comment section. We tend to ignore them. And it's from Ife. She said, can you rate Tinubu's performance so far as president? So you can do that while you round up your thoughts.
No, can you? I didn't get that clearly.
She wanted you to rate Bola Tinubu's performance so far as president.
Well, let me appreciate you for bringing me to today's program. I've had a very wonderful day interfacing with you. What has happened to me this year, I think this is the best program I've attended this year, and I'm elated that I've interfaced with you. Rating Tinubu's government as at today, when he took over the realm of leadership, dollar was sold for 750 naira. Today is 1,400. Inflation, even though it was double digit, it was 20 point something percent. As at today, inflation is 30%. More than ever before. Insecurity has increased. In Abuja, there was no kidnapping before, but today in Abuja, people are kidnapped. People are running away from Buhari. Buhari is one of the area councils in Abuja. In Abuja town, a lot of people are being kidnapped and taken away from their houses. In Jos Plateau, in Benue, there are killings. Insecurity have increased. And therefore, I've only stated the facts, so it is for you to rate him. Mine is to state the facts, and I've stated the facts before you.
All right, final thoughts. Thank you so much for joining us, and give us a final thoughts.
Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. We appreciate you, and hopefully in the next nearest future, you can join us again and continue this conversation with Nigerians. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah. Take a break and then do a review of how it went, and invite you all back in here to air your view. While before we do that, I just want to announce that next Sunday we are going to have Femi Falana, Senior Advocate of Nigeria and Human Rights attorney, joining us on this show. If you can join us next Sunday at the same time, we're going to have Femi Falana. He will discuss Nigeria, what's the solution? It's the best solution to our problems, a revolution or piecemeal gains. So if you can join us next week, we'll really appreciate that. All right. I'm
a subscription this thing.
Subscribing. Oh yeah, please. Thank you so much for that. I tend to forget that. For those who are watching,
thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. How to, just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, guys. You know, I said this, I'm not very good at this. Iroko Post TV, it's very important that we get it up to 1,000 subscribers. I don't know. After saying this, we have 400 and something people here. I'm sure half of them have not subscribed. And it's something that we're afraid that something might go wrong one day and YouTube will kick us off from Dr. Damages that we are currently using. We've had issues with them, many issues. So please, if you can help us, just one click and you subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. I know, please. All right. So let me go to people who didn't get a chance. I'm really sorry. You know, let me explain this again. When I bring in a guest, I always tell them 90 minutes. If they want to stay longer, of course, we want them to stay longer, but we don't have control. And some of them, they are busy people. They have other engagements. So I was surprised that he stayed as long as he did. But it will help if we can all agree that, you know, we want as many people as possible to have an opportunity to weigh in by limiting our questions, you know, making it short. There's nothing we say here that will make Nigeria overnight become a success. So we can just ask a question and you know, and give others a chance. So I'm sorry for those who didn't get a chance. Where is he going to hide? Joel of Nashville. I'm very sorry. One is this. I wanted to mention, maybe you don't know, you were driving. That was the reason why we couldn't bring. I tried to bring you in, and then I saw you were driving. I had to take you out again. But you know, it will help if we think about other people. I know we are passionate about these things, and we want to say the thing that will change the country. I wouldn't. But anyway, thank you guys. It's all because of you that this is still working. All right, so let me go to people who didn't get a chance to weigh in at all and hear them, you know, what they wanted to say, and yeah, from there. And he's going to come back. Joel of Nashville. All right, let's hear you.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Damages, normally, I know this is not a political party, but normally when you have an August visitor, you allow the person to talk. But I understand the dynamics. He did well. 1 hour, 30 minutes. I was having a haircut. I actually took my kids to have a haircut. And that is what really happened.
2 hours. He did 2 hours, 30 minutes.
I know. So, I mean, I get it. It's all my fault. But what I wanted to tell him, if he's still listening, and to tell some of us on here, is that if you were thinking that what we achieved in am I free to talk?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. If you were thinking that what we did in 2023 was going to be a one-off, then you ought not to be here in the first place. I have people here talking. Nobody here was talking about how do we galvanize? How do we build on what we have done before? Everybody was here trying to, I think some of you were here showboating. That is not the way you build nations. Go and ask people that fought for slavery. Go and ask people that fought for apartheid. And they will tell you that it took years to get that happen, to make that happen. So I do not understand the reason why people will come up here. Oh, how do we do that? What are you doing? What the heck are you doing? It's biting me, it's biting you. Abure is just one man. What those guys have achieved in 8 months, it's remarkable. All I was thinking that we're going to ask this man was that, hey, congratulations for what you've done. Because in case some of you don't know, what they did had not been done. I've not seen that happen in any type of politics. Even Obama went through the Democratic Party. You leave the established party, you go to a party, you know, with less than no name, and you make up 6 million votes. And a couple of, you know, change right there, you know, with the House of Assemblies and State of Assemblies. So we should be thinking, I was thinking, what I wanted to ask him was that, look, we have done what we ought to do as obedience. Now, this is the politics of it. What are we here for? Are we here to just come and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and go home? After 4 years, we repeat the same thing? Or do we want to play the politics of it? I wanted to know what they are doing as regards to merging. Merging. We have to merge. If you want to win the election, then you have to merge. I'm telling you, being honest with you. When you want to beat people like Tinubu, you have to beat them steadily. There are numbers that you can read. Not all numbers can be read. If you have a difference of 1 million, 2 million, you can reach that off. But if you beat them, you can imagine if you combine that of Obi and Atiku, and you have about 12 million votes, or 13 million thereabout, and you have 6 million votes, there is no way you can read that. That is the point I was trying to ask him. And to tell him, look, we have to meet at the middle, at some place. We as obedience cannot be portraying ourselves as, we are the most righteous. We are not the most righteous. Many people have, hung on our back to get into positions of power. We have seen the real Nigerians. We have seen what they're doing. It's about time now, you and I, everybody here, you say you're obedient, we start picking out those candidates. Those people that you think that will make a change. This is the time to pick them. Not when you get to 2027, we are all looking at Obi. No. Let us start now and start fishing out those people that we know that will go there and do the right thing. Recalling of these people we have in power right now, it's not going to solve the problem either. We can allow it ride. Let it ride. In 2027, we are going to have more qualified people that we know. And I thank God that Femi Falana is coming next week. And let's ask him if he's not going to step out there, then he should stop being a two-faced human being. Go out there and do the right thing. Come and put yourself up for position. Let us have real people. Let us have people that we trust, people with impeccable characters. So be in those positions. When you have the people at heart and you get into that position, you're going to do work for the people. Look at what Abia State governor is doing. 100.
All right.
Look at what they're doing. So, Rudolph, I'm going to end it here, but I'm just thinking that in practicable terms, we're asking about what are we going to do. Now we have to start updating our register because most of you have a jabad. You jabad. So those numbers are reducing. So we have to start looking at the register. How do we bring people in? We have people graduating from secondary school. We have people graduating from the university. How do we bring them in? What are we all doing here? How do we do outreach? What I wanted to tell him was that we can do an outreach and incorporate it at once. I want to do something for Edo people. We can all incorporate it at once and keep the people engaged in 2027. If you're hoping that Tinubu is going to do anything, forget it. What you're seeing is what you get. Thank you very much, Rudolph.
All right, thank you, Joel. Let's go to Wale. Wale, welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
The question I would have asked him was, I know it sounds childish or something everybody should have known. Why, when people we perceive to be good people, when they get to power, they turn bad? Probably people will say it's a system. But I think if you have your own determination, and I could see that in Mr. Obi, but the question is, I mean, what I was a bit concerned about is he won't be able to do everything because he cannot be in two places at the same time. In Yoruba, they used to say, there might be no bad king, but the chiefs that surrounds him might be as bad as anything. So no matter what the king does, the impact of the bad chiefs is going to make him look like a bad king. So I was going to ask him, like someone like Mr. Pampas, is it Pampa? A Pampa, that, even somebody who doesn't know left from right will know that this man is just, I don't even know how to describe him. Like, seriously, at your age, you still don't know your right from left because you've been bribed or cajoled or something. Anyway, people like that will be in the party. What he, as a leader, what power has he got to get rid of people like that, or to put something in place that if you cross this line, that's it? But I don't know how that works in politics. The only thing I'm concerned about is, I was going to ask him, what do you think could be the solution? Because even the people that got the ticket to be where they are, I mean the senators on the platform of Labour, when the Lajis and everything was happening, what do? Are they even fighting anything? I know this. Some of them said, oh, it's not easy as we think. But if we're going to rescue the country, and that's what Labour stand for, and that's why people vote for Obi and the obedient and everything, does that not make people feel like these people are just hypocrite like others? They just come on flag in a way. But anyway, I didn't manage to get that to ask him the question. Now, my own thing is 2027 or whatever election is going to come up, either local government or state or whatever. These people that are governing our people or are governing us, I keep saying they are our people. Either I like it or not, if we look at the local government chairman, if he's not related to me through my mother, it will be related to me through my friends or someone. He speaks Yoruba, he's a Yoruba guy. How did he get there? So we all know that this person that bribed us, that tried to pull his way, get there, and when he starts siphoning everything, we all start complaining. So at what point are we going to put the square peg in the right hole, in the square hole or something like that? We might continue. I mean, we might continue from today till tomorrow if we don't call a spade, if we don't strategize and educate, orientate our people that, look, you might get a packet of Indomie noodles or Congo of rice or a bag of rice today. Tomorrow, you're going to suffer more than what you get. So it's better you deny all these things today for your kids or for your children to enjoy tomorrow. But if you want to, belay infrastructure, don't come to me tomorrow to complain. Continue to face it. But the problem is, when they are suffering, it's going to affect me. Because let's say, for example, I have my folks back in Nigeria. They can't afford to buy rice. They can't afford to live. They will call me. Out of the hard-earned money I have, I still have to send it to them. So indirectly, it's affecting us. Then, sorry, the last question I was going to ask him was, I don't know, maybe I'll answer the question. What is he doing to get the people in diaspora? What is he doing to get the people, the Senate or the people in the Senate to vote? I mean, to get the diaspora voting count? Because the numbers of Nigerians in diaspora, if we all vote, I'm sure it will count one way or the other. But that's just my own little rant. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Wale. Wale, can you please, if you wouldn't mind, share your number on the private chat? I wanted to call you last week. I discovered I don't have your number. Please. All right. For those on the comments, I read your comments. I don't. I read them. I'm saying what Nwachukwu has been writing about protecting the guest. I think it deserves a comment from me. So, and I think I've said this before, but it's important to mention it again. When I invite anybody on this show, I tell them I will talk to you for 45 minutes or maybe an hour. After that, I'll bring in people. I will say to them, I have not vetted these people. I don't know who will join. Anybody can join, and they can ask you any question. You are free to answer any question you want. You are free not to answer any question you want. It's up to you. And I believe that the people who are coming here, and these are most of them, especially when they are public servants, they should be able to answer any question from anybody. And so far, it's not been a problem. Maybe the people who are not refusing to come, maybe they are not coming because of the nature of the question or the nature of the platform. Okay, so, and I will continue to say that. But having said that, on the part of my people here, which is all of you and those watching at home, I hope we understand that for me and for you, it's a privilege to have these people come, even though they are serving us. But knowing the society that we come from, they don't have to come here. I mean, for instance, some of them, like during the election, I reached out to so many, even people running for governorship, and they think that who will vote for them, right? All these people are abroad. They can't control us. They can't, what are we doing for them? Why would they come? So many people decide on their own they won't come because it's not for no use to them. But it's still a privilege, even no matter the society, when you have someone who is a guest. It's expected that we should, have respect. We should talk to them in a respectful way. But once we are on, this is a live show. This is not a recorded show. Once we are on, we are on. And whatever happens, I believe they are capable of taking it. So I'm not going to stop anybody. I'm not going to say somebody should not ask a question because I think that person might ask a question that is critical. No. Otherwise, it's not. This will not be different from Channel TV or NTA or anything. We want to have an opportunity for people to challenge these people. So, all right. So let me go to electricity because I wanted to go sequentially so that I don't miss anything.
Thank you. I won't be long. I will just, Dr. Damages, with due respect, you admonished us not too long ago in terms of sticking to the 90 minutes that for us to ask one question. I take that admonition on board. And I hope you will also take that admonition on board because Pansat was going on ranting and raving and you didn't stop him. It's eating into the time, depriving other people from coming in to ask the question they need to ask. He spoke for over 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you have to understand, I'm not defending that, but you have to understand that during that process, there were times that he left, the guest left, and allowed him
to... Before the guest left, he was ranting and raving. The man is a lawyer. He can defend anything that they throw at him. Pastor doesn't need to defend him. So that is to give other people a chance. So if you are going to practice fairness, like I keep saying, fairness has to be across board. And if we call each other out, then we should take correction as well too. That is just my own point. He deflected on my question. He didn't answer my question. He said, oh, they promised to do better. For crying out loud. What do they mean? What does it mean they promised to do better? They collected the SUV. Let them return it. I know there's no law against it, but if we are going to practice that accountability, then they should return the SUV, return the token, and that is the way people are going to believe them. Because some things are not convenient. To be honest, there are some things that you are not breaking the law, but when you take it, people will see that this person is not different from every other person. They didn't break any law because they didn't steal the money to go to buy the SUV. It is the money from the government. But in the context of that, they shouldn't have accepted. But it deflected on that. And for that alone, even the section 68 and 110, I asked him why they are not pushing for it. He didn't answer it either. He deflected on it. He was saying, and I said, goodness me, we have a long way to go.
That shouldn't be a heavy lift. He should be like, yeah, we're going to look into it. We're going to be looking to do something like that. No.
What is the difference between him and the others? Any idea, bring it. I don't know it all. Dr. Rudolph, your platform is not as a mega platform as Peter Obi's platform and Abure's platform. We are just how will I put it? Just one drop in the ocean. But they have a mega platform. He's a lawyer. He knows. That's why I asked him. And they know this truth. The painful thing is they know this truth. They know what is supposed to be done. And I'm sorry to say, I am disappointed. And I don't care what anybody come and say about the obedience or anything. It's clear. It's clear they are playing the script. That is the position I stand on. Because a question was asked by forefathers. He deflected on it. I repeated the question. He deflected on it. And we want to get the country moving. Let's ride on. Thank you for allowing me to speak. God bless you.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to flagship and then we'll go that way. I want to hear from everybody. Flagship.
Well, thank you, Rudolph. I appreciate the time. I understand where you're coming from. I understand what you said in terms of your admonition and all of that. We are Nigerians. I'm big on respect. I'm really, really big on it. It's the only condition under which I can have a conversation with anybody. I don't take it lightly, no matter what. If I have to get the best from you and you get the best from me, we have to have that mutual ground, emotions aside. So I agree that you don't want to put people out. You want to let everybody have their say and be able to speak their mind. He's a tough lawyer. He can handle it. There's room for such times. And when we're trying to get a problem solved, we don't need any excesses that will dissuade us from the target. So I think you really need to look into this a little bit more. You need a lot of refining to do. If we continue in this way, we will put out people who have great ideas from coming here and airing their minds, sharing their opinions, and providing necessary solutions we may need. It's not to those who know how to speak the grammar and have good control of the English language that will come up with a solution. I sit on different panels at work, and I sit on different committees and board meetings. I have seen where the most mundane, in quote unquote, what the experts and the elites and educated will call mundane idea turn out to be the bedrock solution that was needed for that problem at that time. So we have to make the ground comfortable. I understand the platform, quote unquote, is called and referred to as an ocean full of sharks that are swimming. So if you're not strong enough, don't come by. Don't we think we're putting out some great minds who may not have the energy and time to want to wade into such conversations back and forth that ends up making us go around one spot with no solutions coming out after 8-10 hours? I don't think it's productive. So please, my comment is this. It's not a lash out on you, but just to say, please, there's a lot more that needs to be done. We've got a big problem, a really, really big one. The world is watching at us. And like Electricity said, we're just one amongst many that are trying to come up with solutions. And guess what? They all listen to us. We've got to do better. That's what I have to say for right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, the flagship. Ekolola, you're next. Oh.
Thank you for giving me another chance to speak. It's wonderful listening to some views. But this is what I take of it. I love respect as well. Respect is wonderful. It gives you joy to listen to the other person, even though if they're not making sense, but also you want to listen to them because, they've shown a level of understanding. But one thing I have noticed with us is, for me, I believe in scale of preference. There's something in mathematics, you say, the scale of preference. When we see people who have sacrificed something, it doesn't matter whether they are perfect or not. I think they should be commended. This man has sacrificed probably his life, his time, his moments. But we come here, we don't even show appreciation for what they've done. And if you say scale of, this is where I come from, ask yourself, this person you're trying to talk down on, this person you're trying to speak to, whichever way you want to, what have you done? Ask yourself that question. Look yourself in the mirror. What have you really done? Some people have come here, they asked him about a man that was kidnapped. They've not seen him till today. What if it was him? So sometimes we should really look at ourselves before we throw anything out. So I commended the man. I don't care if he achieved everything he wanted to achieve, but he's in hell. He's in hell. Look at all of us. We have wonderful bandwidth. We can take 8 persons at a time and speak in a comfortable situation, whereby we can take a walk later on by 1 a.m. in the morning. But he was there. His bandwidths were going off because he stayed. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have the chance or the ability to live in a perfect environment like we are. So please, when we speak, yes, let's temper justice with mercy. Let's look at ourselves and say, if that person has done more than I have done, he demands respect, he demands that I speak to him politely, and even if I'm going to put my view out, if it's contradictory to what he has, I'm going to say it with respect in my voice.
All right, thank you. Steph.
Sorry, can you put me backstage? I've sent a message in the private chat, please. Thank you.
Hello, Doc.
Okolala wasn't showing me a lot of respect for all the time I spent
Forefather's gone.
when he was having a go at me last week. But see, the point you are making is that you can have respect for somebody and still hold them accountable because they are holding a position. They were not forced to go into that position. You understand? So I think that people are right to question these people because what is the use? If he's serving, making sacrifices, and he ends up for nothing, it's also a good thing that you question him. You can't have somebody say, oh, because they are just doing something, you praise them, then when they fail, what's good is that to anybody? It's not good for them, it's not good for you. It's a feedback loop. So I think we should welcome questioning, and I don't think anybody is ungrateful for what they've done. We know they've done a lot. They are the ones making the sacrifices on the ground. We want to work with them to succeed.
All right, thank you.
It's just a quick submission to what he said. Look, Prophets, I am not saying you should not have another view. If we all have the same view, then we are like birds flying in the same spirit. We are not birds. Even if you have your different view, look at the fact that that person is sacrificing something and put your view out respectfully. That is what I'm saying. It might be different, it might be contradictory, it might be even wrong, but put it out and show that person that he is doing something that you have not achieved. That's what I'm saying.
All right, Steph, you want us to skip you or what? What happened? I didn't know. I wasn't.
Yeah, let me listen to others a little bit.
All right, Shegun. I wanted to get you in, but we couldn't get to you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Doctor. And it's nice to be here.
Let me do. You're skipping me today. This is the second time.
What are you saying?
Chief,
the others have spoken twice. I've spoken only once, but that's okay. No problem.
Hold on, Chim. What I'm doing is
there must always be a troublemaker. I want to be the troublemaker right now. So go ahead.
You guys are killing me. I went this way. What do you want me to do? It has to go somehow, somewhere. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So just a couple of things. I think this platform is priding itself in being a drilling ground to people. And we have that video of pounding of people. I think sometimes it's really unnecessary the way some people will do it. If we're going to pound people to get the pounded yam out of them, or pound people to get the oil out of the nuts, but not pound people just because you want to pound or throw things at them. Anyway, the question I actually wanted to ask the chairman still revolves around the legislation or legislators. I know he's been answering it and say they've assured him this, but I think it goes beyond that. What personally I feel is not for the legislators to be on the opposing side of whatever the main power is doing at all times, but I think Labour Party should be able to set a legislative agenda for its members so that every program or every bill they try to present in the House should actually tie up with whatever the legislative agenda of Labour Party is. It's not like just going on a tangent where all of them will just present anything and just try to seek whatever people's opinion are and try to present something in that regard. I think the way a lot of us have seen it is that we want them, yes, we want them to be pro-people and pro-people, but a lot of times is you want them to be an anti-government. I think for me, those are piecemeals. The Labour Party should be able to develop a legislative agenda. We know what the executive agenda was during Peter Obi's time, and so we know what we would have expected of him. But for the legislator, their victory came on the back of the presidential galvanization that people did. But there should be an agenda for them to set. So if the chairman is listening at some point, I think they should go. What they should be doing is set up a legislative agenda which is pro-people and for their legislators to follow. That's the question which I actually wanted to ask him. Then the other thing I wanted to say is, I know Pansat came here and we're just talking about somebody putting questions about forgery and allegations and all that. Number one, we all can't be of the same opinion. Number two, not everybody here is maybe obedient or pro-Labour. And I also believe that this is a platform where different people will come and ask questions. And I think the questions were valid. These are things that have been in the news, and it was an opportunity for him to clarify. So I think we should learn how to respect people's opinion, and especially if they've asked it in a very respectable manner, which I think the person did. I don't know who the person is. I know probably he's a maker, but I don't know anything about him. This is my probably first time meeting him on this platform, but I think we should respect people's opinion when they ask their questions, as long as they don't disrespect the guest or disrespect the panelist. But I think those questions were valid and it was good. He clarified it. He brought out papers. He said he was going to send evidence. I mean, so in future, there is something to defend himself. So again, we all don't have to be soft on people because we think we are on their side or they are on our side. Whoever comes, asks valid question. And if it was an APC man that probably Emeka asked that question too, I believe Pansat would have his response would have galvanized and reinforced whatever he says. I don't think we should be partisan, except it is a political platform, but it is not. So let's ask the valid question. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sheldon. Let me just add to that. I was just thinking about that if this were to be Bola Tinubu who is here, and somebody said to Tinubu, you know what, I think you're a forger, you forged your certificate. Nobody, I don't think most people who are having issues that question was put out will not have issues with that. So, I really, what bothered me more was more like people making speeches and cutting into time of other people. That was what I was more concerned about. And then the other thing I wanted to put out there, just for Shegun and other people, I asked him a question about funding of the Labour Party and the possibility of people leaving the party to join other parties, because those are some concerns. And the answer he gave about the funding is something that should worry those who are thinking that it's possible to control the lawmakers. Because there was a point he was saying that the lawmakers and maybe the only governor they have, that they are hoping that they will help to fund the party. And you know, in political parties in Nigeria, you need a lot of money. And if you don't have people who have access to government money to fund, and people won't fund a party that is not maybe able to give them a contract or something. So, you know, I don't think that they have, even whether it's Peter Obi or him, they have power over the people who are elected to the point that they can basically tell them do this and not do this. But anyway, these are things that we should bear in mind as we have expectations of what they will be able to do with those people. Go ahead.
Doctor, one thing I think I extracted from that, I think what you raised is a valid point. He who pays the piper dictates the tune, isn't it? And so the question that rises up against me is the other governments in power are being funded by the elective, the electors or whoever is elected in power. Is in fact the question should be then, is that right for the parties in power to be funded by the people that have won election? Probably that's another area where we need to clamor for, so that at least parties can have, not, it may not be equal, but at least fairly to some level. Because at the end of the day, if parties are funded by state government and all that, then it's very difficult for you to actually control them. They will control the people because they are paying. So it's a valid point. How to go about it is, I think it's a difficult one because again, money is involved in Nigerian politics. But again, the party should be able to control them because it's the party, just like the guest yesterday came and said, the party is a vehicle. If you don't have this vehicle, you really can't go anywhere from point A to point B. The current legislators that came up today, rode on the back of Peter Obi. And as long as Peter Obi is still on that party, I think there is still an asset for which they can gain ground. A lot of them probably wouldn't have gained ground in whatever party they have gone to. So Labour Party needs to look at what its assets are and try to use that asset, to at least to some level control those people. Because again, the performance of this legislator has an impact on future elections. You understand? The performance of them. So at the end of the day, we might say, okay, yes, they got a chance in X, Y, Z. What did they do? I think the performance in Abia State at the moment seems to be encouraging. So again, we will be excited to follow. So those are the things. I think the thing is, you look at your asset and try to see how much you can deploy it to get the best from the people. Just one last thing, somebody was talking about mergers. I mean, that's a risky one for somebody like me. If Labour Party merges with PDP, you lost me, and there are many of us like that. So again, it's not just a straightforward thing for them to say just merge, because the reason why we are supporting Peter Obi is his persona, and they believe that this is somebody we believe will be able to do something. So if you start mixing up with your old guards, taking us back, then you probably lost some of us from it. So those are one of those things anyway. Thank you.
All right, Chim. Thank you so much, Chim. You can't wait.
Okay, so thank you.
You can't even wait for me to go. You can't wait for me to go to Mazi Prince and then come to you. But go ahead. I'm sure Mazi Prince.
Okay. All right. So Mazi Prince should please condone me and bear with me. All right. So I asked my question, if anybody listened to me, I commended him where he needed to be commended, because I do appreciate the ground on which they are operating. The Nigerian terrain is not the normal political terrain where things are done appropriately. So I do appreciate that. But that being said, I agree with Forefathers what he said, where, I remember when we were having a conversation when Peter Obi said he was going to be the official opposition, and I made a submission of what I thought he could help, if he gets to his ears. And I heard when people were come here and people get overly emotional over certain things. And I said, listen, you can support someone and still criticize them. So Nashville, if he's listening, while I agree with a couple of things he said, I do not agree with his candor in the way he was, passing some of the message. Nobody owes anybody anything. Nobody owes me anything here. It's just a platform you've created, and we come and air our views. So one exception I take is when people come here to lecture other people on how those people should ask their questions. People will tell us, okay, ask your questions, and what's the other word? We can't eat our cake and have it. What I agree to, I have constantly tried to preach, is be respectful, have decorum in the way you pass your message across. Don't come across as being condescending, but I don't think it's proper for people to come here to lecture anyone. If you have too much of the energy and you think, people are walking at a slow pace, then go back to Nigeria and join Aisha Yusufu and be on the ground and do those things. People are trying to contribute in the way they can contribute. Some of the contributions are coming in form of this our talking. There are going to be people who will leave here and go home and go and run for office. It will happen, when they get the gumption to go and do it. But I do not think we should come here. All of us are not going to speak like Flagship. I enjoy listening to him. I love his candor. I love the way he speaks, the presence he brings. And I'm saying this, I need to say it to him because, yes, sometimes we take people for granted. You will appreciate something, but you never tell him. So I want to let him know that people like me, I appreciate the way he's courage, the way he passes his message across. But I'm also very realistic to know that not everybody is going to be a Flagship. There are people who are going to make sense, and they will say it in ways that you probably don't like, but they're making sense. So I try to, in the midst of what people are saying, sift through everything they're saying and pick the rational thing that I think makes sense to them, makes sense, and then I run with it. So that being said, yes, let's be respectful. But also when it comes to, this leadership, someone has tried his best, let's give him, yes, we'll acknowledge them, but we will also hit them because we want more. We're not here to pamper anybody. People listen to Hard Talk by Steven Sokol. If you don't have the courage, you don't go to Hard Talk to be a guest. Even presidents have gone there and he gave it to them. He asked them tough questions that some other media people will not ask them. So somebody else might say, oh, this is being disrespectful. How can I be asking a President Obasanjo if he's corrupt? But that's what Hard Talk is all about. So I think it's ingenious of anyone to come here to come and try to lecture people needlessly. Come and ask your question. I've always said it. If I disagree with you, if I feel responding to you in a respectful way and asking for more clarity will help, I will. But if I feel, okay, you've just ranted, not a big deal, I ignore you and move to the next thing. So I think we should start learning to do this because I keep saying, and you've said it also here, while we're contributing, we're learning and we're growing. This is an education. There are a lot of things I'm learning here. The comportment, the ability. Not everybody can go to the media. I've seen people appear in channels and they lose their trend of talk. As soon as the action lights time with the person freezes. We don't seem to understand this. We take some of these things for granted. But here you are, Rudolph has created a platform where you can come and air your views.
You guys are practicing for your political life.
Exactly. Sometimes we don't know that's what's going on. You're doing these things. Tomorrow you will meet a president, maybe an American president, and you see the composure. People are wondering how you achieved it. But that's because you've been appearing on this platform. You've been speaking. For those who want to learn, maybe you have spoken. There have been times I've lost my composure, got angry. But I go back and I say, oh man, chill. If my mother saw this, how would she feel? Okay, tomorrow I'm not going to do that next time. I'll try and compose myself, not allow anybody get under my skin. And that's all part of what we're doing. And then lastly, some of us may become politicians tomorrow. I've always asked people, there's this analogy I'll give and then I'll end there. So I went for a conference once and it had to do with family, how to be a good in-law. And a lot of women were complaining. The consistent, trend of it was that, oh, my mother-in-law just walks into my home. She doesn't even tell me. We'll just pop on the door and it's my mother-in-law. It was a consistent, recurring decimal. And then they asked the woman who was leading the conference what her advice would be. And she said, well, you guys have given me you have the answer. I said, what is the answer? You've told us how not to do it. In other words, you don't like mother-in-laws or family members knocking on your door. Tomorrow, when you become a mother-in-law, don't knock unnecessarily on the door of your daughter-in-law who, without asking her, acknowledging that she's the head of this house in terms of the woman, give her a call, send her a letter. Oh, please, I'd like to visit you. Is it okay? Is it convenient? So now you know how not to do it. When is the opportunity, you now know how best to do it. And that's what some of us were learning. We're learning how not to be bad politicians. We're learning how not to be bad administrators. We're learning how not to be bad, party members. and all those things. It's all part of what we come here to do, besides just criticizing these people. And so I think we should take this. The only thing that Abure didn't really give me a good answer, and someone has already mentioned it here, is when it comes to managing their members of the House of Reps. I still think they have capital, they have leverage over those people. They rode on your platform. They can't go there and just suddenly start doing what they like. You should have an agenda for them. Sit down with them at the end of every year and say, okay, guys, when you go back to the House, these are some of the things we would like you to perhaps burn out of if they're carrying out their own surveys, talking to Nigerians, find out what do you guys want? So that it forms an agenda that you give your members of the House, so that when they go there and they are saying no to government, they're not just saying no. Like, I'm not in support of if Tinubu is doing something right, even though I don't agree with him, then because you're a Labour Party, say no. I don't agree with that kind of politics. But you should come to the table with an agenda to say, as an alternative, if the government is not presenting this, this is what Labour Party is presenting, and let Nigerians see it. Listen, Labour Party needs to make Nigerians salivate, if I'm correct. Let them want and say, oh, is this what we're missing? Is this the kind of leadership we would have had if we had a majority of Labour members in the House? Right now, nobody is doing that. And that's the thing that is in my stomach. When I see, I'm like, these guys are losing opportunities. So I think I want to leave it there. But otherwise, we're doing a fairly good job. I understand we all come with different emotions, but one piece, please.
All right, thank you.
Can I just say something to him, please? Just very quick.
If you contest for the governor of my state, close my eyes and vote for you, and I will do everything because you're so intelligent, and I always battle your, analysis, and that is the beauty. Sometimes I told myself, what am I doing there? Especially when I see adults who want to really think Nigeria should get better, hugging. I thought, oh God, these people that are holding Nigeria, they will be so happy that look at them. But when I hear people like you, Alaba, and others, many people, it makes me come back and say, I want to learn. I want to see. Sometimes we disagree to agree. I completely understand that. But we should reflect and say, if my mother or if the people I'm blaming, if this is what they do, and I'm doing the same thing, what is the difference? So thank you for that analysis. Sorry, Dr. Rudolph.
Rudolph, let me just say something real quick to him.
Okay.
If you don't mind. You spoke well. Just two things. I'll be quick. That is the reason why I like the recommendation the last speaker gave to you.
Joel, your line is not very clear. You're in and out.
Are you not hearing me?
Okay, that's better now. Yeah.
Okay. So the last I think it's Wole. I was telling you, Mr. Chim. Oh, look, if you come out, I'm going to vote for you. That is what I'm saying, because if you all remember the last time when we had this election, it was only 8 months. Right? Even most of us were even in Nigeria. Some of us were even here and they won election. So it wasn't really structured in a way that we really know, or when they offer the opportunity to have people that we really trust or have vetted, to come out and veer. So that's the point I was trying to say. Like, can we start now and start looking amongst us and start looking at who we can put in there? If we put Rudolph there, if Rudolph does not do it, if I see Rudolph, I will go and hold him. And because we have been so close.
You have said this before. You're saying.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
What you're saying now,
and because we have been so close, you won't do much. I said, Rudolph, you have a TV station. You've been saying this. What are you doing? And he would be more obliged or, more happy to, talk to you or explain to you what is going on. So that's the point. We have to start presenting ourselves. We must present ourselves. That is the issue. We cannot just say Abure. Abure is one person. He cannot even be for election outside the Edo State. So, and lastly, my other thing, Oga, the women that are angry, the mother-in-law knock on their door. Ask them if they will be angry if their own mom knocked at the door. We have to stop all this nonsense. Some of us will come to the West and we forget where we came from. Ask them, If their own brother or their own sister, if they come to the house, will they act the same? If their own mother is coming and did not knock, will they get that mad? That is the issue. I think we are giving too much. Let's not act like the West. We must have standard for ourselves. Because the West is like, I think what they're doing is anything you want to take, anything. Now, even sitting in a polyamorous relationship now, they have given it another tag. They just, give us different names to, take us away from what is really what it is. So please, if your wife cannot accept your mother-in-law, because most of them even pray that they are all dead before they get married. If they cannot accept your own mom, then she's not a good wife. Do not take that woman. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joel. We go to Mazi Prince, but let me just use this opportunity to say that our guest last Sunday, sorry that she couldn't make it. I'm talking about Senator Natasha Akpoti. We are working on finding a different date for her to be on the show. So she was actually ill. That was why I couldn't reach her, and she couldn't reach me. So we're going to get her on the show soon. All right, Mazi Prince.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, once again. Chim, no problem. You're always welcome. When it's my turn, it's always welcome for you to, speak before me. And I pretty much align my thoughts towards what you said. Why am I saying this? Some of us come here and they just want to, either they want to show us those vocabularies, that they think most of us don't know, or they just want to ask gotcha questions. This is not supposed to be. My own thing is, I try as much as possible to be fair to the guest and to every other person. Abure is a human being, just like every one of us. And if we are members of the Labour Party and asking him for the statement of account, that's a different thing. You don't expect him to come on here and give us statement. One, I would say the person asking him, are you in Labour Party? Did you make any donation to them? For you to ask how your money is being used? Everyone is free to ask questions. Ask questions. But let us also be decent in asking those questions. Dr. Rudolph took my chain of thoughts when he said, if anybody can bring Tinubu here, and I say, you're a forger, what would it look like? And we all know it's the truth. But in Abure's own, it's alleged. And he even came here, he cleared it. That's the thing we talk about. Your right stops where my own right starts. We should recognize that and be decent in asking people questions. There's a difference between saying, did you forge those documents, than saying, are you a forger? Which means you are already the prosecutor, you're already the jury, you're already the judge. You've judged and you concluded he's a forger. We could do better. We could do better. And I really applaud us, our way appeal that let us do things in a better way. Gotcha is not going to take any of us anywhere. It's not going to take us to Aso Rock. It's not going to take us to
Can I go next?
White House.
Yeah, you're going next.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes. So that's all I can say. Yeah,
Right.
and America, and you are interrupting me. I'm still speaking, and you still interrupted me. Really, but you can go next. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
No, I'm
Rudolph.
going this way, Alaba. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolph. Anyway, I want to appreciate the chairman of the Labour Party coming out on the platform to answer questions, and let me express my gratitude to him for taking up some of the questions that were being presented to him. Despite the fact I think maybe he had some reservations. He didn't want to express more opinions to some of the questions. I think with that respect, may I use this to say that some people on this platform need to examine themselves. they really need to sit back and maybe have a self-reflection on their disposition. You don't need to like anybody, but doesn't make you to come out to be an arbiter of either morality, composition, or character. I would not want to name names. I don't want to give them any air. I was here to ask questions, and I think that many of the viewers should appreciate those questions that I asked, because my first question, he provided his own insight, which I enjoyed. You understand? Those are questions that are on the news platform, and he provided his version, and I think I appreciated that version. But it's left for the court to decide, because it's a court case. Let the court answer that question. But he has said what actually went on at the back of the scene. My second question was on the account. And he has said soon, though he didn't answer properly. He didn't give a deadline. He said soon. And I think those who contributed their funds should look at it and say, okay, there's works in the ground. Then my last question, he didn't answer that question very well. He was just giving his own perception of the incidents that occurred in the election. I don't expect him to answer the question, because I told him I have read your petition back to back. And if you have tabular forms of how you won the election, it will be in your petition. I don't think many of those who are on the platform or those who are viewing the show actually even understood what I was saying. Because he who alleges must come with evidence. But it was not there. What I saw was some places or some local government that they said they were malpractices. Yes, there were evidence of malpractices in the election. Everybody saw it. Everywhere, across every board, there were evidences. But come with your evidence. You said you won the election. After the election, few hours, you rushed to channels and you were claiming you won the election. Now he was here telling us 50 to 60% of the polling unit agents only provided their result. What happened to the rest? When your polling agents did not provide you with the total sum of the results that they have in all the 111,000 polling units, and you are rushing to media platforms to say you won the election, are you not disingenuous? Why would you do that? I think we are more educated and enlightened and exposed individuals and Nigerians to understand when people make claims. That you support someone doesn't mean you should be so emotional not to see deception. You claim they were the first, the Labour parties and their chieftains were the first to go to the media to tell the entire world that they won the election. And the world said, okay, no problem, show us how you won the election. They didn't do that. I am glad he came here today to say only 50% to 60% of their polling agent unit submitted their results. And even till today, and I will say it, I hope he's listening, even till tomorrow, they will not even be able to tabble their results. If they had done that, and what had happened in the Court of Appeal, I think the country would go to arms if they had shown how they won the election and the Court of Appeal said you didn't win the election. They couldn't prove it. What were they doing? They were taking pictures, snapping pictures every day and posting on social media with their ridiculous lawyers. I had other pertinent questions I wanted to ask him, so he could provide more context, more light, enlighten Nigerians, as well as educate Nigerians what they're trying to do in the future. You don't need to like me. What's my big deal? He's here, and I appreciate the bravery that he took to answer questions. And I will want him to come back again so that we can ask them questions. Just like what you said, Rudolph, if Tinubu is here and you ask him the question, I will even be the first one to ask him. Sir, there have been allegations, there have been allegations of this, and this. Are you a forger? Yes or no? Let him answer the question. But some people, being in their feminine energy, are unhappy with the questions that I'm asking. You guys should look at yourself in the mirror and get some introspection. For God's sake, this is Nigeria, and we all have our stake in it. The other question I wanted to ask him, he said Peter Obi is his soulmate. I love that terminology. Fantastic, brilliant. Now, there have been talks of a merger, and he's not involved. if that major talks come to fruition, what happens to his soul tie with Peter Obi? And what is the fate of the Labour Party? Those are the kind of questions. But what I was listening were people trying to put him on the pedestal. We are pedestalizing him. Yes, it's good. You could praise him, but you ask him questions. If you support the Labour Party, these are the questions you need to ask him. I shouldn't even be the one asking him those questions. It shows we are not ready for the new Nigerian that the Labour Party is claiming that is possible. Probably possible in your dreams, not possible in reality. I also wanted to ask him again that Doyin Okupe, who was the Director General of their campaign, was convicted in December 2022, but they still provided him with refuge. In the Labour Party, they didn't expel him, they didn't suspend him. He was there. That man continued to be a chieftain in Labour Party until he decided to resign himself. After calling them out that they're a party of no ideology, they were a special purpose vehicle needed to win an election. Yet none of you decided to ask those questions. I think a few people in the comment section were saying, I think this man is, the Labour Party is still up for jokes. And I will say it here clearly. You all don't even understand the political dynamics going on in the country. You should ask the question, the appropriate question.
Dr. You're giving him so much time. You're giving him so much time.
I think it's enough, Rudolph.
That is not fair.
It's not
That is not
necessary.
fair.
You can't insult us that way. It's not necessary.
It's not fair.
Stop it, please.
So that
Stop it.
Some people spoke for 15 minutes. I've been quiet. I didn't say anything. So these people should not tell me when to stop and when not to stop.
Don't insult me. I'm sitting here. You can't insult me.
Rudolph, you got to put a stop to this madness. You got to put a stop to this madness. This is insane. He's not the only one who can talk. There's some of us who can talk, and we can keep it real.
Rudolph, you are abandoning.
I have never used insultive terms, but
you can't come here and display hypocrisy and try to think you have superficial knowledge.
Your emotional conduct is
can you give me a second, please? I usually don't do this.
I have not said, I have not insulted anyone.
There's nothing sensible in what you are saying. There's nothing sensible. I'm letting you know now. I can take you one-on-one. We can have this dialogue. I'm telling you, we can have this dialogue. You can't come here.
Alaba, you are too small to take me on. You are too small. You're a baby.
Tell me, what you're saying, nothing you are saying makes sense. You're here bamboozling people with BS.
Rudolph, please, can you give me 30 seconds? I usually don't ask for this.
Flagship, go ahead.
Listen, nobody here is a child. Don't address us that way. I can't put my face on this screen and you talk to me like that. And I don't think everybody else here would do that. Show some respect. We're not here to slam ourselves. We're here to get solutions. So be respectful and honorable. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Damages, for me, I just wanted to give him a quick, it's not going to be a one, kind of like back to back. The same person who had just talked about people being an orbiter or whatever he alleged to be, is the same person whose party he's supporting, that the chairman of his party currently was seen starting money, corrupt money into is it Agbada or whatever it is. Have you ever made any mention of that? To me, it's just respect. Respect is earned. It's not just given. You earn your respect and all that stuff. So he cannot just come on this platform and just think that he is an island of vocabularies, because I can give it to him if I choose to, but I choose not to go dating with him. That's all.
Thank you.
Just one thing before I leave, Dr. Rudolph, please, I'm going to leave that. To the guy the game maker guy, it's not all of us that think your questions are not, you are not entitled to them, or they are wrong, or you shouldn't have said them. But your submission because I enjoyed his questions, I really loved him putting it up. Whichever way he said it, probably that is how he knows how to ask questions. But your submission now, which someone has also raised, we don't come up and say you people don't ask questions. You seem to be living in your own bubble of You think you know it all, you know? So are you saying your own questions were the best and nobody else's question made sense? You know, so I think it's you that needs to look at yourself in the mirror, and hopefully we'll see you next week. We'll see everyone next week. Have a good time, Dr. Rodo.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
And sorry, quickly. And I think, Dr. Damages, what you've done there, I really like it. And anybody who is going to be a coordinator here, when you try to warn people, please be civil, please respect people, and they don't listen to you, you have the control button. Get them out. Let them go and fight. When they reflect and, calm down, they can now come back. That will serve as a lesson for someone like me. If I want to start, telling people or disrespecting people, next time I would have my sense. I'll put my sense cap on and say, no, if I have to come here, I need to respect, I need to compose myself. So you've done well there. Thank you. Because people are watching us. People are learning, they are watching us.
Well, thank you. Austin, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody.
Happy
Sunday.
Happy New Year.
I wish you the same one. I wish I went to church. I wish I was here to ask him one question. But before I go to the question I wanted to ask, maybe he has answered it, so somebody will help me with that. I think the person was talking about Labour Party, this and that. There were some things that Labour Party did not do well, and there were some things they did pretty well. Generally, you should blame the referee, who is INEC, for the things that happen, not throwing it to the Labour Party. How do you want me to prove something that somebody else did? I did an experiment in the lab, and you need another person to explain the results in the conference? It doesn't work that way. So let's not just throw things. All of us know that the elections were rigged, and all of us know that if you want to put it free and fair, Oga at the top, Tinubu lost. Let's not be behaving as if we are children. We are not children. So we know everything, and we are big enough to know that these are the things that happened. Besides that, I don't want to go into all those things. I wanted to ask the Labour Party chairman on the issue of buying forms. Why is it that they put their forms at the rooftop? All of us know that from time immemorial, that like us who were in primary school, secondary school, most of the most intelligent people are children of poor people. Most of the intelligent ones, their parents don't even have money to send them to school. To be honest with you, some people who may be able to lead the nation to the best of their abilities are those who are average. They are not the ones who have millions who can buy form for 100 million, or maybe 20 million or 50 million. They may be those who may buy form for 1 million naira or 2 million naira or 1.5 million naira. Why is it that most of their forms go for exorbitant prices, even sometimes for the House of Assembly? Why are they cutting some people out when it comes to the right to be voted for and the right for you to vote? So that was a question I wanted to ask him, but it's unfortunate it's not here. I don't know whether he answered that question. If somebody has an idea, that you can tell me what he said.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Well, he mentioned, I think there's an issue with funding. He actually said that their party is, the money you pay to run for office in their political party is the lowest when you compare it to the other parties. And they are hoping to raise money through these forms to be able to fund the party. In Nigeria, the political structure is such that the only way to fund political parties if you have people in executive positions who could bring money, give contracts, things like that. So I think that's the reason. So in fact, I actually asked him if he thinks that the money is enough, and his answer is, I think, something like they don't want to put it to the point where people cannot afford it. So.
Okay, maybe I think it's okay, but generally, we hope that we'll have a state someday that you don't need the money for selling of forms to fund elections, because generally, people, how will I call it, even in this part of the world, sometimes you have people who fund election not coming from the state, and people who are in power, you just use state resources to fund an election, which is not ideal, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's
why. If that's the case, then
yeah, that's why you have people like Wicked bragging that I paid for the forms.
Forms of these people, yeah,
and tell them what to do. So that's the structure we have in Nigeria, and they have to navigate that. I don't think members of the party they are paying, or if they are paying, I don't think they are paying enough to sustain a political party. And
anyhow, if you ask me, I'll blame those at the grassroots. Everybody who wants to do something, they need to pay him. If you know that you have a candidate you like, you can work for that candidate without money. And that's why I see, as I said, why Oga at the top is guilty. For me, I blame those at the grassroots. I've worked with a lot of people in Nigeria, outside Nigeria. Anything you want to do at the grassroots, the next is money, 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 money. Even when I went to Nigeria recently, it's money, 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 money. If you know you like your candidate, you can work for your candidate without an exorbitant amount of money. You can come out and do it. And that's why, to an extent, I still appreciate the obedience a little bit for the way they handled the election. They worked, some of them worked without being paid. And that is what we should do so that we can hold leaders accountable. Not a case where you spend millions of naira and at the end you get there and you start spending money even for letter. 3 billion for me to read letter. This billion to read letter. It doesn't make sense to me. Anyhow, thank you all. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Rudolph, I didn't finish my submission.
Good evening, Dr. Damage.
Who is saying, Emeka? I know. Hold on, you are already under suspension. When I'm done, when I feel like, go ahead.
You allowed your people to date you.
No. The reason I
allowed them to date you
is because students don't listen to me, and that's very
important. No, it's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You know.
All right. So let's go to hold on, guys. Let's go to Ngozika. Ngozika, go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, esteemed panelists and our viewers and those in the comment section. Happy Sunday. I think this one that everybody's blood is hot like this, that some of you didn't go to church. That's why I didn't go and hear the word of God. That's why your blood is hot like this. I actually came in briefly. I've been working in the background. I've been in and out watching the background, but something caught my attention. I decided to come in. It was this last speaker that was talking plenty, Mr. Meka something.
No, please don't
he
start.
Was.
Please don't start, please. I beg you.
Sir, hear me out now.
Rudolph, no, please tell her not to.
Emeka, we have to give everybody right to speak, please. No, it doesn't matter. You can ignore it at the end.
Well, if he still wants to be speaking, me, I'll just mute. You know me, I don't have a problem with talking. I can listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
He wants to be hearing his own voice. I just wanted to ask him. He made a statement, and being a woman, I wanted to know why he would associate what I understood. He said that they were exuding. He said something about feminine energy. Something. It was derogatory. He meant it in a derogatory way. He was trying to say the men were simping or something like that, and he had to use femininity. And I wanted to ask him, what does he have against women? Because off the top of his head, there are so many things he could have used to describe what was going on in the studio. Why did he have to use something that's related to women in such a derogatory way to describe the people he was arguing with? That was what I wanted to ask.
Good question. Emeka, over to you.
Yeah,
are you saying the women are weak?
I will appreciate it.
This is not evening shift. I have to call somebody before they answer. They don't call Emeka. Go ahead. Finish it.
So that was what I came to ask him, but he doesn't have to answer that anyway.
No, he will. When I call on him, he will answer.
I missed joining when the Labour Party chairman was here. What I wanted to ask him was this. After the elections, when Peter Obi told everybody to calm down, that they were going to court, they had Nigerians, not just Labour Party supporters. Some people from the other side, when I say the other side, the side that is not APC, we're leaning towards them because their man was like no longer in the race. So they were like more like leaning towards Obi. I wanted to know why they did not capitalize on that support. Still baffles me. Why did they not capitalize on it? Use it to do something else. I don't know anything other than just telling people to chill. Why did the Labour Party allow a golden opportunity like that to go? That was what I wanted to ask him.
All right. I think he answered that in a way when he said that they didn't want the country to be destroyed, the people to burn down the country. They believed that it would take a long time. It could take a long time to achieve the change that we wanted. And he gave an interesting answer that people may not have paid attention to. that if the country, he agreed that if the ticket had been switched, where Dati was a candidate for president and Obi vice, that it would have been a different story. The country would have been on fire or something like that. So there's this dynamic there that I think people should go back and watch it. They have the time, and there are some things he said there. But also, before I go to Ewa, go ahead. Let me hear you first.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
He hasn't answered my first question. I know I said he doesn't have to answer.
No, I have to call him to answer before he can just. Yeah, go ahead. Ewa. Okay. I want everybody to talk now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I've been watching in the background, like Julius Abure. He was brilliant in dealing with people here. The manner he answered the questions, I was quite impressed. I mean, it's human. There are some questions he didn't really cleared up, right? And the one thing I want to point out, right? Our double standard on this platform is actually, it's crazy, man. Sometimes when I look at what is going on, right? I mean, people were not really unruly today. I listened to Pansat, a few people here. The way they actually attack Emeka. Emeka, I'm not your fan, but that's just me. The way they actually attack him for asking questions he asked, I don't see anything wrong with those questions. Why I'm saying that is the same Passad has done worse things to get here every time. Again, Wale was saying we need to look at ourselves in the mirror. Brilliant. Passad and some other people here. For me, people, you can ask any question as long as you are not disrespecting anybody, you are not insulting anybody. Bro, if the president is here, the question I'm going to ask, I will respect you. It's not an issue of fighting. People cannot come here, you telling them, but be respectful. Even if Tinubu is here, there is allegation of drug case. I will ask you, Mr. President, were you involved in drug case? There is nothing wrong with it. When you watch Shehu of channels, Shehu doesn't care. He asks you any question, and he's gonna be friend with you. In the end, he will shake you. You guys will, cool. That is what I don't know what is wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You can't say because I love Peter Obi is here, you are not going to question Peter Obi. Here is my fear. My fear is just imagine if today we have Peter Obi as president, he will come here. Some people will say, no, you can't ask him a question. You can't do this. No. You need to understand that none of them, don't even take them as friends, but believe on who you believe, vote for him. Oga, do work for our people, do work for Nigeria, period. Let's not give it their slack. That is what is going on across the country. It's a Yoruba man. Yoruba will not go after him, they will not protest. It's an Hausa man. Yeah, the North, don't go against him. It's an Igbo man. Don't go against. We need to stop all this. We need to stop it. We play with fire. These guys, they know what they are doing. They are not stupid. Nigerian politicians are not stupid. They know exactly what they are doing. I mean, this platform, Rudolph call it, have your say. Have your say. For me, don't be disrespectful. Don't insult people. When we have guests here, respect them, but ask your question. Ask your question. Any question you know, we favor Nigerians. Ask the question. Forget about who the person. If you are not insulting, I don't think. I mean, Julius Abure was he was not mad. He answered the question respectfully. That is good. Let's clear anything that if we have any doubt. I have my question I wanted to ask, but it's not here now, so I will just keep quiet. But the last thing I'm gonna say, I'm gonna repeat is, let's look ourselves in the mirror. When you complain, even on the platform, some people will come, let people speak. Oh, don't do this. They are doing the same thing, exactly the same thing. We need to watch ourselves before we want to dictate to people how they want to ask questions, they want to live their own life. Emeka also, to be honest, I know, yeah, I'm kind of like I'm in line with your questions, but addressing the panelists, I think you need to like tone it down a little bit and be respectful to people.
No,
because it's not
thank
everybody.
you.
Hold
Thank
on.
you.
It's not everybody here that was against your question. I can see them. I can watch people listen to them speak. Just learn that too. We can have you are very intelligent. Obviously, we can have deeper discussion without insulting ourselves. Just like Chim said, we don't have to agree on everything.
Wait, can I address Rudolph? I want to address Rudolph.
Emeka,
Rudolph, I want to address you.
You are
You, not you. I want to
no,
address.
no, Emeka, no, not at all. Ewa, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. So let me.
Rudolph, can you put me in the backstage, please? I'm your guest. Thank you.
Oh, okay, flagship. Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right. Okay. So let me just say something before we continue. So the man said at the end, towards the end, he said, this is the best platform he has been on. I don't know whether it's true or he's just kidding. But the point I want you guys to remember is that he won't forget being here today. And he will pass across some of these messages to the people at the party. And I've been trying to get other people from that party to join, just like I'm trying to get Atiku and other people, even in the Tinubu's party, to come here, and they've not said yes. So what is important, but I'll continue to try. There are people I call every week. They are tired of me, but why is that Alaba raising?
No, I wanted to say bring a papa.
Thank you. We could have loved
this.
Okay.
Papa will die here.
So let me finish, and then I'll throw it back to you guys. So so whether he was playing or not, but I can tell you that he will pass across that there are people who are abroad, mostly who are abroad, who have concerns about what they do. That people are watching them, and people are paying attention to what is happening at home, and that they will do well for themselves, because they can depend on a lot of people outside for the funding of what happened in that election, to pay attention to the concerns of these people. He will pass across that message. He has no option. He will. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about is I noticed something. I didn't know that people are paying attention when they watch the U.S. Congress and other things. So I saw that people who were supporting Labour Party, when it was their chance to ask a question, they use it to defend the guest. The way when they have a committee and they bring in somebody, if it's a Republican person, the Republicans will use their time to defend. I was laughing when I was seeing what some people were doing here. And then, of course, people who are against Labour or of course, they will ask the critical questions. So it's a nice thing. I think we're learning and growing, and I think I have this confidence. I keep saying it, you guys don't believe it. I have confidence in all of you being able to hold each other accountable. Okay, I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. We do things the way we can. We learn and we improve. And this platform has been improving. Even someone like Pansat has evolved, not to the level that probably everybody will be happy with, but people are changing. I'm changing. I'm getting angry. But these are all part of the transformation as a result of these interactions that we have here. So I have that confidence. I trust, but we can continue to have conversation. Sometimes I allow people to. What I don't think we should allow is people talking over each other and making it chaotic. When we say stop, we stop. When I mute you, don't unmute yourself to speak. If you do that several times, it gets some upset. I have to remove it. That's really my main issue. The first thing is there should be a control, sort of. It's not like anybody can just talk. I've been on other panels. I feel like talking sometimes, but I have to keep quiet and let people call me, and then I'll speak. That's all. That's the basic thing. And of course, the most important thing is all of us. When I see everybody here on this platform, I think about that I will meet you. I believe I will meet all of you sometime down the road. And I know that I want to treat you the way I will treat you if you are facing me, if we're on the same table looking at me. I think there's this kind of distance that people feel. I don't feel that, even though I've not met anybody on this panel physically, but I don't have that distance. I don't have that sense of distance that I will look at you and talk to you anywhere I feel because I don't know you, essentially. No, I don't feel that way. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't ask serious questions and hold people accountable and challenge people. I think that's part of what we're doing here. All right, I finished my editorial. So let me go to, before I come to you, Alaba, I want to delay you guys first a little bit more. So let me go to Chim, after Chim and Steph, and then I'll come to you guys and hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
I really don't have much to say. I'm just, I don't want to repeat myself over and over and over. We've said this thing, and I guess as adults, we know where we're coming from. So I was just trying to throw in a subtle banter to say, bring someone like Apapa to this place. Let's hear from him and know what exactly how he became national chairman. I want to understand from him how he can be part of a party and be fighting to pull down that party he's part of, because that was what people like us were here for. I asked Abure a question, even though I commended him. Yes, I felt he needed to be commended because sometimes people in Nigeria think we don't know. I've lived in Nigeria. In fact, I was joking with a friend just a few days ago. We had a cold snap where we are in minus 56 degrees last week. It was crazy. Some people's cars couldn't start. If you park outside, you have to plug it in so that it doesn't. For those who have lived inside freezer, will understand what I'm saying. For those who live in a place where there's no sunlight all through, you might not understand it. So, and then there's a close by city, Vancouver. They had just 0 and they shut down schools. But where I live, we're in minus 56. Our children went to school. Nobody stopped going to work. So I jokingly told my friends in Vancouver, I said, we're the true Nigerians. We have lived in hardship in Nigeria. Now we're in Canada and we're living inside cold. So, it's all around toughness I've gone through. But those of them who are living baby lives in Vancouver at just 0 degrees, they are closing down the school. So, but what am I trying to say? The point I'm making is that I do appreciate how tough the Nigerian terrain is. People sometimes don't understand that. We know this. It's a tough place to live in. It's a very tough environment, politically, business-wise. I doff my heart for people who honestly do business in that environment and manage to break even whatever it is they are doing. I know the challenges you have to go with regulatory authorities. So basically, I want to hear from Apapa. I want to understand this psychology. In fact, what's that his other co-traveler, the other guy, what's his name? Arabambi. If you can bring them, I want to know what makes them tick. How they could sit down and wanted to pull down a party they were part and parcel of. So that's just what I wanted to contribute.
All right, thank you. Steph, do you have something to say?
Not really much, because the guests have come and he have left. I just want to appeal to us to begin to tone the tension a little bit down, and that we should not really put ourselves out there for people that don't really care about us. You are today's survivor. Tomorrow you may be tomorrow's victim. For the fact that some people are crying so wolf today because they feel that they are the victims or their loved ones are the victims, does not mean that maybe they're going to perpetually remain the victims. But when we know that whatever goes around comes around, we should be able to, moderate our conduct sometimes when it is possible. There was the the young man here by the name I already made mention of him when I spoke. And I really like him as a person, but not as the name that he's bearing. Because I know that he doesn't really have any legitimate affinity to that name, even though I understand that anybody can answer any name you want to answer. You understand? So there are some benefits.
You're nodding your head to his comments.
No, I don't even know what he's referring to.
Okay,
I have no idea. No,
There are some leverage that people in the opposition enjoy. And you cannot be in government and also pretend to be in opposition at the same time. It doesn't really add up. Your job is clear cut for you as somebody in government, And my only, concern, I'm when I spoke, I said I'm very happy that he asked some questions that he asked. I love it. But I'm also trying to use the opportunity to remind him that why asking such questions, he should also remember that when you are pointing one finger, the other four is also pointing at you. When you are asking about accountability of a political party, also remember that you also have a political party that you belong to, that is in government, that is in power. Do you understand? Because if a bullion van came to your compound to finance your election, how do you begin to demand such accountability? When I'm coming, Rudolph. I'm coming. So that is it. There are so many. If you want to, anybody that is in government want to talk about accountability of another political party, there is a lot going on now that the person should start explaining to us how those things happened. The 3 billion naira in question. What is the connection of Tinubu to it? Is it part of what is being used, special purpose vehicle that is being used to offset election expenses and things like that? So let's start from there. And then let them also explain also, I wish that they could also create a forum where the people that they cherish so much can also come and be accountable to the people too. Because who love, Rudolph, I would really want you to make effort to bring the people that is in government to a forum like this, because they are actually our problem for now. I want to see them work. I want to see them do stuff for Nigeria, even though some of them, especially the man at the helm of affairs, don't really believe in Nigeria. Because it's on record that in 1997, he said it with his own mouth, that he does not believe in unity of Nigeria. And I still wonder how such an unpatriotic person ended up becoming the president of Nigeria. That tells you the kind of country that we have.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I like that. I like when he's frustrated. I didn't call you yet. So Electricity, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I've been listening in the background and typing. Thanks for allowing me. I'm a little bit concerned about when people talk about emotions. We should not allow our emotions to run high. Is that possible in the context of Nigeria? When, truth be told, I mean, we are sitting down here because we care, not because we don't have better things to do with our time, or because maybe I know Chim will not be offended with what I'm about to say because we talk privately. Maybe Chim is here because his partner is refusing to talk to him, so he just decided to come and while away time. That's not the case. We're here because we are concerned about Nigeria. Jim, you're laughing about Nigeria. I don't know. I think there's a kind of a delay somehow about Nigeria. So emotions.
You might just be a soothsayer.
Emotions will be high, Rudolph. We cannot dismiss that because truly things are not working. Things are, except we are not in touch with people back at home. Then we will not be feel emotion. And like if I'm demanding accountability from Rudolph also equally demands, it requires accountability from me as well too. So it got both ways. So with respect to the chairman of the Labour Party here, if they're demanding accountability from the government that be and their own senators, yes, nobody have alleged that they steal any money in this present government. But accountability is not only when you steal money as well. One's behavior also is accountability, because I keep saying, until they return that SUV back, Rudolph, until they return that token back, no Nigerians will believe them. You think it's a joke. And I'm telling you the truth. No Nigerians will ever. They didn't steal. It's clear they did not steal. No Nigerians will believe them that they are serious. They are for the interest of the people. I asked him. He didn't deny that they did not contribute money to Akpabio's birthday. It's voluntary. It's like giving tithe offering in church. He didn't deny that. But so it's difficult for people to now see that, to now believe that indeed they really meant well or want well for the people. So when anyone comes here, Rudolph, you said it's a privilege to have them here. Well, I don't want to drag into that, whether it's a privilege, we should count it as a privilege for them to be here. They may have a policy. It is not in the chamber. It's not holding any governmental position whereby there is a rule that forbids him to come in a public forum to answer questions or not. It is a private citizen. It's not holding any position. So, but when he comes here, it's because he also wants to come and clarify things. It's a privilege for us to have him and for him to have us too. So it cuts both ways. But if they feel, oh, it's a privilege, I'm sorry to say, then let them sit down. The country is already in a shape, so it's, to me, I won't consider it as yes, we're going to be respectful to each other without a doubt. That is, respect is reciprocal. We have to be respectful to each other, regardless of it. But saying it's a privilege to have them, there's a big question mark on that for me, as far as I am concerned. If you want to lead the people, then you have to bring yourself down to take some certain things, or even sometimes they're going to insult you, which we shouldn't insult anybody. You are going to swallow it because you really care for the people. Because at the end of the day, it's praise they will sing, not my praise. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are going to go to Alaba and Emeka, but expressionists. I know you are running out. I think you are in the trend. Go ahead. Let me hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I may be cut off in a minute, but please pardon me. I was watching and heard Emeka talk about feminine emotions and stuff like that. I believe it's highly disrespectful. Don't jump in, Emeka. Please, just stay there. Okay? Being masculine has nothing to do with your brains and your level of intelligence and cordial responsibilities in the public domain, especially when it comes to politics. Women shouldn't be used as bargaining chips. Imagine if you're the president and you have a woman in your cabinet. So she's not going to be allowed to be successful because she's a feminine. Men do cry. Do you know that? Men do cry. And there's nothing wrong in someone expressing themselves in whichever way they can. So please, before you talk to people, especially using women, I don't want to be rude to you, but I don't have no issues with you. You asked wonderful question, but when you now used a woman as a scenario, as a bargaining chip, that is low and unacceptable. Unacceptable. Whether you repent of it is up to you, but know it that it is a woman that gave birth to you. So being emotional has nothing to do with your brains, especially using a woman as an example is a point of weakness. Masculinity using steroid doesn't make you or being bogus. It's physical. It has nothing to do with mental capacity, understanding, and delivering your points. Yeah, you're educated now. I respect you too much, bros. Now, Meggy. But I don't want to respect women now. I don't want to say this to you again, no.
All right.
Please.
Thank you.
You don't have to apologize, but upon your conscience, it was rude. Thank you. I'm gone
All right.
now.
All right.
Salute.
Thank you.
Peace
All
on
right.
to all
This
of
your
you. Thank you
train.
so
This
much.
your train looks like a hotel.
Me, I not said I hotel. I dey do jiggy bam bam here.
Let's
My
let's
body.
hear
Let
Alaba.
us please
See people
let me just
here.
give this submission. It's because of the submission that made me stay. I'm already off work, and I know once I
That
get
was
into the
my
car,
turn.
you
It's
you
my
know.
turn. And they told us, come back for anybody. They say, why you back for anybody, you know? I no go grieve
And then,
for anybody. So it's my
Alaba,
turn. You
please.
will talk after me,
Alaba,
Mazi, please. I have to say
please,
what I have to
I'm
say.
about to get out.
Be patient.
Please.
You will have more to say. Please,
Jesus Christ.
I have to talk. I'm a man of what do you call it? I'm a man who likes to make analogy. I'm a man of analogy. So my question will start like this: who has the brain of a rat? That's my question. You will answer that question at the end of my submission. Now, on Aburi, I was trying to push to him to let them know that this every time we say the movement or the opposition or whatever they stand for can do more than what they are currently doing. The pushback is always, we don't want to go to war. I found that very BS like. I don't want to curse in this on this program. Complete BS. Why does the pushback have to be anytime we want to make a progress for a change and say nothing is working, things got to change, the other alternative other than what they are doing should be war? That's not true. That is not true. There's so many things we could be doing. Right now, as we speak, our country is not okay, is on fire. We don't even have a data of all Nigerians staying abroad, whereby we could share one email with all of them about events in that country. And we are in the age of technology. That was how Sahara Reporter spread. I remember when he started, he was just shooting me those emails. And I who's this guy? Who's this person? So eventually you go to his page. We don't have that. Our country is burning. There's so many things we could do. There's so many things the Labour Party could do. And we could have said he's going to give you his email or his contact. I'm going to need it when he gives it to you. He promised that when he was talking. So now, so that's that. There's always this pushback. Listen, people, in South Africa, during the apartheid era, Nelson Mandela cannot be in the same room with his wife and his children and a third person, including his own child. It's against the law, and yet they still mobilize. Stephen Biko, that was how bad the law was. Stephen Biko cannot be in the same room with more than 2 people, yet they still mobilize and they change their country. We are here giving excuses. I believe in hardball question, but I don't believe in people coming here not asking hardball questions on individuals, but coming here pretending to be intellectuals. But these are people with less intellectual capacity. They cannot think beyond their paymaster, beyond those who are sponsoring them to come out here and do whatever it is they do. They cannot think beyond that because they have the brain of a rat. And then when they come here, they want to be so hypocritical and present a posture and make an effort to spin or spearhead the conversation towards their sponsor's direction. They know themselves and they want to use this medium to do that. For those people, I will stand against any day. Now, we should have, I agree, we should have asked hardball question, tough question. But our question should not be disrespectful or be in such a way that it is not focused on the country. This is my analogy. That's why I call myself a man of analogy. Your house is on fire. There's a fire brigade or a man who comes to help to quench that fire. And your question to that man is, why is your pants dirty? That is the lowest of the lowest intellectual level I've ever seen in my life. Why is your pants dirty? The man is trying to help you quench the fire that is burning in your house. If you want to ask questions about the country. Ask questions about the way forward. Ask questions about how do we mobilize. Ask questions about, do you want to do the same thing again with the same circumstances? Are you going to get the same result? Ask intelligent questions that will show you don't have the brain of a rat. Not questions that come to smear individuals on behalf of your paymaster, and some people come here and argue that those are reasonable questions. If they want to debate, let them debate. We can debate each other one-on-one on intellectualism and brain, not on BS. Nobody has that. Our country is on fire. So when I get mad with anybody, I go tough with anybody, it's because my country is on fire and I want to turn off that fire. It's an emotional issue. I don't give a rat if it's the emotion of a woman. What a moron. Excuse my language. I like to stop there or I'll say more bad things.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Alaba. Let's get to Emeka. Emeka.
Yeah, Rudolph, thank you very much. You see, ever since I'm an August panelist, so would I call myself a panelist? I don't know. But if you go look at the comment section, right, and then even from the panelists, you would think I'm the guest, but the guest just left. You understand? And it's quite funny. And what I begin to decipher is, I think I have some fans and a couple of enemies out there. Anyway, people, I just don't want to try to hit up the platform. I think I would ignore some ridiculous comments that I don't think don't align. But what I'll go to the meat. Thank you for bringing up the chairman of the Labour Party. He is the Labour Party chairman, right? And the last we checked, he still remains the Labour Party chairman. And those questions are for him. And I like to stick with the context of, what the platform or the show is all about. I don't like to go, I'm not that kind of, my brains are not warped differently. I would ask questions direct that is for the individual, the personality that is being brought up. And even, I think, where you wanted to bring the senator, right? I believe so. I had some very nice questions I wanted to ask the lady. I can begin to ask the Labour Party chairman questions that are meant for the president. It shows that I must be drinking something, or I must be high. Like one of the panelists who came up here was drinking Guinness Stout. He's on the platform actually. So I'll ask those questions, and I think I was not being rude. I didn't mean to smear him. There was no intention for me to be rude to him or disrespectful. Those were questions that are publicly known that I wanted him to share more light on. I would say, I really appreciated him. He's a soft-spoken man, just like Peter Obi. Seems to be a man who takes his assignment pretty seriously. And I liked the way he answered my first question. I appreciated that, because on the platform, other media platform, they've been bringing it up. And I think if the courts decide, I don't know how they're going to decide on that case, but let the court decide. The second question was really very pertinent and relevant. A lot of people have been asking questions on that. And him being the leader of the Labour Party, that it provides the opportunity for him to provide more context, which he did, even though he didn't give the timeline. He did. He said the accounts are ready. And they are maybe finalizing on publishing it because people are asking the questions. The last question I asked him, I wanted him to clarify, which he did, at the beginning of the show, talking about 60% and 50% of polling units providing their result. I wanted him to speak on it. And he did, and he was rambling around talking about the incident, the pockets of incident that happened during the election. And I wanted him to provide more context. I had the opportunity to push back, but out of respect for his person and the platform, I didn't want to push back on him. I wanted him to just express his opinion the way he deemed fit, right? Because I could push back, I could hold him to task on those questions. Because what he did and what the party leadership in the Labour Party, what they did immediately after the election is almost the same thing that they are being holding Donald Trump for. You did not win the election. You have no proof of winning the election. Right here on this show, you said 50 to 60% of your polling agents submitted their results. But you went to the media to say you won the election. We shouldn't have this kind of situation in the country anymore, because it could have charged. Even Dati said, don't swear in anybody. That could have taken that country over. And what we'll be saying will be different. So we want people to play according to the rules, the electoral rules that we have. And understand that in the game of politics, you either win or you lose. And if you don't win and you think you've been robbed, carry your evidence, gather them properly. Ensure you gather them where. Go to court and prove your case. Now, it would have been of my delight that when they were saying they won the election, and they were able to show with evidence in tabular form, because that was what piqued my interest, to go read that petition 10 times. Someone was saying I don't have a job. That was why I was reading it 10 times. I was laughing. But, to spend some time reading this 10 times, I want to know how you won this election. And to be fair, I didn't see it. Don't take my word for it. The Court of Appeal didn't see it. And they scolded the lawyers who were doing social media appearances with pictures. I said, you know better. Why are you doing this? So I didn't see it. Then again, I also perused their appellation in the Supreme Court. And I was like, this guys, what are you guys up to? So those are the questions I wanted to ask him. That, sir, for the unity, which I appreciated him, by the way, he looked at it and said, if we take up arms, we probably will not have a country. I appreciated him that we must use and play within the rule of the law. And I appreciated him. And likewise, Peter Obi too, because they would have said certain things, even though Dati said them, and the country would have gone aflames. But again, I understand how charged and emotional that we were during the 2023 election. What I want to say is not just to cause aspersion to anyone. I know you guys don't like me. It's fair. I don't care. I'm in enemy's territory. But the respect for other opinion, even though when you don't like it, shows who you are as an individual. There are certain things I hear, even when the last individual was speaking, I just laugh at him. You want to debate me? You can't stand me. I come with the goose. But anyway, Dr. Rudolph, to just address you personally, I know you were laughing. You are too excited to mute me. You're always excited to mute me. So, but it's a delight coming around just to share the platform. I express my opinion to you guys. I'll still try once in a while. If I see something that is relevant and important, I will try to come in to give in my 2 cents. Thank you very much, guys. See you some other time.
All right. Thank you, Emeka. Chim,
before he goes, please, I have something. Yeah, sorry. So, Emeka, are you still around?
Yes.
Hello, Emeka.
I am. I can hear you.
So, I don't need you to tell me what part of the world where you are, but I guess you're not in Nigeria. You didn't vote, did you?
I didn't vote.
You're simple.
But I was in Nigeria during the when they were swearing in the president. I went to express.
So what is critical for me in my response to you is, one, you were not in Nigeria during the election. You didn't vote. You were not at any polling unit. So, so while it is okay to have your own opinion, because you said you try to compare, you said what Labour Party is doing is not any different from what Donald Trump did. Labour Party.
No, I didn't say not Labour Party. No. Maybe you weren't listening. I said
so just correct me quickly.
Party leadership. No, definitely I will. What the party leadership did is not different from what Donald Trump did, and he's been persecuted.
So fine, that's okay. That's okay for time's sake. Okay, so I don't see what Labour Party leadership did. because the man came here, Labour Party did not call out. In fact, Labour Party members wanted to go on the streets. Their presidential candidate calmed them down, said they shouldn't go on the streets. Their party chairman has come here to reiterate the fact that they didn't want to create chaos. And that's probably why at some point they had to tell their VP to stop going on air. He was
okay,
the one
Tim,
who
I think you understood my
hold on, Emeka, hold on, please, hold on.
So don't misquote me. That's why I want to say this. Like I will give you the example.
But I asked and I got clarity.
Hold on. No, you are not yet clear.
Emeka, hold on.
Hold on now. Let me say, Donald Trump said he won the election.
Have chance to do a rebuttal. You would have chance to do a rebuttal. I'm sure.
Go ahead.
Now, the point I want to make is this: you've spoken about a lot of things. You even mentioned you went into the realm of the tribunal, the appeal, and the Supreme Court. Literally, that's why I asked you where we were when all this was happening. Any Nigerian that followed this thing. See, let's forget who eventually it has happened. Tinubu is president. That's fine. Good luck to him. But majority of Nigerians, will tell you that the judiciary did not even do a decent enough job when it comes to arbitration of what happened in the last election. Number one, INEC was supposed to provide evidences to show that they conducted an election that was free and fair. Most of the things that INEC was supposed to produce, they never produced. Because the people who litigated kept saying, I mean, you are asking INEC to bring you evidences of ballots and INEC is saying, oh, we don't have them, or IRF thing is shut down. Are you saying that people who told you, even Olisa Bakoba and co, and the former IBTC CEO/chairman has come on air to say he went on IRF and he was seeing photographs as submissions for results. In other words, where you're supposed to be seeing figures is a photo that is there. So when people say they are aggrieved about how the election went, people have a reason. They have grouses. It's okay, like I said, I've moved on. I don't want to be going. That's why you see, I didn't ask Abure about the election. My own question now is about governance. Which is why, and my question was to him as per those who are representing his party in the National Assembly. This is where they have government representatives, because the National Assembly is part of government. That's why I was asking him what they are doing in terms of trying to get them to have an agenda. That's when you will not see me talk about the election anymore. It's gone. It's won. It's lost fraudulently or unfraudulently, whatever your views are. That realm, I moved away from that. So, but why I'm talking to you about this is for you to stay here. This is why some people feel that you're being ingenious. You are entitled to your opinion, and I respect that. You won't see me attack you. It's okay. But I think sometimes we need to be very careful. You see, elections may be elections, but it was not a joke. We're talking about people's lives. People were killed in Lagos State. You said you used the word sparring skirmishes. They were not sparring. They were whole high-scale skirmishes across the country. High skill.
Where were you during the election?
People were killed. People were maimed.
Where were you during the election?
So to come here and make light of it.
Chim,
I wasn't in Nigeria, but I have relations. I have photographs. I have things on my. If I can share things with you. I'm not even talking. I'm not joking. People.
Thank you.
What is his name? T-Mark.
Go ahead.
T-Mark, who is the Nigerian musician.
Go ahead, so that you don't lose
evidences on Arise to talk about how in his place where he lives, he had to use his dogs to chase APC thugs away. What are we talking about? So you see, it's okay if the side of the political spectrum you belong to has won today. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But it is not okay to make light of other people's perceptions of the election, experiences. Actually, let me not even use the word. I withdraw that word. Experiences of how the election went. People were maimed. People were killed. People were stopped. There were Yoruba women who were stopped from voting because they were light in complexion. And somebody said because they're light in complexion makes them Igbo. These things happened. These are not things that we conjuncted. I know a few of them. There's a prominent actress who was stopped from voting. And she was laughing and saying, can you imagine that suddenly I've become Igbo because I'm light in complexion? So please, these are things that make people, when they attack you, they feel you're being insensitive. And I need us to be very cautious about that. You are welcome to come and express your. I don't own the platform. None of us owns the platform. It's okay to have dissenting views. I'm okay with it. I'm very okay with it. If we're all thinking alike, then there's a problem. But I need to be able to see in the midst of my differences with you, to see some level of, wisdom that I might say, okay, even though I don't agree with this, but I can deal with this. And right now, the comments you make, these are things that make people get angry. So I don't have to push back on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Rudolph.
No,
I
hold on.
wanted to leave.
No, hold on.
Right?
Before
Let me
you
leave. Okay.
hold on. Okay, please.
Dr. Rudolph, please tell him not to go. Emeka, me and you got to.
Can't stop anybody from leaving. Ngozi Cat's battery is dying, so she wants to say something before.
Yeah, can I also chip in something? It would be good if they can apologize to the women for what he said.
Okay.
Now let me just say something quietly. He does not have to apologize. I'm grateful he has a mother. He probably has sisters. He will have daughters if he already doesn't have them. The reason I point these things out sometimes, it's not just for my sake. I made a similar observation yesterday. There will always be people in the minority. And there will always be people who, even in a general statement, they will always pick the ones that apply to them. He made that comment. A lot of people will see nothing wrong with it. But me personally, as a woman, in this show where most of the 90% of the time, there are only men here, and few women that come here to voice their opinion and have a say, a man comes on the show to say something like this. It's disappointing. And
okay, Ngozi, I think you're interpreting that comment differently.
I'm not interpreting it anyhow.
What I would say,
no. And you are going to let me speak.
You are saying, I think based on past experience.
I will just go off without finishing what I want to say. If you want to continue talking. I don't want us to normalize some of these things. I do not want us to normalize some of these things. They count. People are watching the show. Women are watching the show. And you can't get off making statements like this. It is improper. And you can't tell me I did not understand it as that's not how you meant it. It sounded clear. Even expressionists logged in just to say the same thing I asked you. You can keep your apology. This is where I'm going to edit. I'll join the night train people because for now, no.
Yeah, if you have biases, then it will not sit well with you.
There is no bias. You were having discussions with them, and you wanted to troll them, and you called them having feminine energy.
Can I speak?
There is no bias there.
Go and Google feminine and masculine energy.
Good night,
I
sir.
didn't put that descriptive narratives there. Google feminine energy, masculine energy, and you will see for yourself. What I said, I am not the owner of the adjective or the descriptive nature of those adjectives. Anyway,
what I want to say to
Chim, so that I can leave to Chim, right?
No, you've been doing that.
Can I tell Chim, when I meant Trump, the example, using the Trump example, right? I meant that Trump told the world he won the election without providing evidence for that. And now he's suffering the consequence for it. Now we have Dati, who went to Channels Television. We also have Peter Obi, who went to Channels and Arise to make such similar claim. Chim, I hope you're listening clearly, and I want you to open your ears because you're looking that next time you will not say something I didn't infer. So
you see that those are the words. See the word you just used. And you hope I'm opening my ears. But meanwhile, when I was addressing you,
I was listening. I was listening to you.
But I'm listening to
now
you.
I am addressing you. I am addressing you. You're looking
and you said you hope I'm opening my ears.
And I'm telling you, that's why I drew your attention and I said, I hope you're opening your ears and you're listening before you infer.
You can't use that word. You can't say you hope I'm opening.
You can't police the statement that I use. You can't police the word that I will
condescending. Use. That's the point everybody has against you.
You see it as condescending, but I'm telling you, I hope you're opening your ears. You can't police the word I use. So open your ears and listen. So now what I'm saying is,
I'm not listening to you.
Okay, that's fine. Then thank you. Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you very much for listening.
All right.
Some other time.
All right. Thank you. Tone, welcome to the
show. He's running away. He doesn't want to speak to me.
Oh, I'll
Me and
speak
you
to
dey
you, Tone.
quarrel.
I'll speak to you. I'm not running away from you. I'll speak to you. I'll speak to you.
Okay. Right.
Please, can I speak
Hi.
and go? I just asked for just
No,
one favor. I wanted to see.
you've done this twice. You've told us you want to,
No,
and then
no,
you,
no, I didn't.
oh yeah, the last time I gave
Wait,
you said you were going to go. You just want.
wait, I'm already off work, but I cannot
You
go
said
in my
exactly.
car.
You said that you were off work and we allowed you to speak. Also.
So let him go.
No,
Let
no,
him
no,
go.
you
It's
did
all right.
not.
I'll wait.
Okay,
You
go
did
ahead.
not.
Mazi, go ahead.
Yeah, Mazi, go,
Don't
go,
want
go.
you to
Mazi.
speak.
Jesus Christ. Emeka, I told you the last time that you're a likable person.
I know.
Don't come, don't come here and say, oh, you hate, you don't like you. Nobody is saying that.
No, this is enemy's territory. I know. If you look, that's what I was telling Rudolph, right? If you look, you will think I'm the guest. Go to the comment section. People you're on the platform, those on the platform. You guys can, even someone had to say, I came in because of what Emeka said, right?
Okay, so
and there you have someone that, you know.
okay, so for me, where I'm coming in from is this. Where I'm coming in from is I'm not saying the question you asked is not good, it's not a good question or whatever it is. Where I have a problem is where you said, are you a forger? You understand? And to me, I feel that shouldn't, when you ask that question, allow him to answer, and then you can get,
I did allow him to
your,
answer. I did stop him.
I know,
I
but
allowed him.
yeah, I know, but it was after his network went off and
But
he came back.
you can tell from when he was answering that he was trying to let us know that he is not. That was why I said I liked the way he answered that question. It was a direct question to him.
Well,
Because
today, to me,
Apapa and his group are calling him a forger. Apapa and his group said the police did a forensic investigation and they have a report. Now, what that question did was he went back and he brought his own evidence to show us here.
Okay, well, thank you for
me,
that.
I think that was a fantastic question and he gave a fantastic answer.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. By the way, for me, Papa is a native doctor, so I don't even care whatever they say or whatever. And then another thing is, it will not be fair when you say, I know you're trying to compare what the Labour Party they did after the election and what Donald Trump did. Come on, you and I live here. We know, as a matter of fact, we knew what Donald Trump did. Okay, and what is being held, what his court case right now is not only that he instigated people to attack the National Assembly, he also went on to different things that he said, and another I think what do you call it, Georgia, he called the Georgia whatever the Secretary of State to give him some amount of votes. That did not happen. That's not what Labour Party did. And
Massive Prince, right? Thank God you were able to say I'm a likable guy, even though you were trying to throw some argument at me earlier on the show. Right? Trump went deep. But the first instance after the election, he said, I won the election. It was rigged. I won the election. And his action, behavior, demeanor, disposition showed that he was teetering towards that point. And what he did, there is similarities. Why we are grateful to Peter Obi and Peter Obi as well as the Labour Party chieftains was that they didn't say rise up. The more even you could tell that the atmosphere was charged. All it would have taken for people to hit the street was for Peter Obi to say, go to the streets, we will not accept this result. I sure if Peter Obi comes on this platform, that will be the first thing I will tell him, that I really, really appreciate you, sir, for not going towards that area, that space. Because what we are saying now, we probably won't even have a country at this point in time. That was why the June 6, 2024, or 2023, rather, I'm forgetting. That's why Donald Trump is being prosecuted, because he told them to rise up. He told them to rise up. And so, because they do not want such situations to happen again in the history of America, they want to use Donald Trump as a lesson. So we now need to understand that, okay, within an election cycle, things may not go your way. I am glad that the Labour Party chairman, Abure, has told us, not me, I didn't say it. He said 60% of the results came in-house and was collated. What happened to the remaining 40? They probably didn't get it. But based on 60%, they were running their mouth based on 60%.
Okay. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Please put me on.
All right. Thank you. Well, I'll give you 1 minute before I go to Tone. 1 minute. Now, if you need more than that, you have to wait.
Okay. I shouldn't anyway. Oh God, where should I even start?
Then wait.
Okay.
Okay, Tone, you're next.
Hi. Greetings, everybody. I deliberately decided to make my set absence, even though I was looking forward to it, but I felt because the things that were going to come out of me wasn't going to be very, very complimentary, and I was going to be raw to it, yeah, maybe it's a good thing. I'll go back again and watch it. But what I just want to say, and why, Emeka, why I said I wanted you to stay on, is that you've been telling us you love Nigeria, you love Nigeria, you love Nigeria.
I do.
Yeah, you've not even shown me so much that I don't know even how many languages you speak, Nigerian languages you speak, whether you speak Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. I just don't know. But again, language is not a measure of how patriotic somebody is. So coming here you need to nobody is attacking you. God knows from my heart, nobody hates you. It's not an enemy. This is not an enemy territory. You can come in at any time. Why
The only
not go
person
to
I know
one
that
man?
does not hate me is on this
No,
platform.
wait. Let's just get something clear.
Rudolph does not hate me. I
No. Let's get something clear. I don't hate you either, and I believe Chim does not hate you. Listen, we need to see, for us to aspire to the Nigeria that we want, or the peaceful departure that we want, and all that. We can't just having that kind of mindset. Nobody's an enemy. The only thing is just that if you say some certain things, because maybe in your heart of heart, I'm not in your heart, I don't know what's in your heart. You may still say some certain things to you. It does not evoke any insult, but to the other person, the receiver, they might receive it differently. So maybe it's something that you need to, I will say respectfully to you, you need to start working on the way because before I used to be a bit like you. I used to be very, very, I used to be very, very, how will I say it and all that. I came across the way you used to come across, but I started listening to myself and paying more attention. So it's just not that. So if this is not an enemy territory and all that, what simply I do not come to one
maybe
man.
you are referring to to my incident with Chim, right? You say when Chim was talking to me, I was listening, I was paying attention.
I'm talking based.
Don't worry, don't hold on. Let me address that. And I was now responding to him on the privilege that Dr. Damages gave to me, and Chim was looking down on his phone. That's very disrespectful. And you don't want me, and I called him out, and he said, "These are the kind of words you use." To show that you understand, he was talking to me, and I was paying attention, looking at him and listening, and I'm addressing you, and you are looking at your phone.
Okay,
right? Let me elaborate on that fact, or on the context more. Now, let's say we are out in the public and we were having an engagement. You finished saying something, then my turn to respond. You threw your face backwards, like I have nothing to say to you. Then I called you out and you say I'm being insulted. Who insulted who first? When you don't put yourself in with proper decorum, then I shouldn't call you out on your childish behavior. Someone is talking to you, and you're looking at your phone.
Yeah, but
are you trying to be clever by half, or are you just trying to be silly as a child?
There's still some other ways of putting it without adding more fuel to the
It's not about
already
it's
five.
not you call
If there's one person,
call someone who's ridiculous out. If someone is silly, you call that person out. Let that person know he's silly. If
if there's
someone is
one person,
respectful, you tell the person that person is respectful.
yeah,
Chin was
yeah,
disrespectful, and I
I
called
agree.
him out.
I agree with
And
you.
if he does it
Being,
again, I'll call him out because it's being
I agree.
disrespectful
No, I
and
agree with you.
childish.
I'm very big on respect in this platform. I always
Yeah,
have been screaming
I
about
shouldn't be
respect,
talking to
respect.
you when you because you were saying something. I was attentive. I gave you my attention. I'm talking to you. You're looking at your goddamn
Is that
useless phone.
arbitrary court?
All right, that's it. Tone,
Okay.
your time is up. I move
All right.
on.
Thank you.
I move on to somebody else. Jonaba, I want to skip you, not because you're not important, but because I want to reach KJ, who has not said anything today. Wale, I see your hand, but let me just, I know, I'll get to Jonaba, I'll get to you, but let's say
Let me
KJ.
use that. I'll bugger off.
The what?
2 minutes. Let me use 2 minutes, then I will disappear. Or I'll
KJ,
be at the background.
KJ, do you want him to go?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Wale.
Thank you very much, you a gentleman. Quickly, this is not an arbitrary court. We're not here to be settling conflict or anything. We're here for a purpose. Our country is on fire. What is the solution? And let me quickly keep this in. When it comes to communication, Yoruba used to say something because I grew up with my grandma. Mosquitoes do sing as well. But whenever mosquito sings, I don't know who wants to listen to mosquito. Probably get killed. Communication comes in two ways: the verbal, the word you say, and what you don't say, and the way you say it. I mean, for those who have done communication at some point, you will probably know what I mean. The verbal, the non-verbal communication aspect of it. Now, I'm not even going to dwell on that. Three things I notice in a country. In every country, you will find three categories of people: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizen. So it's now entirely up to an individual to categorize or know where they belong. If you're a tribesman, no matter what is happening to the Hausas or whatever, in as much it doesn't happen to my tribe, I don't care. If I'm an idiot, if a banana skin peel on the floor, in as much it doesn't affect me, whoever fall, that's their own business. But a citizen will be patriotic, will not think about himself, will think about how others are going to benefit. So I'm not going to lecture us around that. The solution aspect that I'm looking forward to on this platform is every single one of us, for those who really meant well, have one thing or the other to offer. Either the way they critically analyze things, either the way they listen to others, either the way they contribute. You know which one, which aspect you are good at. Some people will say, let's get it going, let's go on. I can't fight. I'm not in the military. I haven't been in the military before, although I live in the barracks. But have I got the gut to go to the battleground? No. So, but those who know how to fight and how to deal with situation, either in communication or whichever way, let's give people who have the knowledge of how to do things. Not every single one of us will be in government. Not every single one of us will know how to face people who have this propaganda, have all sort of ways to, to destroy us. One thing I want us to notice is, yes, we don't like APC. We know what it stands for. Sorry. We know what it stands for. But do you know what they're using? They will throw something to us. We will battle ourselves. We will, fight each other so that they carry on doing their own strategy. They'll keep looting the money, do everything they do, because they know that once they throw something to us, propaganda, we will dwell on that for weeks. Before we know it, it will be another episode. For how long are we going to wake up and address the issue? Let's stop fighting and addressing something. Oh, I don't like the way you talk to me. No. We are all adults. We all have families. If I talk to my children the way I shouldn't, they will tell me off. And I have to reflect and think, maybe I need to, retone my communication or how I say things. Respect is reciprocal. Now, If we allow the young ones to be part of this forum or part of this platform, because I could see that we've never gone up to 1,000. And I know some people might want to join one way or the other. Are we doing something to make other people join? We are now living in a world of technology. Are we using this technology to even fight the analog? All these analog octogenarian ruling Nigeria, are they smarter than us? But still, we're not thinking of that solution. We're not thinking of what could be the best way to get all these octogenarians out of the system and, they're analog. That is the way I want us to think. I don't want us to be fighting each other and be dwelling and spending time to be arguing about things. Please, people, if we happen to be in government tomorrow, are we expecting people not to question us? Are we going to be that perfect? Please, let us be more mature. Let us see what we can do to make things better. Thank you.
Thank you, Wale. Wale, you said that you noticed that about idiots and the tribesmen. Did you notice it before the Greeks or after?
I listen, I read.
You don't have to answer. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I was thinking, did Wale discover something? Then I said, oh, it wasn't. Anyway, KJ, welcome to
thank you so much. Dr. Rudolph, I just said today I need to go to church so that you don't make me be losing church any longer. And so I listened to part of you guys' discussion and I enjoyed all of it. And I don't want to make comment on.
Sorry, Rudolph. If no one is there, can I leave now?
Yeah. I think okay. you're good to go.
Oh, thank you very much. Have a good one.
All right.
I listened to all the what the chairman said, and I agree with him in so many places. I don't agree with him in so many places. But I'm not even going to talk about him. I'm going to talk about the conduct of some of our panelists on this on this panel. Sometimes people come to this platform with "I know it all," and so any other view that come across as not their own is not accepted. And I have watched it over time, and it's becoming a bit worrisome. Because even some who come here and take on journalists, they even call you fake journalists. I don't mind if you call me whatever you want to call me. I don't give a damn, I'm telling you the truth, But when you begin to take to your own truth only as the truth, it becomes a problem. It becomes a big problem because you insult, you say all kinds of words that I would not want to use on the public forum. In fact, just like you now, I'm beginning to get annoyed on the platform. And just yesterday, I was telling my wife was concerned. Say, if this thing is going to change, you better just stop. Okay. So we should guide our words. Yes, we are in a foreign land where people speak anyhow, no respect to anybody. It's true, but that's not our culture. We have not imbibed the culture of the white man as our culture. We still have a way we speak to each other with some form of decorum. You don't just get up, you say whatever you want to say because you are just on the public. And if before you know it, they will begin to speak a very foreign language that sounds too foreign to us because we are Igbo. Look, I said here before now, for those of you who have ever gone for any interview with a foreign media, for instance, I'll give you an example of BBC. If you go to BBC and you speak a foreign accent, they will never give you that job. Okay? If you go to any of these foreign medias and you are Igbo or you are Nigerian or you're an African and your accent is more Oyibo than the Oyibo person, they will not give you. And I asked one of my boss something one time. I said, "Why is that?" He said, "Because to them it's even annoying that you're trying to be like them. Why don't just you speak like them and speak like yourself? They appreciate you better that you speak as you will speak in your native dialect. They know that it's not your language. They too appreciate the fact that it's not your language. So speak the way you will speak as a normal person." Okay, having said that, I want to thank you, Judah, because you really have power. I mean, when I was watching the whole thing going on, I was just laughing. I said, God, the issue of Nigeria can be found in this small setup we're having here. There's some people who will agree with you on certain things, and then when it has to do with another set of people, they will so be vehement on the issues. that you begin to wonder whether it is personal. Brothers, I just want to employ us. Even the maker I just left, I thought he was going to be here so I can address him a bit. He's a young man. I don't think he's up to 45. Okay. The way he's talking, if he's a maker and truly is an Igbo person, I believe he didn't grow up in America. He must have come to America one time with the other, wherever he is living. And that's not the way we bring our children. Every day I tell my son here, we're Igbos, and we have a way, our culture is different from what you see. I don't care what English you speak. Igbo, we have culture. This is the way we do things. This is the way we do things. And that is it. Look, if you like live in the moon, there's one thing that your culture will be your culture. Maintain it. It's simple. And be proud about it, because there's a reason God created you who He created you. That's the little I will contribute, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Before we go to Janaba, let me play this 40 seconds video.
Your colleagues will be coming to you for food. They'll be coming to you for refreshment. In every family, there is somebody they call the go-to person. Somebody you go to when you have a problem. Somebody you go to when you have a need. I decree that in your family, you'll be the go-to person.
Oh, amen. I don't think they know what it means to be the go-to person.
Bishop Rudolph, what's your problem?
That's why they are putting it up. And knowing that Jonaba is speaking next is part of Jonaba's constituency. Jonaba, welcome.
Rudolph. But Rudolph, you're the go-to person. Aren't you the go-to person?
Who wants to be a go-to person? I don't think they understand that.
Even if you have all the money, you will be tired.
Of course. They don't know.
Can I comment on this?
Yeah, go ahead. Take it over from Jonaba. He's wasting time.
I'm waiting for you guys, but go ahead, KJ.
All right. Now, I think this particular topic will probably concern me and Jonaba the most. But here's what I want to say. I listened to it. I first saw it. Somebody sent it to me and said, "Have you seen this thing?" And I watched it, and I watched it again, and I watched it. So two things came to my mind. It's either that, you see, like I just spoke earlier, sometimes we interpret English in our native tongue. And so when you juxtapose it the proper meaning of what the person had just spoken, it makes a little bit of no sense. So that's the first thing that I got in my mind. Okay, this guy is a typical Yoruba speaker, has spoken this thing with his mother tongue, just gave it an interpretation that doesn't seem to be making too many sense to some of us. And I give a very good example. When Pastor Julius first said, "What God cannot do does not exist," some people took him to cleaners because they think that doesn't exist in the Bible. But it's a scripture in the Bible. The only thing he did was to interpret it in Igbo, which is there's nothing God cannot do. And it is a saying that is well known by Igbos. Now, in the context of this very senior man of God, one of the fathers of the faith in Nigeria, maybe he didn't quite, I want to give him a benefit of doubt. Maybe he didn't quite understand what he was saying. Because I don't want to be the only person in my family. The Igbos have a proverb, where one man is a jungle, that nation is ended. Okay? Because you don't own your life, you don't know when anything can happen to you. So if you decide that you're the only one who be the go-to person in your family, then the family is finished. Okay, so I think that, and then why would I want my colleagues who are working with you in the office and I want you to come and be begging me for food? You understand? So it doesn't seem to sit very well with a lot of us.
KJ, stop. I like the way we make excuses for people we like or people who are in our constituency. We don't make excuses for Tinubu or for Babangida. We don't try to interpret. Maybe they meant something else. Maybe the point is this.
You know why I'm throwing this in, because I think the man understands much more than he has been able to put forward. That's the truth. He didn't start ministry today. Okay, he understands.
Can I throw this question in? Can I throw this question?
No,
in that congregation, no, it's to Jonaba, so that when he talk, he can address it. In that congregation, there are like two people from the same family, or two colleagues that work in the same office inside that congregation. Who is going to be the go-to person?
Wahala.
Brody, I don't know, your brain is this froze now. New York is affecting your brain. I told you to move to Texas. Our weather is not that good this year, but it's still better than the normal in New York. But I hope your family can allow you to come here so you can be watching Texas. Texas is a local die to heaven. You don't need to put the area code.
Borno is better. Borno, they have more sun there.
Oh, okay. Before you know this guy are very manipulative for their life. I've worked for them. The name of Jesus, I've worked for them over the years. So I'm too small to speak to people like him that have made fortune. He's a billionaire. You know, this guy is very rich. If you tell people to jump into lagoon, they will jump. So that is how much influence he have on people. And my influence of even staying here for long with my family, sometimes it doesn't work well. So you have to give people credit for the power of whatever they are doing, whether it's manipulation, whether it's misleading, whatever, gather a lot of people like that. And everybody say amen. Then look at your side. If me and my brother are working there, then you tell me that my brother will come and be begging me. So yeah, he's saying my brother, who will say amen? So why should it be that somebody have to come and beg you? Is that a prayer that sits right in 21st century, that there is no empowerment of every individual supposed to sustain themselves, that somebody, poverty have to make you beg somebody? And this is what the tools they have used to cripple the church. And that's why they give them this hopeless hope that Nigerian cannot move forward. Because the idea is that when you hear some certain thing that doesn't even add up, even the people that can say they don't respect it, when you look around, you feel isolated, because it's like Baba is saying something, you are not saying amen. And then you are saying like, okay, you right there, it's like somebody is trying to say that you are a rebel. But sometimes you know that this doesn't add up. And this is the country we have built, and that is why the politicians and the church have colluded and then make us who we are today, because this doesn't make sense. But if you talk today, tomorrow somebody will say, oh, why do you talk about thou shalt not speak evil of the anointed? Who is not anointed? Or the man of God? Me, I'm the woman of God. Did I tell you I'm a gay or a letter or whatever? So who told you that? But so this is the country we created, myriad of people, and people say amen to such thing. But I wish them good luck. I think amen mean that let it be. But it's not in my family. We and me, I'm not going to say amen to certain things like that. And maybe sometimes because you know better, you do better. But then let's go to the topic of the day and all that. I don't think I have so much. Everybody has spoke well on the issues, but my fear to my fellow the East and the West Nigeria, I pity you guys politically in the Nigerian space. Because if this is who we have here, that's simple because somebody run for president, whether you belong to your party, whether you invest in that party or you contributed, that you make enmity out of each other, that you use some harsh word And at the end of the day, we create that toxic environment. And if we all used to this hateful language and started showing that, then that hate will consume all of us. It doesn't make sense. My younger brother come here is to be Tom supporter. I learned lesson from that. I love him. We still say the same language. We have our family thing. We don't come up with it. It's politics. He have his own opinion. I respect it. He respect my own. But when I come here and I see people, I say, oh, these people can't really play politics. Because that brother right now is with APC, right? We all know that, right? So
yeah, you work with him.
Yeah. So and then that will go home and say, oh, I run under LP and now maybe I'll still rerun one. No, it's a game. That section, that period is over. And if you, it's a hard talk here. I know those of you that invested so much in it emotionally and otherwise, and Nigerians deserve emotion to be invested. There's nothing wrong. But my fear for my fellow brothers and sisters is that in 2027, nothing is going to change because this is not how politics is played. If you like, the last time when I saw the rally in Benin and I make a comment, I said, oh, my blood pressure, because I saw you people that think you're going to win. Doesn't win like that. Politics is not such a game like, especially in Nigerian space. And okay, and we all come here, we go after each other, we pull each other down. The Bible even say that the kingdom divide among itself will not stand. And we are talking about a nation now. We are not even talking. Shelby, do you think there are no good people in the APC? Do you think there are no good people in PDP? Do you think there are no bad people in LP? And I don't even know the guy have answered the question before I asked him because I didn't watch it through. And I asked him when he answered, Rudolph told me I've answered it. I said, the LP in the house, are they doing anything differently? He said, no. For now, that they promise they are going to court case. You know, politicians have a way to cover themselves, all those speak talk. No, there is no, we are going nowhere with this attitude of even form a clique here. If somebody says something that even when you know that it's not the right thing, you just want to feel like follow along. That means that you are a stooge. You don't have your own mind. You have the right. Anybody can come on this platform and call you name. Have a thick skin. Because a thin skin, anything will irritate you. And then you go and what is that for? Why are we coming here to insult one another on election? Is even your dad bear the name? Is it you? Can't you establish your own life? Let's calm it down. Election is not something do or die. And this elite, they know themselves very well. Remember the video where Atiku and Tinubu met themselves in the airport in Abuja? And he talked to him. They understand themselves. I mean, it's a game. They are very rich. They are very rich people. Rich people doesn't see things the way we see it. The only thing they can throw out there is that anything that can divide us, because they know that when we are united, there's tendency that we will remove them. And then we talk about bylaw, all of those things happen. It's over. Come, let's move on. And move on to something that you know, that look at what he said. So I can interpret it as weakness, and that Obi is weak. He said that if that is on top, it will be different. He said that here.
Yeah, but not in a good way.
Yes. Yes. So he understands, meaning the guy is not going to agree. Meaning that
no, wait. How does that make Obi weak?
It's a lot of people, you can say in a bad way or in a good way, but there are a lot of people who believe that the energy behind that moment is you may not believe that Obi handled it well, but other people believe that Obi should have used that energy to go to the street and go on that way. But we don't believe that. I say some people believe it's weak, and some people believe it's a strength. So people can look at it from that two ways.
All right. Thank you.
Rodolph, can I do a quick reaction? I've not spoken. I just came in. I'm sorry. Can I do a quick reaction?
Yeah, go ahead.
So John Abba, see, I mean, it is true that some of us have called each other's name because of this election. You understand? Because it's not a do or die affair.
Not only even after election, not only on election matter. Let's be frank here.
I get it.
Olumide, you know yourself. You've almost called everybody names.
I'm coming. You understand? So it's not a do or die affair. Tinubu and Atiku will see themselves, they will banter. You understand? If only the democracy that is practiced is allowed to be practiced the way it is. It is so in other climes in the US. After the elections, the loser will call the winner and congratulate the winner. You understand? And things move on. When there are problems, he will get the support of all parties. You understand? And find a way for the country to move forward in a free and fair election. You understand? Now, if people have rigged the elections and you expect the other people to fold their hands, people run roughshod over the constitution that should govern and make our lives civil so that we respect each other, you understand? And we value each other's life. And then you expect us to sit down and let things be. Oh, they banter, they rig the election, they rub it down our throat, they shove it down and you tell us not to be upset. And these same people know what they want to do when they come in. All they want to do is share billions of naira, not giving the people who want to do serious job the opportunity. Did you know that in a very normal climate, it's not economic sabotage? You spend 300 billion naira to buy gadgets, and that gadget becomes useless at the end of the day. That is not economic sabotage. Understand? That is the beginning. I mean, it's little wonder that they want any means to clean this part. When
all right, Olumide, your line is
that
not
of an agency, when that person becomes
Olumide, we are not getting everything you are saying. You are breaking up. Can you rejoin us?
While millions die, do you know that people die because of?
It's not easy. Olumide, can you rejoin us?
Do or die affair. I'm sorry, sir.
Olumide, your network is bad.
Yeah, we can't hear everything you're saying. Chim, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the video you just showed us, but before going there, okay, yeah, Janaba is here. I think I've forgotten what I wanted to respond to. So something Janaba said that I wanted to address, but that has made me forget it. But anyway, when it comes to that video, let's not forget this man is not an illiterate man. That guy is a professor, literally. He's a, I think, mathematician, or is it physics?
Yeah, professor of
maths.
Maths. Yeah, so he's not, he understands the 1 + 1 = 2 and algebra and all those. He does. So, I get careful these days trying to respond to those sort of videos, but I think a lot of us have, I won't say made a merchandise of the scripture, but we're not preaching the word of God in totality. That's the problem. You see, the problem is when you begin to preach for a crowd to like you. We don't seem to realize that the word of God, the Bible says the word of God is a double-edged sword. It's for reproof, for correction. But once we remove the edge, we don't want it to be a double-edged sword, and we only present it in that fancy way. It's not complete. And that is why constantly Christianity, and anything Bible is suddenly becoming, people are ridiculing all those things, because, there are certain things we just hear and they're like, for real? You understand? Nobody in his right senses wants to be the go-to person in their family. I don't want to be in the go-to. I want everybody to own their own. Be on their own and take care of themselves. Do you understand?
That is the way to go.
Yeah. There may be one person who initially will come up and try and pull others up. It's actually in the interest to pull others up. So when you put them, they are all liberated, and then you can have a breather. But you want to be listen, when people send me messages, barrage of messages because of the way Nigeria is, oh, please, bros, I've not paid my son's school fees. Oh, I don't even waste time. Listen, my one pastor where I went to say, you are not El Shaddai. If you try to be El Shaddai, you will come, I shall die. You will die. Because the pressure will be too much. Why are you carrying load that you shouldn't be carrying? I don't know any of us who live in Abuja. I don't know if that symbol is still there. When I went to Abuja the first time, there was a symbol of Nigeria carrying Africa. I froze. I wasn't as intellectual and educated as I am today. When I saw it, I froze. I asked somebody, is this in the right? Who designed this particular, KJ? I don't know if you have lived in Abuja or John Abba, if you've seen it. There was a molded thing, Nigeria carrying Abuja.
Yeah,
and when I saw it, I said, you saw it? I said, this is wrong. I don't know if it's still there, somewhere around Mabushi, Marara, that whole area. I looked at it. I stood there. I was a youth corper. I stood there, looked at it for a while. I said, how did Nigerians decide that this is a good thing, that Nigeria is carrying Africa? No wonder we are dying. They're symbolically carrying something heavier than us. You understand? So I don't know how to weigh into that matter, but I don't want to carry load that is bigger than me. I don't actually, even those who want to help me sometimes I just please allow me to go and look for solutions. I want help, but you can't go this Babiala mindset that people are there. That's not God. That's not God. And I don't know how long ago. I don't know how long ago. Sorry, I don't know how long ago he did that video. I think that video is a very old video anyway. Someone just went and dug it out, in with respect to what's going on recently and all that. But it's actually a very wrong mindset to go with that. You will be the go-to person. You can be a seasonal assistant. You can be somebody maybe in a challenge today and just comes to you, but you can't be every day you come to me. I will get tired. I really will get tired. I don't know. I don't know how people do that. So, but when I remember what I wanted to ask John about, I'll ask.
All right, thank you. Before Olumide and then Dan, I see you. I just want to point out that probably we have not thought about this. Maybe if that environment is what we have, we may end up having a majority structure where people come to your house, you become the leader, and everybody else is a majority. So in your family, you'll be the leader and the other ones. But yeah, it's important to mention that he's a professor of mathematics, and I think that means that he knows what and if it's an old video, it's actually worse than it's the current video, because people are thinking that he's too old for the role he's playing, that he should retire. But if it's an older video, that means that he was healthier at that point and he should know what he's saying. But it's something that is very common, really. If you listen to the prayers that people give in churches, especially during the crossover service, that nobody will die in your house, in your family. If nobody dies in the world, yeah, we're in trouble. People will die. Eventually, somebody will die, But people say amen and believe that these things are the way it is. I don't understand. But anyway, this is Sunday school now.
So at what point did I break off though?
At the beginning, when you said it.
How can you say at the beginning, Rudolph? What are you talking about?
Rudolph, you want to take us to 1 hour back?
No.
Dr. Rudolph, excuse me. Dr. Rudolph, you only gave me 4 minutes to speak. I'm just being
understood everything you said.
Everybody has spoken more than me. Olumide asked for 1 minute, but he's spoken for 4 minutes.
It was not Olumide time.
I don't intend to convert you.
Olumide, okay.
I don't intend to convert you.
Olumide was just coming. It was not even his time.
You were just coming.
I know. Let me just finish. And 2 minutes, 3 minutes, cut me off if I don't stop. So, John Abba, so my point I was just trying to make was that it's easy for us to say politics is a game. You see, it's about governance, how to govern a people, and we have chosen democracy. That democracy that we've chosen, some people are not playing by the rules, and it is affecting lives. It is causing insecurity. So it is not just a game. It's very ingenious for people to rig themselves into power, have no idea how to use that power, and then share the people's resources among themselves, and then laugh about it and tell us it's a game. Oh no. It's that's why I just wanted to push back a bit. That maybe, I mean, I understand your point. You're a clergyman, maybe you're a clergyman. You want to take it easy, you understand? But now it's beginning to impact lives, you know. So I mean, it's serious, it's governance. In this part of the world, you break the law, they say the law is an ass. You break the law, you can go to jail for it. We've seen celebrities go to jail for not paying taxes, their own fair share of taxes, hiding their money. Trump now, former president, is not having it easy. Legal battles left, right, and center. We want a civilized society where things will not be taken for granted, even though we want our society to be free. That is why we are pushing back. And then when some people don't see that point of view, we just think, I mean, I understand forefathers saying that they're calling him devil, they're calling him evil. I mean, sometimes when some people raise a point of view that is kind of contrary to the norm, to normal situations, we stand aghast. Look at the pastor, for instance, the Dr. Professor Adeboye. What he said is even contrary to the Bible that I know. The Bible says that he who is there's a way they frame it. He who is astute in his ways, he knows what he will not stand before mean men, but before kings. You understand? You won't stand before, if you know what you're doing and you're perfect in it, you won't stand before mean men. It is opposite of everybody coming over to you to come and beg from you. Rather, you should encourage people to be perfect in what they do, so that they will be independent and there will even be more for them to live, to sustain themselves, because people will come asking for their talents. You understand? So that's just what I wanted to chip in.
Okay.
I mean, it's not that we come
Rhoda,
across
put
as
me on the backstage. Man of prestige. Greetings.
My brother, let me follow up a little bit.
No, Janaba, hold on. There's another question coming to you from Chimbo. First of all, let me welcome Dan to the show. Dan, how are you? Yeah, you're muted, Dan.
I want to say good evening to you, Dr. Damages. And like I promised you, that introduction song is almost finished. My producer, you know, this our living in Europe, sometimes he puts us in trouble. They want to empty your pocket for just a little thing that you can do. So what I did was I managed to train myself, bought my recording machine. So very soon I'll be able to do it myself and give it to you.
All right, good.
So that it's not like I just blah, blah, blah. I'm not those type of people, you know. That's what and I want to say good evening to the gentlemen in the studio. And I'm very, very sad today because a big man came to that studio, but Job did not allow me to at least listen to him. I was in and out, or even asking one question. Well, if you are giving me just 2 minutes, before as I came in, John Abba was saying something that if he was Alaji Dante in Obi's situation, things would have been different, which I agree with. Like I said, Obi disappointed people like us. We thought that he would have led that revolution because he clearly won the election, no matter what people are saying. But telling us to relax, I get weapon there with Obi-Wan and all those type of things. You cannot be fighting somebody with gun with hand now. They will kill you. So that's what I just want to say because I'm still at work. I still have 2 hours to go. So I just want to say thank you very much, and please give me a little time. That
this thing doesn't look like work. It looks like you're inside an aircraft.
Yeah, that is my job. That's where I work. I work in the transport department.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. All right, Chim, you have an extra question for Janaba, then Janaba will respond. Okay, go ahead.
So, John Abba, what I understand what you were saying. You were contrasting the fact that the comment that if it was Dati, it would be different. That it could be that depending on who is listening, somebody may see it as a positive for Obi, you know, or vice versa for Dati. I hear you, but that was not where the chairman was going.
I know that.
The chairman was literally trying to tell us that because of where Dati comes from. Oh, okay, good. So that where Dati comes from, that the people backing him, because they feel this is our own child, if you have stolen his meat, that they will fight for him to make sure they get it back and situations will be out of place. But I appreciate and understand the perspective you gave. That, I mean, it doesn't mean that Obi is weak. Why some people see it as weak, it may be a strength that he has a better composure in terms of dealing with. So I just wanted to bring that out. That's all.
Okay. Now let me respond to Dan and Olimide. Now, when I say that, I do not say they should slow down. There is none I don't have to tell anybody what to do. But what I'm saying is that the Nigerian that we see here, I'm even using this platform as an excuse, as an example, that the way we play politics or the way we do it, that is not the way we're going to win election in Nigeria. And I understand, I don't know how long so many of you have get involved in Nigerian politics. I believe Olamide is very passionate talker of that. But if we want to take power in Nigerian space where it is right now, it take a long negotiation. And if you don't believe me, you watch it. The politics of sometimes we talk, and whether you like it, Erufai or not, he sometimes he's a very smart guy, and Brock should know that. They interview him, he come around all the time. So he's a smart guy, and when he said things, you remember in this election he fought Buhari because Buhari was not on the board with Tinubu from the beginning. So the point is that we have to, and that's one of the things that I believe that I'll respect Sowore stand. He don't want to compromise himself. But if in the future he can win an election without involved with these people, but at the stand right now, you can't win Nigerian election, especially if you cannot win more than 60% of Nigeria to make a clear thing. And I believe in the next election, whether you like it or not, for anyone to come out is either they emerge PDP or somebody to put a pressure that the margin will become more pronounced, that APC may not be able to ring the election. Otherwise, the election, good luck.
Thank you so much, John Abba. There's someone I wanted to listen to. KJ, you wanted to say something before I go to Man of Prestige, and then I'll have to take my leave.
And I've listened attentively. I just want to again say, I was also checking to find out how old that video is. I have not been able to ascertain that. But all I'm trying to say is, you see, there are, somebody was comparing the church and government. Okay, the Rudolph. Now, the thing is this, Rudolph. The church is a choice. I keep saying this. It's a choice. Governance is not a choice. When a government, whether you support them or not, they get into office, you are bound to be controlled by them. The rules are set by them. But you see, for me as a Christian, it's not everybody I listen to. And it's not because I know it all. But I think I've been a bit on this side of the in this
You
church.
have been deep brainwashed.
Yes, to be brainwashed by anybody. I mean, there are some prayers you come and pray, and I will tell you, no, that prayer is not for me. I mean, some people have come and say, oh, I see this. I say, no. That's what you're saying is not me at all, because these characters you are saying, I don't have them. It's like coming to pray. You want to come and pray for me concerning maybe womanizing. I have never womanized in my life, so where is it going to come from? So now this is the thing. Some of us just allow them to just say whatever they want to say and get away with it without interrogating why is that. You are allowed to interrogate. You are allowed to ask a look. I'll give an example. There was a pastor. There was a church in Abuja. Tunde Bakari went there to preach. I went to the Bakari, went there to preach. He said to them, because they were asking them to bring money for what. I said to them, look, if anybody asks you that you should come and sow seed, by next tomorrow you'll be a millionaire. If by next tomorrow you don't become a millionaire, you should go back to the person and collect your money. That's what Tunde Bakari says in that church. He said, look, I have been saying this many times. If you give a prophecy and the prophet didn't come to pass, and it has to involve you being taken money or resources being taken from you one way or the other, go back, ask the man, oh guy, you said this, and it's not happening. Give me back my money. At least let me hold this one that I use in giving you. Okay, and at least so look, what I want us as Nigerians to understand is this. And somebody also said, you know, you working in this is a very thin line, because faith itself is religion, or Christianity is faith, is believing, and the things you believe is intangible. It's intangible. So you need to be the one who will move yourself from that point to accept either what have been prophesied to you or reject what have been prophesied to you. Now, if you see that way and you know yourself properly, for instance, if I was in that meeting, even though I don't listen to that man of God, I just want to put it on record. But if I was in that meeting and he said that, I will not say amen, because amen is saying that my brothers, my sisters, my colleague in the office should now be looking up to me to be able to feed. Who wants to be in that position? I want my money to go and enjoy life like Rudolph enjoying in New York.
Yeah,
Why would I?
but KJ, do you,
Yeah.
you understand that you said that there's a separation? You have to separate the church and governance and government. And I wanted to bring up the issue that even though they are different, we also know that someone like you, not everybody is like you. Not everybody is able to make that decision to say this is different from the other one. That what he's saying, I can ignore this one, but I can accept this one. So what that means is that we have to protect those people who cannot make this decision from these people, even though we didn't elect them. I did not elect him the general overseer of the church, but it's also, I have interest. I have some old women in my hometown who are paying tithe and contributing to the church, and are listening to what he's saying and believing. So we have that responsibility.
Well, you know the way I will answer that. You see, you just mentioned something that's been very controversial in some states because some people misquote it. And it's not a church sermon. If it's a church sermon, then me and I think we'll do a lot of that. Tithes and offering is a law. But it will not, if you're not, and I want to put this in content. If you don't pay your tithe, don't pay, it will not stop you from making the heaven that we're all looking forward to. If you don't pay your tithe, I repeat myself, if you don't pay your tithe and you don't give offering, it's not anything. Because these are things that you and your creator have decided. God said, this is what I want you to do. But if you don't do it, it is not a problem. It doesn't stop you from being able to serve God. Secondly, some people go to church. The Malachi 3 10 that's being quoted, 8 that's being quoted almost every time will a man rob God. That scripture was written for the Levites and the prophets and the apostles. It wasn't for church members. It was because they were choosing the fattings of the meat before even the offering it to God, that the God now say, why do you need to choose these things? Why do you need to choose one you want first? First of all, giving it to God, making the burnt offering and allowing the fattings to be burnt off before taking what you need to do. If you remember these two sons of Eli, they used to go with long fork to the place where the meats are being born. And they say, give me this now. If you don't give me now, the people say, wait for it now, so that that part that belongs to God will go away. But they will insist on taking it before it was sacrificed. So that's a long teaching. I don't want to go into that. But all I'm saying is this. Yes, I agree with Rudolph. We need to educate our people, especially those who are members of our family. That if you go to church, please go with your brain. Which the one you look, if if you like, Rudolph can wear that his long cap, the one of the Pope of Rome, and two, and he comes to church and say, I should give because I know you have $100 there. Put this $100. If my mind doesn't tell me to put it, if you like preach from now the next day, I'll just be looking at you because I know the spirit not telling me to do that. So if we all go to church with our minds and knowing that walk with God is a personal thing. It's a personal thing. It's not anything. In fact, the monies we give, and I like my late pastor, Pastor he tells you the money are big going to church is not that we are going to go outside and throw it up to God. No, we're going to use it to develop certain things. And while he was alive, and everybody can bear witness, he stood out as one of the men of God that even after 25 years or after his death, people talk about him as if it's yesterday that he just passed. You will still have some honest people who do the work of God, but it can't be everybody. Just like in doing business, you have people who are bad and people who are good. Some people have said we buy spare parts and it's not good, but you also same spare part market you're going to buy, but I'll go there and they deal with people who tell them, will give you guarantee. You know, I give an example. I had to change my engine of my car one time, and the guy, even when he gave me the engine, I said to him, "This engine is not good." He said, "No, it's good." Okay, got his people and did all abracadabra. Before I drove the car to my house, I noticed that the car was already smoking. Okay, and I came back. He said, "No, no, no. Put smoke, stop smoke." They poured a lot of smoke, stop, whatever they call it, and I drove the car. In the next, before it was 1 week, I could even see that. In fact, I couldn't drive the car any longer because of the smoke. And I went back to the guy. He told me, "Well, Naiman, him at this thing, all from Lagos State, but we can't do anything about it." Okay, but also in that same place, there are people who were able to give me engines, and they gave me 3 months guarantee. If this doesn't work in the next 3 months, bring it back and we'll change it. That's how this world is. You have to choose carefully where you go and what you do with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Before we continue, let me just announce for those who are just joining us that next Sunday we have Femi Falana joining us on the show as our guest. He will talk about what is the best solution to Nigeria's problem, a revolution or piecemeal gains. So if you're able to join us tomorrow on Sunday at 11:30 a.m. New York, 5:30 p.m. Nigeria, I will hand over to Chim.
Wait a minute, I thought it's my turn. You need to stay for a minute.
No. It's your turn, yeah. So, guys,
but you need to stay for a minute. I need to talk to you. I have an issue with you.
Oh, okay.
Just stay for a minute.
All right. Hold on. Let me finish. Yeah. Okay. Then I will. Some of the topics that you guys can talk about is the African Cup of Nations, the release of the kidnapped girls from Abuja, and the story from Enugu that we discussed yesterday has changed. Those guys made another video today where they said, I'll play the video after this. We basically now understand what's going on. The governor of Enugu State reached out to them, and the matter has been resolved. They didn't give us details, but I'll play the video that they made. Okay, man of prestige, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Before I proceed, where's Ovier? I thought Ovier was here, but Ovier, if you're listening, give me a call. I lost my phone in Nigeria, or they stole it. I don't know which one is, but I still have the same number. So give me a call, please, so we can talk. But anyway, having said that,
all right.
You tend to give some people more time, because I was listening to you earlier. I don't know. People have played 419 on you and baboos you. Just let some people talk, because I was counting on you when Emeka was speaking. I have no issue with Emeka. I was timing you almost an hour. Emeka monopolized almost about 39 minutes from that 1 hour. Every other people, like about 6 or 7 people speak, but only Emeka. You shouldn't be giving one person that much privilege. I think Emeka is very brash or whatever. So he used that to play 419 on you. All of you just listen to his nonsense. But anyway, he has his own opinion. I didn't come here for Emeka. Like I said, he has the right to ask his question and everybody. But people shouldn't come here and just quarrel with him because he asks his own question. He has an opinion. We may come here and disagree what he said or what he doesn't say. I know Emeka from Niger Watch, so I have my opinion about him, but that's not what I came here to rehash. So I don't want to come in and listen, because I don't really know what the topic is all about. I guess everybody's just kind of rehashing. But let me say one more thing. This is for KJ. When I was in Nigeria, I was listening to a playback, because I don't really, the time I normally come up is already late. So in the morning before I start my business or some other things, I listen to KJ. I was baffled because I respected KJ a lot. When he came to this platform and said, what Trump did on that day was a conspiracy theory, that he didn't do anything. KJ, how could you say something like that? I know you're a Trump supporter, but you say everything Trump did was a conspiracy theory, that he didn't do it, that he didn't send people in the capital to go fight and everything. I mean, are you okay? No, answer me, KJ. You're my brother. I like you a lot as a journalist.
A man of prestige.
No, okay, JK,
Man of prestige. You don't have a proof either that I did it. So stop. That was an attack. You don't have a proof that Trump did it either.
Oh
It's all an opinion. No,
oh my
man,
God.
come
Okay,
on, man of prestige. You
Rudolph,
can do better
I
than
think you
that.
can go if you want to go. Let's
Just forget about it. I didn't know Tone is in this conspiracy theory too.
All right. Man of prestige, let me just say something before I go. I know you've been away for 6 months, 6 weeks. A few things have changed here. I've explained to people here that this is reality TV, but it's also produced. Okay, so sometimes it's not like a debate where we give everybody 3 minutes. There are some people, for whatever reason, because this is a show, that this is really a show, despite everything, they have more time. But what happened today is, you have to remember, when you have someone like a Mecca or someone with a different opinion, everybody would like to ask him questions to challenge him. And that's why they get more time. It's not that we just let him speak for that 30 minutes. People wanted to question him. People are reacting to what he's saying, and he's also responding to them. That's how it happens. So it's not that we are sitting down here and saying, Emeka, okay, it's up to you, over to you. If nobody questions him, he will speak the way other people are speaking, and we move on. But if everybody is saying, get to answer, that's how it happens. But anyway, thank you very much for your comments, and I'll hand it over to Jim.
Can I hear from KJ, please?
KJ, Jim, over to you.
Government has changed hand, though. There's a new regime now. So.
Okay.
All right,
We are going from fascist. We are going from a fascist to a dictatorship. Congratulations.
My brother, man of prestige. This is what I do. You see, sometimes when I speak, I think people misunderstand me. I'm not even a Trump supporter. What I just did, with when all that thing was going on, was that I cross, when I'm listening to news, I cross listen to news. I listen to Republicans from Fox. I listen to CNN, SMBC, NBA, on all ABC, and all that. And then I look for independent news organizations, and I listen to them. And from there, I deduce which I think is fact or which I think is not fact. I think I'm not saying that the way Trump behaved was totally right. He was not presidential, that's the right word. Okay, in his speeches.
KJ, don't be bullied. Don't be bullied. Don't let
No,
them bully
listen
you.
now.
Right.
Let me talk now. Let me
Don't
talk.
let them bully you. You are
Let
right.
me talk. I'm coming. Let me talk. He may not have been presidential in the way we have known people to speak, like Obama, who weighs every word he speaks. Okay? But there was also a backhand given to him that was not done, has never been done to anybody who has been an American president. Because, for instance, I give you just one simple example. How can your own army chief tell people that any direction that you give, they should not follow it? They should not follow it. And even call your adversary, say, look, we know our president is crazy. Whenever he's going to do anything, we'll let you know ahead of time. These things are not done anywhere. Good. Now, I have video. This one just released it. A documentary just released on January 6th. Okay. Somebody did an independent account, taking into cognizance all the videos that they refused to release before now, until Johnson came into office. They released the videos now. And somebody sat through the 40,000 hours of video to piece everything together. Videos that have never been seen before. You go look at it and make your judgment. Me, Okech, I've taken my judgment. Okay? And I stand in the back. Like I keep saying this thing. The reason I said, first and foremost, people have accused me, this, what's his name? Fofana say he doesn't like me because or doesn't trust me because I didn't support Peter Obi. And I said my simple fact is not because I hate him, but the fact that every other person, including Muhammad Buhari, who was former president, before he became president of Nigeria, he told us he was the one Boko Haram appointed to negotiate on their behalf. He was the one who led the people, northern elements, to go and discuss with Jonathan, to even warn that any attempt to kill those Boko Haram members is an attempt on the north. Now, he was contesting for presidency. He didn't say, don't vote for me because if you think I'm a Hausa man. No. He didn't say, don't vote for me because you think I represent Boko Haram. Then you, who has a cleaner record, comes and say, if you want to vote me because I'm an Igbo man, don't vote for me because you think I'm an Igbo man. Come on, man. Get me behind me. I won't take that. That means that you don't even have respect for who you are.
KJ, hold on. While I don't want us to come back to
I just have 5 minutes. I'm headed somewhere.
I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes. Don't worry. So KJ, I think when Obi said, "Don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man," it was not in the same context that you presented it. What Obi was responding to, remember that the argument was the North has ruled, is coming to the South, and now that it has come to the South, there was a lot of argument that he should be going to the Southeast because Obasanjo has ruled Nigeria, he's a Yoruba man. Yar'Adua has come, he has ruled, he's a Northerner. Then Jonathan has ruled, he's from the South. Now we've gone back to the North. Now it's coming back to the South. There was the argument that he should be the Southeast. And PDP did not do that. So I think what he was trying to say was, listen, I understand this whole Southeastern president concept, but please, let that not be the basis on which you are voting for me. I think that was what he was cashing in on, that argument at that time. Not that he was trying to deny his Igbo-ness. That's my understanding of what he did. But like I said, I don't want us to, it's not a debate. I just wanted to put that out there. And then let Mazi Ovie kindly speak so that we'll go to our next topic. Chief Ovie has frozen. All right, so
let's go to Coco. Now, Coco is from Nigeria.
Coco is here.
Yeah, Coco, before you come in, we are trying to change topic.
Yeah, I'll make it snap.
Ovie, are you back?
Oh, see, Chief. So if that's what he said is what he meant, then we shouldn't worry that he lost because we wanted to vote for an Igbo man.
KJ.
Okay, no problem. So Ovie, quickly.
So, 5 things, right? Let me start with where was that? 5 things. I'll make it short. Where I was about. Let me start from Trump. Trump get 91 to 92 case. No one of them has to do with January 6th. None of them. You can go and bring the case number anywhere, we can debate it. Out of the 92, no one has to do with January 6th. That should sink in. That is that. Joraba, in fact, I need your church address. You need an assistant pastor. While you prepare the congregation for heaven, I'm going to prepare our own heaven for here. We need money because the way you did that criticize our Oga is not fair. Oga is a businessman. Yeah, he's saying that people will come out. Just look at it from this angle. What is the probability that 1 to 10 people for that congregation or Redeemite worldwide, people will actually go to them for help? What is the probability? It's 100%. What is the probability? Say 2 to 3 people out of those people where people go meet, they will come to church and give testimony and also bless them. What is the probability? That 100%. So this is business. Please. So I understand you, Joraba. I'll come to your church, be your assistant, prepare us for heaven. Why I prepare heaven for us for here? We need money. Now, on our guests, I don't know why we turn our guest meeting to begin insult ourselves. 3 things I observe from Abure chairman. 1, they asked him about merger. He said he's not aware. That is something all the obedient should take and think about. You understand? He is the chairman. So is he a chairman of Labour Party or is he so? And he's a strong position anyway if he's a chairman of a major party. So I don't know why they give her excuses. He's the right person to interrogate. But I also understand his question as a party chairman. He's a businessman. He has a role to play. But Obidien should go and think about that. If the chairman does not know the magic communication that is out there, that part of Tome and the rest are come to speak about, then something is somewhere. Then another thing, they ask them about money when they go declare accounts. My state man begins stammer. So that's something else. 10 months. The person that asked the question say 10 months after, they are still trying to put it together. Nothing concerns me. I'm not obedient anyway. And another thing again, the obedient should go think about it, asking what is the plan going forward. I think this question is from Ferrari Abi. The guy said nothing, literally, but electoral reform. And that hit me immediately. Electoral reform. Now only Gen Z go buy electoral reform, because if you follow politics for Nigeria, you will know that this reform will get so it takes more than 10 years in the making before I finally get to Buhari. So if he's speaking in that language, just understand the role way in the play. But that's another thing. So if there's no plan going forward, and all this complaint about the whole election, where everybody know that again is still is electoral reform, which is, I'm not saying it's not spot on, but we understand how long it take to get a reform in Nigeria. I'm not saying we cannot get it under 1 week, but I don't think I have what it takes. So these are the things that I observe from its party chairman, because I put down for the same pedestal like every other party chairman in Nigeria. So nobody should come and make excuses for him. I understand, because these are the time. If you this is not stock. These are the time for us to take stock. When I mean us, now this is an obedient chairman. That's what I expect the obedience to do. Interrogate him, not because you don't respect him or you don't know where he stands, because you want to know. All the question where PDP, all the allegation, that you time allegation that everybody accused Obi and the party of, this is time for you to ask him, for him to clarify. Yes, that's all, because that's how you move forward. That's how you plan. When they start to say, is he a forger? Is he a forger? It is not out of place, because people they accuse him. There are so many questions where I expect obedience to ask them. All the questions where people like us, they accuse you now from. There is no plan, there is no movement, all those things. Now you should now put yourself in our shoe and ask for your own clarification. Not just for any other person, unless you know and you just believe, say, okay, everything where the man they talk or everything where you agree with is so. That's fine. That's what I observe, but it's as usual, we turn out to blow. They hit ourselves, goza, back and there. Why any as they do goza for you? The men will get out. They will delay out the flex. They dance. Now that's time be the team of this year. Una say una no go grip for anybody. Them now dance, now they dance. They went all the way to Geneva in Davos. They dance with Mama, WTO, and Vice President. They dance. Go meet them for Port Harcourt, they dance. Una there, they blow. What una they fight for? Why they dance? Plan they go on. All of a sudden, party fight no day again. So, my mama say they cry, they see road. These are just my observations that I notice why all these things they go on.
All
Twitter question we asked.
Okay.
The man play a role of a politician. So,
okay.
On that note,
thanks. Thank you, Ovie. But make you know
Ovie,
go.
give me a call.
Stay
You've been a prodigal son now. Give me a call. You've been a prodigal son.
Stay close by. John Abba, I don't know if John Abba wants to make a Rastafarian his assistant pastor, but John, that's over to you. So we go switch.
See, now, there's no judgment in heaven. We are talking about heavenly, these are heavenly things.
I
You
don't
understand.
judge you.
You have a carnal mind.
Ovie, I don't judge you.
You have a carnal mind with.
Ovie, you are very right. The kingdom is here. Heaven is there. We are talking about the kingdom business. Not heaven.
Okay.
Exactly. Nobody
All right, guys.
Put our
So,
mega
guys,
church. We invite him to come and chair. We invite him to come and chair it. We know where to get him.
No problem. No problem. So one of the topics we want to look at now is this demolition. So I want to play the video. I hope I'm able to play it properly. Then after the video, we can we can go on discussing, and then at that point I can bring in Coco. So just give me a second. This thing is new to me.
Yo, guys, I want to officially say a very big thank you to the governor of Enugu State for his quick intervention. You understand? And thank you to my fans, because my brother and sisters from Enugu State, I swear, not too much, because I don't know the love they wanna show me from that yesterday. The entire Igbo land. Thank you. Till today, all my fans all over the world. Thank you so much, because it's not easy. You understand? Though information reaching me this morning was like, it's not me now, no can understand waiting they happen for the centenary, you understand? So they can't claim me waiting they happen for centenary. The thing they matter long. You understand? Matter long, it plenty. The thing, if you haven't finished service, the thing just. So what I just wanted to say is the Enugu State governor was not even aware of the massive destruction in centenary. You understand? He was not aware. You understand? That's what is even reaching me now. So I say, man, no come make my papa verse now. I beg, make you no verse. Now emotions. You understand? That time why they see caterpillar everywhere. You understand that? To me, I can't think say, now my only house with this. You understand? So now emotions made me do the first video. So guys, please, this is a quick disclaimer. You understand?
Wonderful people, most especially my Igbo people. You know me now, my name is Sanidon Chaka, and I had to come here because my look-alike, my look-alike was crying like a baby yesterday. So, and when we came here, we were able to uncover a lot of information regarding to this place, and me myself, I didn't even know that this place is a private property, as in this whole centenary was owned by one person. I understand. So from what we were thinking before, we thought it was the Enugu State government, blah blah blah. But reaching here now, we are able to get the real information regarding this place, and that Enugu State government and the people in power and all that. Even our governor was not aware. Even I was shocked that he even reached out to you guys. So my people, Enugu is safe to invest. Enugu is a wonderful place. I have my own plot here, and I'm still gonna build here. Understand? But now when you give me money, are you getting it? So please, there is no cause for alarm. Since our governor decided to enter the matter, we know say everything good day, okay. You understand? They cry. Tomorrow is here.
I'm here.
My governor, I beg.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you so much, sir.
When I come home, come invest.
I beg.
Everything, 2 seconds, everything done.
Don't say it.
Don't sweat. I got camera. Yes, I beg. Everything, 2 seconds, everything done.
Wait a minute, Jim. That is very disingenuous. I mean, what is that? Is that a damage control?
Hold on. Hold on. Let's just give it some context and then we start discussing. So you were here yesterday, I'm sure. Everybody was here yesterday when we initially looked at it. Good. So earlier today, I had a conversation in another WhatsApp forum. That's the WhatsApp forum of my local community back home. And we were initially saying, could this be a political vendetta? And then somebody came up to say that no, that the state government, because my argument was, if they say the houses were built, they are not illegal. Because remember, I told you yesterday it was not illegal. They're saying that it was a hideout for criminals and kidnappers. So, and that's why they're demolishing. So I said to them, so if you found them guilty of any of these criminal offenses, what you would have done is to get a court injunction, find them guilty, seize the property, becomes government property, then you can sell it off or auction it. Makes more economic sense than to knocking it down. So anyways, then I came here, and then when I was discussing with Rudolph now said, there's a new disclaimer to this video. So I don't know what people think. I know what I believe. Personally, I'm thinking perhaps because if you listen carefully, you would notice that there was emphasis on Enugu is safe for what? For investment. So perhaps the Enugu government is starting to get frightened that this might, push people away. You are telling people to come home and invest. Now they have come home to invest, and you're demolishing the property. So I want to leave it at that and then give us space to talk. Unfortunately, Coco has left. So let's start with Tone and then go to John Abba and then come that way, if you guys don't mind. Yes, Tone, go ahead.
I think the gentleman is being dishonest. How about the people that whose property has gone down? Just because his one is safe, he's happy, and everything is hunky dory, so to say. See, that's the problem with Nigeria. So far, you're okay, and your family is okay. You don't care about other people. How about the others that their properties have gone down? So I think he owed us the. We need to know the full story in its entirety. If it's not what happened, then he should have been telling us in that video that this is what is playing out. This is what is playing out. Okay, so could it be that now the governor is afraid that his ass might be out and the APC are, because APC, I mean, the antecedent with the APC people are just lies. I believe it was a vendetta until I'm proving otherwise and all that. They just saw that. They didn't know that it was going to go viral, like this. And then it's just a damage control that they are just trying to embark on. But then again, how about all those people they've gone down to pull down their property? So if the governor is not aware, it means that those demolition was criminal. Those people need to be called, need to face the law. It was criminal damage. So that's just the thing. Then I'm still going to put everything on the feet of the APC, the way they do their things. It's not right. This is not just about attacking APC. This is not just about insulting.
Tone, sorry, Peter Mba, the governor of Enugu State, is not APC.
Okay. All right.
Did you hear me?
Thank you for that. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that correction. But then, is it not responsible? Is it not a responsible thing to do for the governor to have come out and made a statement as to that?
Okay, well, let's hear from others and then see what they think. So, John Abba, before you go ahead, remember yesterday, if you listened to me, I said, why does the governor have to be the one to get involved? Rudolph said, well, maybe by the time, if the guy decides to go to court, by the time he finishes going to court, they would have knocked his building down. So it's easier for him to quickly go to the governor. So I don't know what you have to say based on that.
Okay, because of the internet, let Coco talk, then I talk. Because he may still go away. Because
yeah, can we hear from Coco, please?
All right, Coco, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good evening. Hope I'm audible enough. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. I'd like to comment on what's happened in Enugu and those guys about the skit maker and all those issues around it. For me, I've just looked at it as probably they're trying to do damage control, which on a good day they didn't do it properly. If you want to do a damage control, you should be able to organize it in a very good way. Probably because of investors in that place, for the sake of investors. But in the first instance, they shouldn't have gone ahead to demolish people's house, because that is unfair. Just like yesterday when I listened to this platform, I had a KJ summit on that. He made quite a very good observation. There are many ways to go about that kind of issue. So, and it's quite unfortunate that the Nigerian that we are in, there's a lot of things that will happen, and our leaders will just take some decision without considering the after effect, or how it's going to have bad effect on the masses, the people. And the purpose of government is for the government to work for the people, not to harm the people. So I kind of look at it like a damage control, because if you look at the way they are talking, they are not actually uh, talking in a very coherent manner. That is, they kind of mix words. To me, I feel they just mix words together, and it's not proper. It's not a good thing. So if there's any damage control they need.
Looks like we have lost Coco.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It seems so. All right. Let me. I think Coco is gone. I think so. All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You see, what I want to say is that I would have loved the young man to talk about the other building that was destroyed, and that his comment was selfish in my own opinion, because his house is spared. And another thing is that they say it's a private property, and that is what I heard from the people. And I think he used his media platform to bring attention to what is going on, which is a good thing. But it could have been so considerate of those that lost their own building and comment on it. But I think this is Nigeria at its best, selfish. It's all about
So
you.
sorry, John. John, let me cut you short quickly, then you continue. So I just read something now. The Enugu state government says that the story is inaccurate, that they haven't demolished any property that was illegally built. In other words, they didn't have permit, or somebody, built on the wrong spot. That what they are demolishing is kidnappers' hideout. That they didn't touch any other property. I just read that now on the internet. So go ahead.
So your understanding now is the building that demolished does not belong to people who kidnap a building and hiding inside. That's your understanding.
That's what they're saying.
See, and I think we are used to being misled by the very people that are supposed to be transparent. One of the quality of leadership is not that you are perfect, but it's about integrity and character, and sometimes empathy, that this is what is going on. And I think this is very disingenuous, and this will push people far further, because according to other people that are aware of the demolition in that area, I don't want to put a number, but then they say it's over 100 buildings that they demolished. So for somebody to tell me now that, and most of those houses are not yet completed, based on what I saw, and for them to come out and answer, oh, these are hideout for kidnappers, I think they will take it. They have more explanation, and I think as we use the influence of media to put pressure on them, there will be a time they have to come out and explain themselves. And this is what I enjoy about media, because of the 21st century. Some of us, we don't just come here because we don't have time. We think we are serving a purpose by speaking out and put a face. Somebody may not have a light in Nigeria to watch us for that many hours, but you can gleam into the clip and see something that really makes sense to them. And that's why some of us spend so many hours here. They're being dishonest, and I hope they come back with a better explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, John. That was quite well said. Let's watch and see. I think the thing is, like you rightly said, the media has put pressure on them already. When I read the government comment, you could see the fear on the marketing Enugu State. They are now concerned that this will make investors not to come to Enugu State. So,
but I think they could have come up with a very brilliant than to say it's a hideout and they houses, and these are many houses that were so. Then that is a city of, and that is not even a good record. That's a city, a refuge for the
criminals.
Yeah, that's still not good.
All right, KJ, over to you.
Thank you, Chim. You see, I'm going to start this way. I have never lived in Enugu. I always, pass through the express until in 2018, I was going home and we drove. And we drove in and said, you know what, let's get into Enugu and just spend some time before hitting the road. And we drove to a, part of Enugu that had the park and shop. I don't know if you guys know it. It's a GRA. It has a park and shop. The layout of Enugu was breathtaking. And I said to my wife, man, we need to buy property here. In fact, at that particular point, I felt like, I need to relocate to Enugu, which was what I planned I had before, leaving. Anyway, what am I trying to say? Enugu presents a different ball game for anybody who wants to just have some peace of mind. So I think that even the government is being disingenuous by not even saying, by even trying to compare that it was a kidnappers hideout. How can kidnappers having out in that place that looks like there's no forest there? It's just a plain land all through. You could see everywhere. So where would they be hiding out? Okay. Now you just like Jonaba have said, you destroyed over. You can see from the video that you destroyed over. At least from looking at, you can see more than 10, 20 houses being knocked down, and the kidnapper. It must have been a kidnappers village. So that's why all of them had houses there. So they had to knock down many of them. But again, I said something here yesterday when we had that guest. I said, you see, this mindset of once it's good with me, then it's good with everybody. We shouldn't have it. He has come back to tell us, disclaimer video, and his problem have been solved. What about the other people who don't have anybody to do disclaimer for them, do videos for them, and speak on their behalf? What happens to them? The ordinary man who has been, you see, Chim, one of the things that pains me the most is that when they go to knock down these properties, they don't think that these people didn't get this money from insurance. It's not a government largesse. Some of these people are monies they've saved all their life, and they've used it to put this thing. So that let me run away from landlord and just living in my own house. I get Gary, I drink, I get granite, I chop. And then you carry a bulldozer, you bulldoze it down, you don't give them any compensation. See, when shall the people of Nigeria rise up and realize that the government that they put in place, it is them that the government is supposed to serve and not the other way around? I've said many times on this platform that as long as we as the people accept that when they build a gutter around our area, we will invite traditional dancers. They come and dance, wait for them under the sun, almost the whole day, and then they come and dance. When they finish dancing, they pack them in the back of Gongoro and go back to their villages. Until we refuse to do that, this will never change. They will not change this character. They will not change it. Okay. And I think that the Enugu state government, if they want to really help and prove good faith, they should get the names of everybody's house they've broken down and get the cost of it and give them back their money. Okay, give them back their money. That's the least they can do. Not telling us that, okay, yes, I know that the governor said he has proposed a new greater Enugu city. But is that what we're going to experience in the new Enugu? Okay. Call everybody back, give them their money back. After all, it's not more than it's not up to the money they use in going for one trip, one business trip. Okay. Give them both their money, then we know you have done something great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, KJ. I think that was quite. Yeah, I hear you. The Enugu state government needs to. I don't know if they're going to be able to give anybody back their money. You and I know that in the Nigeria we come from, what goes up does not come down, and when government takes decision, they find it very difficult to admit to even pay compensation to people on a right of way that you reclaim that you suddenly want to develop, maybe turn into road. You see how they struggle to do that. So, but let's see how the story continues to unfold. Man of prestige.
Yeah.
The floor is
Thank,
yours.
thank you, Jim. KJ has really spoken well, on some of the area that he spoke with, partly to what I was going to say. The reason why I said that is that I've been to Enugu several times. I was in Enugu December, when I went home, because around Nike area, have some investment, we're opening in that area. So it really touched my heart about what's going on in Enugu. Even I thought I'm from Owerri, but in the southeastern of Nigeria, Enugu layout and the plan of Enugu, the way it's been planned, is the best in the southeast of Nigeria. And Enugu State as a whole has the largest area. I mean, they don't have the highest population, but area-wise and the layout is so magnificent. More than any place in Nigeria, I can say that. Maybe Abuja. I probably give Abuja number one, but Enugu, I'm not even talking about South. The layout is magnificent. I don't know how many people here is from Enugu or whatever. Been there. You need to go there. It's very great. So what is happening right now touched my heart. I mean, it's deliberate. I don't know what kind of politics behind the reason why they did what they did. I mean, because the PI they try to promote here, damage control. It doesn't even make sense. They should have used a better damage control to come here. All those skate makers they bring here to do something. I mean, who's going to buy that nonsense they try to promote? It doesn't make sense. I mean, everybody here is well educated. We know exactly what happened. And they use those skate makers to say, all those nonsense they say. Who is buying that? So I think they realized, like properly stated, Jim, they realized that what they were doing was try to demarcate Enugu. People is not going to come back and invest. And that has been what they are preaching. Come back and invest, come back and invest. And then if you look at what transpired, during the last December, I mean, the Igbos came home in drove. I've never seen anything like that in my lifetime. I mean, people are ready because there's peace anywhere. I mean, all this sit home and I don't know where that sit at home is working. I don't know. I don't know what part of Igbo land that is working. But from what I've seen, I mean, I traveled a lot of. The only place that I didn't go is Ebonyi State. So I didn't witness any sit at home, even village or anything. So I don't know what people are talking about sit at home. But what I'm just trying to do in my own conclusion, I think the PI is not working. He knows what he's doing. So they just send all those skip makers to come there and play some nonsense damage control, which doesn't even make sense. You come on a layman. Yeah, that's all I have to say, Jim. But it's a good topic.
Okay, thank you, Man of Prestige. So someone just posted that the demolition was carried out by the State Capital Development Agency, and he mentioned the name of the man. Now, is that body separate from the government? Is that not part of the government? That's one question.
That's not possible.
Then the other thing is, they say the buildings they demolished belongs to criminal elements. But I've also heard somewhere that some people feel that there's a clandestine move. You know how people forcefully acquire property and all that. I don't know under whose government the centenary project was approved and became handed over to whoever runs it now. So there's this conspiracy that this government doesn't have a hand in it and wants to have their own hand in it, hence some of these things they are doing. I don't know if that is correct, but let me hand over to Steph to see what Steph has to say before we get to Olumide.
Yeah, Chim, good evening, and the rest of the panelists. I think we just need to, allow things to play out a little bit so that we can get more information on what is going on. Because I've not really been able to get a first-hand information from somebody in town. That's actually my state anyway. And not only that is my state, is also The area in question is part of traditional and Kano clan area. That land in question, I think over the years, have been a problematic area. It's the same piece of land that was initially meant for the older Anambra State University of Science and Technology. And eventually, when they decided to move to the permanent site, the then governor decided to shelve it completely and move the permanent site to Aban. So that was how that place became like a free for. Initially, the first set of protests was from the community that owns the land, the Obagu, that believed that since the initial plan to use the place as a university didn't work out, and the permanent site moved to another village, which is Aban, Chimaroke's place, that the land automatically should be restored back to them, which logically seems to be correct. But I think government then went ahead to sell it to a private developer. The government that came after, which is the Sullivan Chime's administration, sold it to a private developer. So maybe what I'm suspecting is that maybe this present government felt like they needed to, if the demolition is of the scale that I've heard, it means that there's possible intention of reallocation of part of the the estate or whatever to their own loyalty, because this is the heart of the town anyway. It's not uncommon that could be what is playing out. But like I said, I've been making effort to reach out somebody that is in Enugu that's actually going to find out if the scale of demolition is up to that 200 plus, 100 plus of land. If it is, then the intention might be to reallocate, maybe divide the whole land and reallocate to another people or something like that. I don't really, in my own personal opinion, I don't really believe that is for security reason they are demolishing it for. I mean, so which government can embark on such demolition to fight insecurity? People's property, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. Maybe they will even go to my own land one day and destroy it now and say that kidnappers are using it, until they show us court documents. Because if you think kidnappers are using it, you go to court and get injunction that criminals are using it. Then who are the original owners if criminals are using it? Does it mean that the original owners are the kidnappers? Just like what we argued in Lagos. You cannot build a house in Enugu without getting approval from the Enugu Capital Development Authority. They supervise any building you have to do in Enugu East, Enugu West, and Enugu South. These are the so-called capital territory, the capital city. These three local governments is made up. So that's a joint body that approves any building plan. So as at last 2022, it will cost you like 450,000 to pay as development levy. They know how to share it among themselves, among the different ministries, even the SWAMA waste management body gets a little part of that. It's like a central collection, this thing. That's what you pay. So, and they are so aggressive in monitoring it because it's a serious source of revenue for the state government. So they don't joke with, you can't build a house in that capital without paying that money. You understand? You cannot. So I'm suspecting that it may be something beyond what they're explaining. There might be other motive behind it.
Okay, Steph. So, yeah, before I move to Olumide, if Olumide is there, somebody just posted, Ife King just posted something to say that this same demolition has happened in the last administration in that same place. And that the former State Capital Development Authority chairman also demolished houses just like it's going on now. So is it that that particular place is, I don't understand, what is special about this land that every set of government is so interested in having a piece of the pie? Why can't people just have peace, have their personal?
You don't understand you don't understand the background I gave you now. It's a very large expanse of land that is meant.
No, I heard you. I'm just
that was originally meant for Anambra State University of Science and Technology before the creation of Enugu State. But the university had been in temporary ground over these years until 2009, when Chimaroke became the governor. So that land was donated to the government by Enugu South, this community, Obago village in Enugu South. It's the ancestral land. But they gave it to government when their son, Jim Wobodo, was the governor. He was the one that established the old Anambra State University. You understand? So the initial quarrel they have over that land was when the government decides to move under Chimaroke, the permanent site of now Enugu State University of Technology, to Abani. Then the community now started protesting, okay, can we have our land back? Do you understand? So but Chimaroke didn't really do anything about it. Then Sullivan now came in. You understand? And gave it to a private estate development. Maybe they sold it or something like that. The community and those people went to court. I've forgotten the outcome of that court judgment, but it's like they lost it. So when Uguainan came in, the issue has resurfaced again. So like you said, you're right, there was demolition. That's why I'm saying that I'm suspecting if the scale of this destruction is up to what they're saying now, is beyond whatever they're telling you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That land is a problematic land. There's an issue with that area. It's inside the heart of the town.
All right.
All right, thank you, Chief.
Okay.
So I just want to say that.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to say that if there's any problem at all, Steph, I think the problem is with the government itself, not because when that video that Chin played, the other guy there who was there with the other two guys whose properties were destroyed said it's a large estate belonging to a particular developer, like you said, and there are several people who own properties there. So, which means they would have taken permit, they would have followed due process. So I think there's some internal. They borrow from Lagos APC's playbook. There's some internal wrangling, for the new governor to now involve himself, because there's no way the SCDA will carry out a project like this without him knowing about it. So he must have given permission. So is there some political vendetta going on within the PDP itself, a falling out, and they've decided to now take it and act on some particular parts of the land. But for me, I will link it to our mistakes in our democratic process. When the people cannot elect who they want, I'm sure all of these discussions and so many other discussions, health, so many things that the people aspire for, will be part of a robust debate and campaign between candidates, and at the end of the day, they will elect who they want, will carry out their wishes, and I'm so surprised that the man who calls himself a lawyer would even go ahead to carry out such action without like what Steph said, or somebody said earlier on, no investigation, no arrest, no prosecution of any, or just to carry out an action on an hearsay that they suspect that it's a kidnapper's den. I mean, it's just crazy. It marks off a disrespect for the people, disrespect for. Look at the way those guys came begging for their properties on air. I mean, this is not governance. Is this governance? I mean, it's just I don't know. And we are here in this part of the world, and we see the way we are being treated, like like we were born here, we were raised here, and in our own very own homeland. Because some few criminal elements have forced themselves on the people. Yeah, I mean, I will always link it to that democratic process. it's I mean, it's just turned that place into a mess, a complete mess. I mean, that's all I have to say. North, south, east, west. It's a complete mess.
Thanks, Olumide. Loco, do you have anything to say to weigh in on this Enugu matter? You were not here when we played the video, so I don't know whether you watched from the background. The guy yesterday who was crying that his land was his house was under a threat of demolition suddenly came back today now to kind of give a disclaimer and say that now he understands what's going on and that he has sorted out the matter with the government. Some of us have found some selfish intent in that because now his house is not being demolished. So those who have lost their own, how do we put it now? Nobody cares about them. So I don't know. What's your perspective? Loco. Is Loco with us?
I do. You won't go before. Oh boy, somebody who got that news? What is no? Somebody was sleeping anyway. I hope the person has woken up. For that, I'm not unusual.
I wasn't sleeping. I was here. I don't know why they're talking about me snoring.
I wasn't sleeping. Your snoring resemble your voice. No worry.
I don't know. I wasn't snoring.
Chief, please, what was the question?
Look, somebody don't chop on the DM.
Better
they say na Benue man. They say na Benue pastor.
Benue man. I tell you. Mr. Chief, please, what was the question again, please, Jerry?
Okay, so we're talking about the Enugu demolition. I'm sure you are conversant.
Okay, yeah.
You know, and
if I do that,
yeah. So somebody came out to cry. We played the video yesterday. The same person came back again today with a disclaimer. And now the Enugu State government is saying that they have not demolished any property except properties that are where people are using to do kidnapping. And that's what we're discussing. And Steph happens to come from Enugu State, so he has given us some perspective. But before you weigh in, Steph, the Labour Party candidate, does he come from Nkano? Is he from the same place where that land is? And then two, does the current governor also come from the same place, or they come from a different place? I want to see because my own mind is that there is a political game being played.
Interest.
In this matter.
Interest there.
Yes. No, I think I said it earlier on. You know, that land is a peculiar land. It's not like a private.
No, what I'm saying is the LP governorship candidate. Does he come from the side of Enugu State where that land is?
What you asked me now is also part of the reason why, you know, when people were discussing why Labour Party lost Enugu State,
whether it is true or not.
Why Labour Party lost Enugu State, I told them that it's beyond what you are thinking. You understand? It's a kind of something of self-preservation. You understand? The part of politically, they came from the same senatorial zone, but the that same senatorial zone, the part of it where the Labour Party candidate came from, is culturally affiliated to Nsukka, the senatorial zone that the former governor came from. So there's even a relationship between most people from that part of the town. It's like a border town, and the Nsukka senatorial zone. So the Rail and Kano people, Enugu East senatorial zone, was seeing it like Nsukka want to use through the back door to have another 8 years. Do you understand? So that is why I was telling people then that no matter what the outcome of this election is, you understand, you can't get anything out of court because the interest that will play out is not really what you are thinking. Because there is a laid down, you know, power shift that is agreed by everybody in the state, you know. So that's it. But the land in question is a government land. And like I told you, what is at stake in that place is a lot, because at the heart of the town, there's no other place in the capital you can get that expanse of land that actually belongs to government. Do you understand? So if you are the former governor and you have used the opportunity to give to all your people, and you know there's a little kind of friction between what happened during the election, the governor, and this, even though it's the same party. So it's not that of place to feel like this new governor will feel like, okay, this is one I'm going to use as also my own political war chest. If you have like a 200 plus of land you want to give to your cronies. So I'm thinking, that's why I say I need to verify if actually it's at that scale. If it's the demolition is at that scale, forget it, it's just political.
This Nigerian matter deep. Even
So,
with
let me
within
say
the Igbo community, this out of court stuff.
So, Mr. Chief, regarding to your
do you have
question,
the property there?
Yeah, let Loco
I wish I had.
So,
I wish I had. It's not easy to get to be honest with you.
So, but regardless, probably maybe Steph will really say, or probably I get what you said. That place belongs to the government, right? Good. So, if it belongs to the government, that means the government is going to use that piece of land for any kind of facility. You understand? That belongs that will favor the people of the state, not to sell to individuals. You understand? Or probably you may want to use that place for maybe low cost housing scheme or whatever. But that for the people, but at least it will be the governments that will be doing the selling and the building. You get so if that place belongs to government, what right does anybody have at all to even build on that place?
No, government appointed a private developer.
Okay, hold on now. To develop the place for what? Is it if it belongs to government?
It's now for residential. It was originally meant for a public project, public goods.
Which government appointed earmarked that portion of land for whatever purpose, and which government now changed it to residential area purpose, government residential area? Which government? You understand?
Okay.
And if the government that's changing it, is it changing it because he has the power as a government to change it? Or
no, the government, Sullivan Chime, changed it because the governor before him have built a permanent site for the university in a different location entirely.
Okay, so
the ideal thing would have been, in my own opinion, the ideal thing would have been to return it to the community that donated that land in the first place.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Government have no reason to have taken over that land.
Yeah, okay, good point. Okay, now, hold on.
On the chat here, hold on, look at Novex. On the chat here, if he says the Labour Party candidate, being the former commissioner of lands, acquired a lot of land in the state capital, it may not surprise me that the land was allocated by him to the current owners. So, for me, I've always said there's a political game being played in this whole land.
But you are looking for trouble.
Regardless of what it is,
after the Supreme Court verdict,
that land still belongs to the government, right? So if the government now, according to Steph, now say is now gave the maybe private entity to develop, is it to sell the land or to develop the land to any standard? And if that's private entity that the government hands over that land to, you understand? If they sold legitimately to those people, then the government do not have any right to destroy.
Let me help you. Chim actually captured better. That's why I keep trying to, I don't know how to frame it. That's why I keep saying that land is a peculiar land.
You're trying to run away from the matter, but I don't want you to run away.
No. See, Steph.
The former governor, immediate past governor.
Yes.
You understand? Through his proxies, just like Chim said now, the commissioner had, it's like what they shared among them is beyond what you're thinking of. And whatever this present governor is trying to do is what most people like him will still going to do. Maybe he's still looking for what tactics am I going to use?
Okay,
you understand?
Hold on first now. Okay, hold on first. Regardless of whatever they want to do, maybe to take the land through back door. But those land now, you understand, piece of land, are they legitimately sold to those developers, to the people that bought the land legally? You get those people that bought the land, did they buy the land legally first from the agents that the government gave to develop the land? So if they did, you understand, there's no how. Nobody, whatever power you have, you can't go and collect the land from them.
Okay, let me tell you something. What happened in some other part of the country is not still different from what is happening. See, governors wield a kind of political power that is unimaginable. Let me
I
give you an
agree.
instance. In
I
2009, there was a governor. The governor of that state has an issue with a senator from the state. So there was a point it got when you wake up in the morning, there's a house the man have on a part of the road. You cannot believe that story building that was there when you passed the other day, within a night, there's what you see the next morning was a big refuse dump in that place. You understand? And it was overriding a public interest or whatever to be using that place as a dumpster. Okay. Do you understand? So I know you want to go into what is right or what is wrong. I'm not justifying anything.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to give you an insight so that when you want to talk about it, you understand the background. You understand?
So in a nutshell, the government is just oppressing them, not that they bought illegally.
The greatest of people that have been oppressed that I want to explain to you is the original owners of
yes
that
or
land.
no? I don't know. Can you?
They are.
Answer you give me. Yes.
No, but that's the truth.
No,
when the government take up your land, said I'm going to use your land to build university, and you're happy to give the government the land. It was like, okay, where are we going to build this university? Come and take our land. And at the end, the government went to another place to build the university. Why do you still want to allocate my own land to other people?
Okay, fine.
So the government is
oppressing them by taking their land. Good. Okay. I got your answer there.
There are two things. There are two things here now. There are two things here now. So, local, originally that land, this centenary land where we talk, was allocated or designated for building old Anambra State University. In the old Anambra State before Enugu was carved out. Now they didn't build that university. Then the place was left fallow. Then in 2009, when Chimaroke became governor, Chimaroke went and moved the permanent site away from this place and moved it to a new place and built the permanent site there. So Steph is saying that the best thing to have done was to return the land now back to the original owners.
No. Since government is a continue. You understand? Government is a continue. So I believe there was no clause to say if you don't use it so and so time, give it back to us. Or if you maybe the purpose of we giving you, if you go and use it elsewhere, give it back to us. Probably there was no clause for that, or no caveat for that. So like I said, government to continue. So the land technically still belongs to the government, even if the government have used another piece of land to do.
No, they were unlucky because in my community there was a land that was dedicated to build a law school. And at the end of the day, the federal government did not use all the land. And they wanted to begin to sell the remaining. The community went to the court. It took a number of years. It was returned back to the community.
Yeah.
You take people's land for we want to do AIU. Now decide not to do it. Begin to share
as if you lie to us to get.
Who you are giving it to? Are there more citizens than me that owns the land centrally?
I think this matter, this matter is supposed to be a simple one, similar to the demolition of properties that were on canals. If the land was not built on a legal ground and on a legal basis, then it should be torn down. You shouldn't go and build in a place where you are not sure is clear for building. But if they got, let's say you get the deeds and whatever documentation you need from the government, like somebody was corrupt in the government and they gave you the actual document from the government, you can't tell the difference between that and the actual legal authorization to build, then you have a right to take the government to court and say, hey, I got the document from...
But the party is like, it's the time that you know how much it will cost you. You get a very good son lawyer to fight the government. Yes. So because you're not fighting...
It shouldn't be too sound. All you need is your receipt, really. It's not rocket science. You don't need your receipt.
These are useless. Okay, let me not say useless profession so that some lawyer will not come from me because their profession is somehow. But they tell you are you're arguing the case against a senior bench member. You understand? There's some limits you get to, like, oh, it's my senior. You can't challenge obscenities in court. You understand? So if a governor, somebody that's president state, definitely it's like you're fighting against the attorney general of the state.
I understand that, but if that happens, then you're gonna have a serious problem on your hands.
Exactly.
Because
So
people don't take lightly to losing their properties.
And
yeah.
San no be beans now.
See, if you are son, you are defending what is wrong, then I'm not sure what kind of son you are. Point is that
not today.
I think hold on now. If people are feeling a kind of there's an injustice that is being done, no matter how son you are, no matter who you are, they are going to seek a form of revenge, because you can't just go and destroy somebody's property when they legally got their documents from the local authority. Hold on, I think
you got it go. You know, so you can go back.
You see, like it's arguing the same way on it. Why are you muting me? This one is busy muting. Yeah, it's like you're not putting anything inside.
New government.
No. I was trying to
muting everything inside.
No, I was trying to mute. No, I was trying to mute
Yeah,
him.
I
I didn't know
know.
it was you I touched. That's what went wrong. Go ahead.
So I don't think that
you were saying something. Go on.
Yeah, if somebody decides to challenge make a very fair case that they got.
They laugh.
No, it's because they were muting everybody. He muted me too when he was trying to mute you. But if say the case was that the person got the property legitimately, in terms of got the right permissions, everything, you can take the government to court and say, hey, you can't do this. You have to compensate me if you want to demolish the land, because I got the authorization from your institutions. And if that happens and they refuse to compensate that individual, then they will have a problem on your hands, and those people will be justified to have problems with the government, because the government now has cheated them of their hard-earned money, and the authority, and with the authority of the government too, because the government gave them the authority to build. So you can't cheat people like that. That's where I will support KJ on. But if those people got their deeds through shady means and it wasn't even authorized by the state in any way, and then you have lost, you shouldn't even build. Why would you spend millions building a property when it's not this is legally authorized? That's silly, really. It's stupid decision.
For fathers, there's a little area I want to disagree with you. I think the question is not even if they have the permission to build. The question is, did they got their location legitimately? If they get their location legitimately and they completed it without the normal authorization, I mean, paying to the State Capital Development Authority, the worst you can do is to take the property from them. Why would you demolish it?
I personally, I find that a little bit strange.
Why would you demolish it?
No, I said the same thing yesterday too, because I don't understand why they have to break the buildings down. Sometimes they want to rebuild the entire area. Maybe that's why they are doing that.
No,
because it seems very wasteful.
I think that I think you will not have a case if it's like as if you are seizing their property. You can only give them time to remove, just because I think what court says is remove the property from that land. They can't even tell you to destroy the property.
No,
I think the court term
is it if you don't own the land, or if you don't get the approval, if you didn't pay the development levy?
No. Assuming you are wrong, the land doesn't belong to you.
There is forfeiture, but there's a law on forfeiture. You can forfeit that land, that property, and it becomes government property, and government can auction it.
I think that forfeiture is
what Fofadas is saying and Steph is saying is what I have been arguing. Why are we demolishing buildings that spent millions when you can also make money out of it as a government?
Exactly, you can rent it out even whatever you want to do with it.
Wait, wouldn't it be somehow if tomorrow now they don't destroy the property and today's government, you understand, took it from you and you give it to somebody else, then tomorrow you that they took it from today will not be the governor in the nearest future? Would you take your property back?
You know what I'm telling you guys is because
I don't think it's still a reason to destroy it. That's still corruption. You're not going to take your property back. That'll be corruption.
This property in question is because of where it's located. Where I built my house in Enugu.
Of course we know.
Where I built my house in Enugu. The developer then told me that if I don't have that for 450,000 to pay, that what he do for some other people is that they build only weekends and public holidays. Do you understand? And he can complete the building for me without paying it. I then said, no, I don't want to take that risk. And had it been that I was able to do it, the much that they can do when they come back later is to give you bill. Because it's actually the land where I built was historically a private land. You understand? It has not government issue. The peculiar thing about this place is what I told you people. There's a history. It's government land. That's why they may not follow the normal protocol. But as per whether demolition it is what they would have done to another private person that just bought land from a private person, they can't demolish it because it didn't pay.
Okay, yeah, of course, yeah. It's not a business. Of course, it's not a business.
Okay, so I guess what we're dealing with in nights, because this thing now boils back to our constitution somehow, because land is vested in the hands of governors and the state, and they can do as they like. It's not I'm not sure how fantastic that law is, because personally I'm not a lawyer, but if the governor can do and undo, and land is vested in their authority as the custodian of the state, that means governors can just wake up and say, "Oh, where this person's house is, I don't like this man's face. John Abba is the one who is causing me sleepless nights. Take off his roof."
No, Tim, sorry, what do you think if a court is asking you to remove your land? Maybe let's say the case went to court and the government now won. You understand the case? What do you think the judgment would be like?
I don't know.
In what phrase do you think the judge will put that sentence? In other words, asking you to evacuate the place or remove your house or whatever. What do you think the word would be?
Okay, so here's my understanding. If the land, if it is not a canal, if it is not the right of way for an environmental issue like canal or whatever, and it's just that
not supposed to be there.
You didn't get the land properly. In other words, you don't even have a right to the land, which means since you don't have a right to the land, then you don't have a right to have a house there. You have lost it. You've lost what you built. I don't think if I'm a judge, I wouldn't be passing the judgment to knock the building down. What I'm passing the judgment is that you have forfeited the right of ownership of that thing, because the base, the land on which you have built that your structure, doesn't belong to you.
Come over here.
It's very simple. And I don't think it's the individual that is even knocking the house down, because what you would say is that the person who has lost the land is one who is saying, okay, since I've lost the land, I might as well knock down the building I knocked on it. No, it's even the government now that is knocking down buildings. I find it strange.
I think it's like everything they do. Nigerian government is very destructive when it comes to things like this. They choose to destroy things when they don't have to destroy it, because it's just their process. For some reason,
I'm not trying to play devil's advocate here. Had it been it's not the government, it's an individual. Maybe land is between me and you. You understand? And you want to build on my land, and we now have a case in the courts. What do you think the judge will say concerning that land that you built on that is not your own? Do you think the judge will tell you take the land or knock the land out? The judge wanted to forfeit it then.
No, but the judge will be telling you you have forfeited the land. If you have forfeited the land, you have forfeited the building. That's what it means.
No,
So,
I think.
Who do you think is going to knock it down?
No, I have a friend of mine that have a similar case in capital in Makurdi. And they went to court. You know the way Nigerians operate. The owner of the land sold the land to two people
before.
Yes, and one of them already built on it. And the first person that he bought the house have all the documents, and I don't know whatever he gave to the other one. And when they went to court, I think the judge said the first owner that bought the thing, that the date was the right one, have the document, he should take he awarded him, he won the case. So what they did was, in the spirit of unity, since they already built on it, they asked the other guy to buy it back from him instead of demolishing or let go. But that was the way they settled it. So the guy now went and bought the land back from the other person. But in the terms of where we are talking about building a private land and all of that, or government land, and there's no paper for it, or there is somewhere and they demolish, court will always going to order demolish. They won't say keep the house, even though it may not It may not be economically right, but that
You
is what
understand? That's what court. That was
that
the
is
question I
the
was trying to
order
ask.
court
Court
will
use
issue.
demolish.
Yeah, it's demolish.
That's what court use demolish. You
That's
understand?
that's interesting. I
That's why I
that's
said.
there's no
So,
economic
how do you think the
intelligence.
court put the phrase? The court used the word demolish. That's what I was trying to. That's why I was asking that question. They use the word demolish. That's why the
At
government.
whose cost?
Huh?
Who is given the responsibility of demolishing the
No,
property?
that's the judgment. So they can tell the owner to demolish, and the owner might say, "I'm not to demolish." Then, if you that owns the land, if you want to demolish, you can demolish. So that's why the government is taking
The
pleasure
government
to
always order,
always
go to
demolish.
any cases, even the one in Lagos, anywhere that
It
there's
is
any
always
dispute
demolished.
like
They
that,
can't.
What
They
if
can't
always, they
it's
will say
possible?
this
What
and
if
that.
it's
Yeah.
possible to move the house away?
How do you move a house?
See,
You're
I'm just
approaching.
asking now because I'm trying.
Listen.
I'm trying to find out what is
If you can
behind the
move the
You're
house,
decision.
gonna uproot
the
the house.
court will be
Yes, it might be
the court
possible.
will be
You just
happy to
never
ask you to
know.
move the house.
We'll
If
figure
you
a
can
way
move the
out.
house, the court will be happy
Yes.
to ask you to move
If
the
you
house. You
can
know
move
why?
it, move it.
Yeah.
You guys will be happy to. You know why? Because it
Todd
will
wants to say
serve more
something.
convenience for the
Presently,
person.
presently, yeah, I'm
Todd needs to say
facing
something. Go ahead.
yeah. Presently, I'm having the same um stuff in my town because I had a stepmother that was that was doing all sort of funny things, but she's deleted herself now. She's so she caused a lot of problem. So because when it comes to land in Igbo land, is a very very personal thing, and that part of furniture is where we don't sell. We don't just sell. But this woman went on because at that time my dad was not too well, and she went and sold it. Now the house has been built now. Even the man that built the house is dead now, the children. But I'm going to take some action. And what I'm going to take some action is that part of where that land was built, my mom's body is lying in somebody's is in somebody's gate as it is. My brother has been mad and all that. I said, listen, there are some battles you don't have to just go just because I'm an ex-soldier. I could easily go there and all that with my guys, and but I don't want to do anything illegal. But I just want to have enough money to get a very sound lawyer, and I know I'm going to win the case. Is no issue because number one, my dad was indisposed as to when that land was sold. And being the first child of the family, at least I should have known about it. I had no part to play. They don't have my signature and all that. So when it comes to land issues in Igbo land, as a matter of fact, is a very, very, very bitter thing. I mean, you find two brothers fighting each other bitterly. So land issues is it's a very, very touchy subject in Igbo land, even more than Yoruba land. Go.
I think it's a touchy subject everywhere
Okay.
because
So
even when I was reading Machiavelli, that's one of the areas he says they never forgive. People don't forgive if you steal land from them. No, I'm telling you, I'm just trying to shed light that even in Europe, they
Okay.
feel very strongly about these things. So it's just true.
My question to Tony is that
yeah,
do
but
you guys have a
support
have a paper for it?
Yes, we do.
And when your stepmother sold it, he didn't provide any legal document to those people.
I don't think so. She thought, well, what can this guy do? Because she's a very she was a very very I don't want to use anything negative, but she wasn't a nice person at all. And a lot of people feared her. But I'm the only one that I'll just be looking. Because she tried everything to get me out of the scene because I was the only person that she saw that was a threat. Because we're the very few family that have a landed property, and it's on the major road on Oka Road, just on Oka Road. So for those that know Onitsha, so it's so. But
but
I'll
you
deal with
know
that
this
because
this land thing is not this. Sorry, go ahead.
my
Complete
mom's
your
going to
statement.
just buy somebody's
Go on.
grave, and I think she did it to spite the memory of my mom. I know why she did it. Apart from even where my part of the land again where my grandmother used to live and all that, she sold it. So somebody had demolished that and his building. So I will not contest that. But that was spiting my mom's memory that at my own time. But unfortunately, the man that bought it, should know better, but he's no more. So, but the children are just going to bear the brunt, Because when I get that judgment, I'm gonna pull that building. There's a big building, I'll pull it down.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is, if you go to Kenya, land is a big deal. Kenyans, that's part of, you know the way we fight over oil in Nigeria, oil well and everything. In Kenya is land, because they are more into agriculture. So the land you have is for agriculture, is for industrial development and all that. So you find that they are elites, just the way our elites are, when we get corrupt elites, they go into other national assets. The biggest national asset in Kenya is land. That's where they grow. Kenya is one of the heaviest producers of flour. All this flour that people give during Mother's Day and give for events. Kenyans grow huge number of, and of course it's on land. You understand? So agriculture, the same thing. All the tea, all the agricultural produces is all land. So that's why you see them. They can kill you because of land. But I was going to say, we've discussed this one. The kidnap of the girls in Abuja. I don't have the full story, but if anybody who has a full story can help us with it. I heard they've been released. I don't know all the details. Was ransom paid and all those things. So I don't know who wants to go ahead and give us an insight into that story. John, perhaps you have something to share.
According to the local source of a lady that I know live in that area, I think it's within the family. They suspect that, and the house was a big house outskirts of the town, that little town in Abuja, and actually, according to so many, they say that they forewarned them because there's a lot of killing has been going there over the years in that local area. But so far, like it's just like you heard that they have been released, but two of them died, right?
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought they all released all of them.
No, one was dead the last time. When we talked last time, they found one dead, and I think there's two of them. And I think also two police officers were wounded initially when they were trying to intervene early. And it's all the uncle that was pointing at that direction where when that thing happened, he was killed too before the father's daughter was killed, and two police officers were wounded. So that's all I know about it.
Yeah, this thing is happening in a place. So I know I served in Abuja. Abuja, there are three municipalities in Abuja. There is the what we call Abuja. Everybody calls Abuja is AMAC, Abuja Municipal Area Council. Then this one is Buhari Area Council, which is, I think, like you rightly said, on the outskirts of the city of Abuja. My concern is that these are 5 sisters. They said 5 sisters were released, which means there were more than 5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Does anybody have any other information to share?
Remember when forefather was even saying that day, that time that I was showing that thing? I don't know if one already has been killed that day.
I think they said there were 6 families, right? Which is 1 man and 5, 1 father and 5 children. So the one of the daughters, the eldest one.
Mean?
Sorry.
Is it 6 children, you mean? 6 sisters, you mean?
Was this 6? Okay, from the picture they showed,
you were saying 6 sisters.
No, I think from the picture I saw, I think it was only 6 girls, 5 girls that were there anyway. From the picture, the dad with all the girls. It was only the dad and 5 other girls. So probably maybe
there were 6 sisters.
There were 6 sisters
originally.
But from the picture I saw, it's just the man and 5 girls. Maybe there was another one, smaller, or maybe inside. I don't know. So, but like say, but they released the father to go and find the funds. But before he could get the complete balance, the complete money, I think they eliminated the first one and asked them to go and identify the body at one junction. So it was remaining 5. So maybe it was the 5 they released so far. But the other person that died again was another family, 2 other girls, another family, not with the same family. It was another family that they added to her to make 3 that they dumped their body somewhere else. But my anger is, as they have been saying this thing, you useless IG police cannot go there and build one station, one intelligence station in where that Niger mountain have been, or that Niger State mountain they're talking about. Till now, nobody's going there to build camp or build anything for security. They are still talking nonsense, telling us nonsense here.
The thing I see with some of these communities, the thing I see with some of these communities in the north is that they are so remote from main police posts. So before they can call for help, the deed has been done.
I agree, no problem. Now they did it the first time. Why not the second day after they did it, just go there and start building police station there, or build small barrack there?
Exactly.
Which
But
police
that
people are
is
you
the
going to put there?
insecurity we talk
You have
about.
to pull the police people from somewhere to somewhere. When you remove them from that place becomes a security. This area was secure once.
Forefathers, my friend, don't say that. The one with the escort with the shoot siren, they follow everybody one. They get work.
So you remove that one so the politicians get killed and they kidnapped too. So you will have a double problem on your hand.
No, if you remove
no problem, it will be good. Everybody will do it.
You have double problem on your hand.
You said you have double. How is that double problem?
They kidnap politicians. I think this is what we are talking about. Daughters. Who is going to be passing the laws? Then all anarchy takes over now. When they hold your politicians or your leaders hostage, then you are in trouble. They will be demanding billion. What are you going to do? You leave them to kill the leader? This is a problem. See, it's easier said than done. When it starts happening,
but don't you think that is the only way? That if at all, of course, they protect themselves with all the people, the forces. But don't you think that if anything happen like that, that will bring the lawmaker attention to do something about it?
I think it will, but they've opted to put the security first as a priority for themselves. So if they didn't do that, then they will be kidnapped. Then maybe they will take it more seriously then. But we know that they are not going to do it, and Nigerians are not pushing them. So what do you expect? When you tell them you need to recruit more people, Nigerians say no. Then face the problem. It's going to keep happening until your eyes will clear.
Forefathers, what I would say to that, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from, but okay.
Sorry, Tone. So what I was going to say with respect to, I hear you on this recruitment. Okay, so before we start recruiting, is it possible to pass a law to say that the police should not be put in to guard very important political personnel, excluding maybe president, vice president?
Exactly.
So let them go and let the senator go and look for private security outfit to protect him, so that we have enough to be able to
the thing is why there is no need to put obstacles in front of you. Prince Williams the other day was even when he has abdicated from his royal duties, was even suing the government that they were supposed to protect him because he's a royal. Because in reality, the state protects state officials. It's not unusual. The idea is, I think, because we don't like state officials, which is fine. I understand why.
It was suing for what was due to him.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
It was suing for what was due to him.
No. Regarding security.
No. You talk about
security.
You talk about what's it called? This boy.
Now, right?
No. He said he was meant to be secured by.
That's what I'm so he was suing for what was due to him.
Now?
Yeah, not because.
What do you mean what was due? Why was it due to him? That's the question you should be asking. It's not about the suing. It's the fact that even royals are protected.
I understand.
State officials are protected. What are you talking about? What is he saying?
Forefathers, listen, it was due to him by their whatever monarch's law or whatever. You understand? It's his right. Not because.
So our politicians don't have rights.
Who?
Our politicians don't have rights.
No. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Loco, hold on. Sorry, because you said that the state. hold on now. You said that the state owes the political personnel to protect them.
No, they don't.
And I'm saying that's not
They
correct.
don't.
Where I live,
They don't.
where I live,
They don't.
the
They
only
don't.
personnel that the police protects is the prime minister. And then hold on, hear me out. So Canada has RCMP. You know what RCMP, the Royal Mounted Police, they only protect the prime minister and deputy. Every other MP that is not a minister gets to go and look for private security if they want. At the provincial level, some provinces don't have police. What they have is the city has a police. The premier of that province, because the province does not have police, is protected by an RCMP. However, when she is coming to a city like, say, Calgary from Edmonton, which is the capital, she doesn't come with those security. When she gets here, they provide her police security while she's here. The moment she leaves, those people are not with her. I've been in an entourage where this happened, and I know what we are doing. Even the American politicians are talking about, senators don't have police following them. They don't.
Yeah.
So where are we getting this thing from?
Many of them do.
No, Senator do have police.
Many of them do. I don't know why.
But I think what we are trying to say in comparison is that we are not even after that like a senator in our place cannot have it. They have access. Some have 4. Even the retired one are going with a retired general can go with maybe 4 SUV, cook, police or military personnel, even when they are leaving. So we are talking about abusing of it. They have access. Why the ordinary citizens are suffering, being attacked, and they will call for help. The help will not reach them because there is a limit of the people that is serving the society. And where there's a crime is high like Nigeria, they need more of that. So I think what we are saying is that not that they shouldn't protect them, but they are having so many of them, more than 6, 7 following one person.
You can call for evaluation of the security requirements that they need. Because the environments are different, you have to adapt to the environment. If the environment is less secure, you secure your officials. If it's more secure,
but they make it more secure for the ordinary citizen.
Yeah, I understand that. But when you start your recruitment, that is not the day everybody start taking their burglary proof out of their buildings in Nigeria. It takes a while before the people feel secure enough to start taking those burglary proofs off and moving the security person at the gate so that they can live like normal people in many countries that we'll all live in. So that is the approach. It's not like, oh, just because you don't like the government officials, if we are going to start recruiting, we have to remove all security. You are just going to create a bigger problem. We have to always be measured. I think this thing that we have against our officials, believe you me, I do. With our elites, like with the kind of stuff Tinubu said this week, I do. But 2 wrongs does not make it right. And if you even add another one, no matter how many times you add, it's going to make it be wrong. The idea is, if you want to start recruiting, recruit, because the people that are going to be protected are the ordinary people, not those elites. They are already protected now. If you say you want to pull it away from them, you're even creating another bigger problem on your hands. Where your country is not governable at all.
You didn't hear my other angle. My angle is this. There is a law governing private security. Go and get private security to take care of you and allow the public police to take care of police and do the normal job that they have.
Why would you prefer a private security that doesn't have loyalty to the state to protect state officials? Why would you prefer that?
No, but you're not supposed to. Like I told you that American senators don't have police following them.
American senators, they have
there's no American police. They just like American police.
Yeah, they have NSA, they have CIA, they have FBI, they have this thing, their defense. This thing. Do you know how many defense?
They're not protecting the senators
because they are making sure people don't even need burglary proof in their houses. These people are so secure in their nation. Generally, you can't compare them to us. This is why.
Okay, they have 2 heads. We have 1 head, Abi.
No, we are not in their space. You have to adapt
according
to your situation.
Father, you are right about that. But what we are even saying, my own case is that they have access. So there's no need for one senator to have up to 6 police protecting them. That is what we are saying.
The reason why sometimes I sympathize with that is because sometimes most of us don't understand the threats.
Okay, then make the threat. Do you think that Nigeria really
I think forefather is right. Forefather is right because our political elites don't even have. They need
you have to protect your leadership, otherwise they will cover for other people.
Bulletproof cars and a vehicle that cannot durable enough to withstand potholes.
Ask yourself, if you are the one that is about to work for your people and put your life on the line, you are going to just have it so that you are unprotected. Remember, the forces.
Do you know
let me finish my point.
Actually said that you are right. If the road is bad and the solution is to go for a vehicle that can withstand the bad road,
let me finish my point. I don't even talk for 10 seconds. Everybody,
guys, hold on.
Why do people get triggered by this? Jesus Christ.
Hold on. Go ahead.
You during the weeks you've heard about how officials of states are getting assassinated, and they assassinate scientists, they assassinate drone experts, they assassinate people that are important to the functioning of a state. We don't understand the first world conflicts that are going on, because that's why we see things like that, like as if, oh, you just remove the security guy, it's okay. No, the threats your leaders face are real.
So what is the importance of these leaders to us?
Hold on, if you get good ones,
what about the threats that ordinary citizens face? The threat that ordinary citizens face on a daily basis. That one is not real.
Hold on, let me finish my point. See, this is why our leaders die pathetically. Look at this in Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. He was just died on the Mutula Muhammad. He was just shot on the side of the road. Hold on now, he was shot on the side of the road. The same thing with Lumumba. If you don't protect your leadership, you just be lamenting. Generation after generation will be lamenting that we had a good leader. What happened to them? No, because they didn't take security seriously. And you guess what? The people don't even understand it. If you don't take security seriously, you're not going to get good leadership.
Nobody's saying security.
No, I think Father, you have you are entitled to your version.
To tackle security.
In Nigeria it's not my version, it's the version of the world out there.
The ones that we have not fully made use of them. The ones that we have, that's Nigerian's problem. So if you're asking for more, it's like we have, and we've seen that there are even excess in number. It might not be excess for the whole nation, but you are putting where you don't need security, like for those nonsense VIP. One councillor we just chop a food, just give you go buy, get more money, you go carry escorts. Let's see Mopo for one. You understand? You are just putting security where you don't know security. You understand? Meanwhile, those excess security are putting in one place, maybe for VIP, government, or whatever. You are giving them excess. You can take from those excess and use for those places. That's why people are saying, okay, look, I think in this area we have excess because you are giving those people excess. Take from those excess and put to those places. Not thinking of recruiting more. Meanwhile, you are giving some set of people, you are giving them excess. Take from those excess first.
We don't even know how to even
that one senator.
Why do we have a problem with this? Is it they did something to us? Why do we seriously have a problem with this? Why do you have a problem with security?
Forefathers.
It's like
John Abba wanted to say something, but John, before you go ahead, let me throw in this thing and then. So, Shell, I know this for a fact. Shell did not take from Nigerian police because, you know, when their VIPs come, they want them secured, and then they have estate like in Port Harcourt and Warri. You know what they did? They got into an agreement with the Nigerian police force and the federal government. They gave them permission. Shell used to recruit security men, sent to the Nigerian Police College. They get trained and returned back to Shell. So when you go to a Shell formation and you see a police officer wearing black, the person is not a Nigerian police officer. The person is a Shell police officer trained by Nigerian police on behalf of Shell.
Okay.
Are you understanding what I'm saying? Can you see? They were reasonable enough to know that we can't go and collect more police from these people because they don't have enough. So give us permission. We will make sure these people don't abuse it. And if they do, Shell will guarantee and take responsibility. So that's the point someone like John is saying. These people have
excess. The point of that. First of all, it's a bad idea to be training your own officers for a private organization.
There's nothing wrong
And
with that.
secondly, the US government trains for private security. Yes,
the
government
army
doesn't train
that
for
you have
private
in the country,
security.
what are they doing in the oil facility? Is it not the federal government?
They are protecting national assets. They are protecting national assets. You see, 80% of the Nigerian force is used to protect national assets, not even individual.
Shell is an asset to the government.
Yeah, including oil wells and other.
Let John go ahead.
Oil well and all the rest.
Okay, once again, forefather, there's nothing wrong in recruiting more security officers like police and the rest of them. We have a civil defense and all of those people. What I am saying in excess is that if the country is safe, they don't even need that much of protection. And the only way they will not make it is for people to be employed. There's no excuse that anybody should be a kidnapper, but the level of poverty and desperation are the one pushing these people. Because of that, we need to make sure that the country, okay, these are the same people who have bulletproof right cars, and so that reduce their danger of being assassinated or anything. Any one of us can be in that position tomorrow. So we are not advocating that they should not. We are saying they are abusing it. They are using it to protect themselves, while ordinary citizens are dying like a chicken. And what are they working for? Are they not for the very people they are working for?
I fear that I've wasted a lot of years if we still don't understand what I'm trying to talk about here. The issue has nothing to do with individual security. The issue has something to do with national security. If you don't have a certain level of posture of people protecting your country, forget it. These results you are seeing, actually, I don't know why we are surprised.
Protecting senator are protecting the national interest.
Now, you see, now you just mismangled what I said again. How can we not understand it? When I said the ones you have are too few already.
And I'm advocate for hiring more, but hiring more to make sure that there's enough security.
Okay,
but we're saying what we have right now, they should reduce it until they hire more.
What we have right now is already giving us the result we are
already mass out.
It's giving us the result that we are seeing. It's not going to be any better.
Do you think there's any excess of policing with anybody, any sector, whatever, like excess in that place? Assuming we don't have enough in the country, I agree, right? But do you think there's any excess of policemen with any VIP, particular person, individual, or group of people?
Of course, there will be excess somewhere.
Hold on.
Just at random, there will be.
Okay, hold on now. So you don't think, no, not random, too many. So you don't think, why not government, as you are going to the process of recruiting, alongside, take from those, the ones you already have, that's excess first? Because recruiting takes process. You can't just recruit them today and put them tomorrow. No.
How many are you saying that is excess? Like percentage of the entire security force, how many is being used excessively?
No, let me bet your eyeglasses.
I just want to have an idea now, because if 80% is protecting national assets, then 20% is protecting some of the officials and the entire country. Then tell me which ones are the excessive ones.
Where are the national interests that are protecting? You said they are protecting 80% are protecting national interests, right?
Yes.
You mentioned the national interest that are protecting, and what is you as a security expert? What are the number you expect that they will have to secure the whole nation?
Yeah. Well, as a security expert, you need at least in the context of Nigeria, in terms of military on its own, you need at least 1 million, at minimum 1 million. Then in the police, customs, and security service and all the rest, another 1 million. That's what you need. Minimum. Egypt alone has 1.3 million for its own military, and most of Egypt is desert. And they have 1.3 million.
So forefathers, hold on. There's a comment here that John Abba made. He said there is an excess of personnel guarding individuals that shouldn't have. So you asked a question about where these excesses are. I'll give you an example. A senator has 2 police officers. His wife or girlfriend has 1 police officer. So that is 3 police personnel to a senator. How is that a national security for us?
If you took the reason why I'm not focusing too much on that, if you took every single one of them All the soldiers, even remove all the ones that are not even protecting national, leave them to go. It's still not enough compared to other countries.
We hear you. I hear you. Nobody is contesting that. What we're saying.
So why are we dwelling on the minutia when the bigger issue still remains?
But it's not a minutia. What we're saying is, okay, so here's the point. A family has a budget. They have certain needs. They have to feed. You have to fuel the gas, the car to be able to take children to school, go to work, and do all those things. Now, it's not enough. You need, maybe say, let's say for instance, you need to be, if you're dealing on $1,000 as a budget, but what you actually need is $2,000. Before you get that extra $1,000, what people are saying is the $1,000 that you have, you need to sit down, look for areas of your expenditure that is wasteful, cut those things so that at least the 1,000 can be channeled into more important things, pending when you're able to raise the extra 1,000. That's the argument we're making. If that
argument you are making, the argument you are making is similar to the arguments I hear all the time, creating problems for every solution.
You guys don't understand forefathers' position. Forefathers said, suspend every other expenditure. Fix your security first.
Yes, if you fix it, you're going to find that every other part is going to be fixed.
Don't eat. Don't buy clothes. Don't do any other thing. If you are sick, don't go to hospital. Fix your security.
See, Steph, I don't understand what it takes to get you to understand this. If other nations are doing the same, making the sacrifices for their security first, hold on. Can we? This is kind of so that you see, we Nigerians are the worst black people on earth. We never learn. Even when somebody is telling you the results of other nations, you refuse.
Nobody's asking you not to recruit. Okay, nobody's saying no, don't recruit. Nobody's saying that.
No wonder black people are suffering all over the world. These are the kind of Nigerians that are supposed to be changing it, but they are not changing it. They make excuses all the time
not to recruit. Why we are suffering all over the world in terms of security? Because we have corrupt security people, the personnel.
Oh yeah.
Period. You understand?
At the top of it is Nigerians.
Hold on. That's the first reason. Exactly.
Blocking your entire black race.
So hold on. Not even the number of the security strength. That's even the main problem. Is the corrupt? The ones that we have is almost 100% corrupt. That is the main problem. Not even the amount, the strength. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is like, in as much as you want to recruit more, nobody is asking you not to recruit. You get my point? No, because you can recruit more. Hold on, you can recruit more, and at the end of the day, all of them will still be corrupt. We'll still fall back to zero.
See, you know what I say? You know what I say?
You still fall back to zero. So like, look, it's the change of mindset first, right? If you can have a few ones, hold on. Let's say, hold on. If you can have a few that is doing well, doing what they're supposed to do.
Learn.
If you recruit more, others will follow. You understand? So the ones that we have now, the essence of it, like John just explained to you, take the essence, take them there. If we see that they are overwhelmed, overpowered, or whatever it is, then you can say, okay, they are doing well, let's recruit more. But we are telling you that look at where the leakage is. You are saying no, we don't have enough water, so we should buy more water. Meanwhile, there's leakages. You don't want to stop the leakages first. You want to buy excess water. That no, this country they have excess water, so we should buy more water. Meanwhile, the tank is leaking. You don't want to do. No, I think what should you do to at least to save the little water I have? Let me first of all stop the leakages first. Then before I go and get more water, you are saying no. Why the leakage is there? Get enough water. Other countries are having 1 million metric ton of water. You get enough water. Why the leakage is still there? So you have to look at yes. If as much as you want to get more water, at least stop the leakage. You understand? So as much as you want to get more,
look at Novex. Forefathers, you live in the UK, at least I know that for sure. David Cameron, when he came into office, I remember there was a little economic situation and they cut certain budgets. I remember they used to travel first class coaches, and they asked MPs to cut down. He even cut down on his outriders. I remember he was the one who cut down on the number of outriders he had as prime minister. It was David Cameron. That story was a big story. He cut down on his outriders. Remember, outriders are part of security also, and they asked MPs to cut down on their on traveling first class. That's what we're saying. We're saying in an economic situation, in a situation where you are trying to arrive at a solution, you haven't fully gotten all the indices yet to be able to solve that bigger issue. There are some immediate actions you start taking. That's why it's called short-term decisions. Cut down on those things to say you're serious. and then channel those excesses to take care of the larger population. For instance, these people that were kidnapped, if there was a close by police station, they would have been able to quickly do something, but there was nobody there, like you rightly said. Where are they going to move them from? But we have these police officers not doing police work for the public, but they're there carrying madam's bag, carrying the bag of a senator and all those. That's what we're saying. When we don't need those things, move them to where they are needed. That's the point people are making.
Okay, let me add this.
You can work and chew gum at the same time.
So that you can
first. See, the idea behind security is that better to have them and not need them, and than to need them and not have them, because you always have to go for having them first. You see, I personally, you don't understand how vital security is. Before you worry about corruption, security first, because you will be alive at least. You will be alive at least to argue about corruption and about all the rest. What we don't understand, you will be alive and free. If you don't have security, everything you are working for, that is what is happening to us today, because we think we know what is happening. We don't own our country because we don't have it. We never really took over our country. The people that we are serving are the ones that own it. This is why we are acutely poor. If you look at Gaza, that they are bombing right now, if you look at, they are bombing in the hospital, the buildings, but compare that to Sudan alone, you will see that Sudan is like 100 years behind. This is how bad our situation is. We don't even realize it. Just look at the vivid nature of the pictures, the difference, how poor we are. And you think this is a joke business. What we are facing here is an existential issue. Worry about corruption later. Get your security first. Because if you worry about corruption, if you worry about, move the deck here, tomorrow they are going to change the political system. What are you going to do? You're going to say, we have to go back to democracy to fix the Nigerian state. But security remains the same. Security remains the same as it was during the time of Avaro and Obaisi. It's essential during the time of Oyo Kingdom. It's always been essential. If you don't put that, if you don't restore that back in place, protect your leaders, protect your people. Forget it. The whole world will take advantage of you like they are doing now. I just watched a debate. In short, let me just share it just now so you see what was happening on the news channel in the UK. Just today.
Can I talk before you do your?
Yeah, go ahead.
Your show. My worry with you is that you're only looking at. You can't be playing video and asking me to talk.
No, I'm not playing. Go on.
Okay. My worry with your aspect of security is that you are focusing only on one side. Increase the number. Have you ever worried? Are you ever worried about efficiency when it comes to security?
Yes.
And that is what some of us are arguing about. The Nigerian police that we have today, because when we talk about internal security, I'm actually focusing more on police, not even the military you're talking of. Are you also worried about the efficiency of what you have today? They are not efficient. I think the first area you have to start, how do you make what you have efficient? A situation whereby you have only limited number of police people, and how many of what number of vehicles do they have? Those vehicles, sometimes they don't even have a fuel in it. They have to beg citizens to fuel the vehicle for them to go out. They are not even well equipped. They buy their uniform by themselves. They are not even well paid. With how much you are paying police today? You want to recruit more, paying them that same amount? What kind of result are you expecting? Why cannot you try and see how you can make what you have now efficient first? We are not getting the best from what we have. Let's see what is wrong with them. Why are we not getting enough from them? How can we make them more efficient so that if you want to build, you are building on something that is already right?
You know what? I worry that we use that as
let me say this here. We have SAS, right? We have SAS.
Loco, let him play the video. Fafara, can you play the debate? Then we'll come back and continue.
It looks like we are using a kind of genetically woven abhorrence for our own security. Let me just make my point now. Let me talk now. I let you talk. See, it looks like I don't know where it comes from.
Now.
I don't know where it comes from. Can I have my say? I don't know where it comes from.
No, have your say, but I thought you wanted to play a video. That's what I was saying.
I'm going to play the video after I finish what I'm saying. I want to contextualize it, because all the argument that I just made just now, I wanted to just break it down to the fact that it doesn't hold water. Look at the UK. I just put waste in defense department in the UK. Look at that. 13 point something billion has been wasted. We are talking about more than the Nigerian entire defense budget has been wasted in the UK. Now, I'll go to this thing. So let's say whether they talk about waste when they're talking about increasing. This is just today. They're talking about their troops.
Efficiency.
Society for a different world. And that is a huge challenge, particularly when we've spent all our money on other things.
But the key factors, there are two things, aren't there? There's recruitment and retention, really.
Key factors.
And retention is not good at the moment. What do you think are the key factors in that?
So you're right. The armed forces are not recruiting enough people, and they're not hanging on to the people that they've recruited. So they're getting smaller. And retention is always a complex thing. It's partly because the armed forces aren't heavily committed at the minute. There's not in Iraq or Afghanistan. In a slightly strange way, a war is a great recruiting sergeant, particularly for the army. There are always challenges of pay, but actually, because the public sector is being squeezed, the armed forces do not have enough money for equipment and equipment maintenance. So you have units that don't have really enough to train with, and they haven't any money to go training in the way they would like. And for many of the young men and women who serve, they say, well, what's the point of being in the armed forces if you're not doing very much? And I haven't got the kit that I want. And in some cases, the accommodation is poor. Yeah. And of course, our economy is, has plenty else to offer. So this is cyclical, but it has to be fixed.
It's interesting that you say, listening to Grant Shapps, he was being interviewed in many places this morning, and particularly about the budget, where he said they are committing to 2.5% of GDP. And yet a couple of years before he was Defence Secretary, obviously, he was saying that they should commit to 3%. What would your number be, given the scenario, that the picture that you've painted?
So politicians and others like to hang on to a percentage of GDP because it's a very easy thing to get your head round.
Yeah. And
currently we're a bit more than 2%. And what Mr. Shapps has said is, he'd like to get to 2.5% and maybe go en route to 3%, but they can't afford to do it now. But the picture of the world he painted means you really can't afford not to. So we are in a bit of a bind here. And when we look at the defence budget, it's about £50 billion a year, which sounds a lot.
£50 billion a year. That's what they are saying, as if it's nothing. And notice that they complained about similar stuff that we complain about, but it still doesn't deter them from talking about recruitment. They are not facing the same threat that we do.
Okay, so
they are not facing the same threat that we do.
Their own challenge is even worse than our own. They're talking about recruitment for military.
Their challenge
is external aggression.
Hold on, guys, you know what?
Guys, hold on. Let's
all kinds of excuses.
Wait,
no.
Hold
You're
on
fighting
now.
war?
Forefathers, one at a time.
Fighting Ghana?
Forefathers, Step,
wow.
Hold on. Forefathers, let's contextualize. I listened to the clip you played and I made sense of it. What did I make out of it? Listen to what he said. Retention of recruited officers. These officers are recruited. They recruit. They get there. They are not satisfied with what's the word now?
With some of the most well-equipped militaries in the world.
It doesn't matter. Hold on now.
They don't get paid.
They are not satisfied. They are not
because we make this excuse in Nigeria too all the time.
Wait now, forefathers. Let's make it. Let's
analyze it
properly.
Yeah.
They are not satisfied. They leave. They are struggling to retain. Remember, and then back to what Steph was saying. They are already efficient. When they come in, they have the right mindset of what they're coming to do. But the problem is that the people coming in are not satisfied with the job and they say, okay, I can go to the private sector and go and get a new career. What we are saying is that our own people, you want to go and bring the guy from the street that doesn't understand what he's coming to the armed forces to do or to the police to do. You are bringing a criminal. The people who are there, let their mind, because they're the ones who are going to, what's the word now? Reorientate people who are coming in.
Either influence or make or mad with the new ones.
Influence them with good behavior. So what we're saying is this, and you don't see the same people sending these military officers to go and be guarding a retired general's home, or a police officer going to guard a retired police officer's home. You don't see them doing those things. You will not see it happen.
I don't know, man. We've already covered that.
Okay,
We've already covered the idea that they are not securing individual homes because the nation is fully secure.
Let me use SARS as
and
an example.
And then he said, war is also a good ground for recruitment. So if they are not in Afghanistan,
actually
they are not in those places.
He actually used the term.
Yeah, go on. My own take is this. My own take is this. We have SARS, right? Let's assume we have SARS. What was the purpose of SARS? Special anti-robbery, right? At the long run, what were we not having? You understand? There were so many that others were not going look on the streets, chattering Danfo, and be going from house to house to be catching every suppose Yahoo boy. Anybody on the streets come, hey, where you come? Let me barb your hair. Anybody come, hey, where you come? Let me see your phone. You understand? Will you say that is a job? That is excess of the SARS or not? Because we have them, they're doing nothing. Sitting down, going for people to be smoking them, whatever, looking like as a ras element, criminal elements. Recruit them from somewhere, put them, and you just brand them SARS. And long run, crime is still going up, and they're on the street.
Look at your argument. You're talking about the survival of your people, and look at your argument you are bringing forward.
Survival. Can't you carry those SARS? Hold on now. Put them in those regions first. Put those same SARS in those regions first.
You are the one I'm more surprised of you, forefathers.
Who did this to us?
Do you know the average starting salary for a police officer?
Don't worry now. When the day of reckoning comes, you people would know.
What are you talking about?
See,
okay. They are not at war yet. They are not at war yet. Look at the conversation they are having.
Their salary is not even enough here in the UK. Their salary is not even enough here. Because most of us just doing job, okay, maybe some just passion, whatever. The salary is not enough here in the UK. But still, we still
have similar problems as we do. You saw
yes, that's what I told you. The mindset. Hold on, the mindset. You are going for service. You're not going because you're going because you don't have job, because you are jobless. And you're not going there because you are going there because of you are looking for a means to extort your nation. Or to hide on you're a criminal under the guise
part of it now, forefathers.
Their current posture that they are complaining about is more advanced than ours.
Forefathers, 1 minute. Where I live now, I don't know how well you know South London. You just half a mile to a barracks. Now, that's general that was speaking about the living condition that is poor. Now, if you compare, because I drive past that barracks most of the time, you cannot compare that barracks and even it's equivalent to a commissioned officers barracks in Nigeria. Now, because I'm talking about contextualization. Local P gave you a very, very, very vivid example, but it seems you do not understand where we are coming from. Steph also said the same thing, and that's what Chim is saying. The standard, let's improve the standard. Yes, we agree with you that we need to recruit, but we don't just recruit any just trash. The ones that we have right now,
again?
I personally, wait, no, follow me, please. You will understand where we're coming from. The ones we have right now, we need to
carry on suffering and carry on suffering. You all, what people are doing are evil.
Allow tone to talk.
You live in a country where you are secure and you keep wishing delays on our people. Good luck with that one.
Listen to us now. Maybe you understand where we're coming from. The ones we have right now, we need to either retrain them or trash the ones we need to trash. Then when we've got that sorted, then we can put. So I like that example that Local P gave. You know, buy more water once your tank is leaking.
Your tank is leaking. You're still buying more water because you need enough water.
See, well, do we need more? Do we need more? Forefathers, do we need more numbers for our police? Yes, absolutely. We agree with you, but not just adding any Tom, Dick, and Harry on the street. As you and I did so for the UK, Local P too can attest to the fact. If I get any criminal record, even say it's when I was 14, I just still sweet. I cannot get into the police force because you've got the criminal record. Do you know how many criminals we have in our police force? My friend that was that retired as a one-star general in the.
Can we just stop talking and look at that chart on the?
Wait.
There is theft everywhere for crying out loud. I'm getting fed up with Nigerians making excuses.
This is the quality we're talking about.
Oh my God!
Forefathers,
There is wasting everywhere. Stop making excuses.
You can have
wasting money is not the same as theft.
You can have 1 million.
God.
If you have 1 million rogue policemen, it's better than having 10. Is it not better than having 10,000 professional policemen that have
good ones?
Yeah, good ones.
I can live with 10,000 good policemen than to live with 1,000 bad policemen.
I'm handing over to you. I need to leave.
All right, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry, I'll make
Hello,
sure
did you hear me?
none of them. I can hear you. I'll make sure none of them have any say anymore. Anybody that talks nonsense to me henceforth shall be quartered. You see, especially you, loco. You that refuse to learn, you're going to learn by force. See, we have to deal with this. Okay, you know what? Let's swear to agree that we're going to go by evidence. Let's see where we end up.
How do you mean?
If you have evidence dismissing your argument, if you say, hold on, if you say there's a problem with the recruitment because you don't like the people, then they show you other countries that have the same problem but have better security posture than us, you stop using that as an excuse. If you say, oh, because listen, there's corruption in the defense forces, and I show you there are other countries with defense corruption, you stop using that as an excuse. Let's see whether we can whittle down all your excuses and find out what is behind all the excuses we keep making. Are we going to swear to agree to that?
Forefathers, nobody's arguing with you that we shouldn't recruit more. But what we're talking about is efficient policing, efficient force. That's what we're talking about.
We have, you know what, as it stands right now, I actually think we may even have one of the most efficient ones. What we don't understand is that how can one soldier protect 1,000 people? How hard that is hard to do, and yet they are managing to keep people. No, you know how many people die in America each year? 43,000 died last year in America, and our soldiers having to protect 1,000 people to one person. If they ask you to protect 100 people yourself, you are going to have difficulties. Not to mention 10 times that. So that's what our soldiers have to do. So when you say efficiency, maybe they are overperforming. If you subject the American soldiers to that, they will have problems. America is one soldier to 150,000.
We are talking about national security. Keep talking about soldiers instead of talking about police.
Okay, let's talk about police. Okay, forefathers, remember, this is one of the things that got you into trouble with Elvis the other day, that he shouted on you. I'm not saying it's correct. The way he threw you to the back, I'm not saying it's correct. But forefathers, you need to look at things holistically. You need to look at things holistically. We do not have an efficient police force. The police force, the training, the infrastructure, the equipment is not good enough. It's not up to scratch. Even Egypt that we are talking about, I'm sure if we look at their training, the equipment and all that, is way better than Nigeria. For us to achieve what you're talking about, let's not even talk about 1 million. Let's not even talk about targeting 500,000 police force. It will make more sense than what we've got now. But then what I'm saying is we cannot just allow criminals, people of dodgy character to get into our police force. And the training, even some organs that are there and all that shouldn't be there. They should be thrown out. That's all I'm saying. And if you secure your people, you secured the positions, you secured everybody. So talking about we should secure our politicians without securing the people is not, it's just like putting the cart before the horse.
Why not just say instead, remove the politicians, those security men politicians, right? Let's go and put them in key insecure areas so that at least to reduce insecurity. By the time you reduce insecurity, automatically the politicians will be safe. Instead, you say, no, I want to give them security, you're protecting them. No, you have security. Okay, take it from those guys, put them in those critical insecure places, and see how they will cross those insecure places and come and communicate.
I think you're right. You're right. All the senators.
The same London that you and I live, we have our people in the House of Commons and the House of Lords. They catch train every morning. They don't go with police officers armed and all that. They catch, they mingle. See, I don't see Cameron before for train on the ground. There were two plainclothes policemen that were just with him. because it's the prime minister. But every other person, nobody they get police in their house. They live normal. They live normally. One was living on where I used to live before. One was living on my street. So we're talking about here.
No matter for that. So they just want to feel like say they call the do research. They tell us one thing. Those money is even talking about. So it's not even money that they are wasting.
Moderator. Who is the moderator?
No, I am the moderator.
It's not your business. If you reach them,
Self, you don't upgrade be that.
I'm gonna meet you down.
Don't remove me. Oh, don't remove me.
I think forefathers usually misunderstand when he talk about security and we argue with him. Nobody is saying we shouldn't increase the number. We should increase the number. But what I'm saying is that can we also pay attention to efficiency?
Exactly.
Can we make what we have efficient? Because if you have 300 and 300 is not efficient, adding it to 1 million, is it going to make it efficient?
The same thing.
It's not going to make it efficient. And when you have an inefficient police force, is it really going to achieve the security you have in mind? You understand? You have 10, the SAS you use as an analogy. The SAS supposed to be specially trained police force. And they now change their duties by themselves to be going to people's houses. If you call me 5,000 naira, I'll go and report you to SAS. SAS will follow you and go to your house and put you in the boot. You stop me on the road. They're not professional. The receipt of the laptop
they are not trained very well. They are not professional.
You see, let me just say something. I think there's this resentment that Nigerians have for the military, which is understandable. After all,
I'm not talking about military. We are talking about national security. Talk about police forefathers.
Okay, including security. Including no. I think I actually confuse sometimes military just for security. It's interchangeable. It's actually security. I mean, because the security infrastructure we had was handed down to us. Look at our lawyers are still. It's a good sign actually that our systems are still held. Is still attached to the colonial approach to our people. So maybe that is why we have this resentment for the military. But it doesn't mean it's the right thing to be doing, because other nations have done the same and fixed their countries based on this type of stuff. And we all know this to be true, because in our houses, in our lives, we protect ourselves. We are the most inefficient people on the face of the earth. Nigerians, I now begin to understand why many African countries say Nigeria is the key. Nigerians, all the problems African countries have, Nigerians have it magnified. Like the so inefficiently run state. They have resources, like they have energy sources, but instead they use generators. They have water sources, abundant, not like even Egypt that is struggling to get water, but it's still everybody digs their own borehole. They have human resources to secure the country. Oh no, everybody has to have their security guard. Every house has to have burglary proof. There is nothing we do efficiently. There is nothing. I don't even know anything that we've done. Maybe Nollywood.
I thank you for the ball or this thing. I thank you for the ball analogy you just used, right? You say we have enough water, we're doing ball. Now, fine, right? So would you say because we need water now, we should do ball? So we should just the government should just do ball everywhere so that there'll be enough water instead of reduce ball and just do the normality of supplying water to people. Instead,
that is what I'm asking for. What you are doing is saying, let's do it ourselves. Let's worry about our own safety. I'm saying if you do it collectively, that's when it's more efficient. That's why you have states. Instead of that's the idea of societies. That's the idea of manufacturing processes. Because if every individual is manufacturing every part, it takes longer. But if everybody specializes, everybody does their own bit, you find that the output will be greater. Hence, division of labor. Hence, society that we have now. But we as Nigerians have mangled it to the worst. Like we see a society, the formula of society, we turn it upside down on its head. We make it so it doesn't function. Like literally, we have the resources, but we refuse to use them. We have 200 million people. Instead, we make them jobless.
I don't understand why forefather like to blame the victims.
My fellow,
I'm blaming the victim because I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to our leaders. You are advocating that we should just not do anything.
We are the victims.
We
are the victims. Okay. Exactly. The government that's supposed to do this thing you are saying now.
They're not a victim.
Decided to use the little police force that we have to protect themselves. And we are saying, okay, what we have now, can you even make it to work for us? You say, no, we shouldn't talk about it, they should employ more.
It can't work for us.
Are we stopping them from employing more?
If it can work for us, because you can't protect 1,000 people, why do you expect your soldiers to be able to do that?
When they created,
let me ask you, what we have today,
they
said they are the most efficient police force in the whole world. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, given the results that they have, given the results that you are seeing, the death rate in Nigeria is less than that of this in America.
Really?
And yet,
really?
Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
Oh my God. Is that the reason?
43,000. Hold on. 43,000 died last year in the US from gun violence. And other countries, yes, like in Europe now, we have higher death rate in Nigeria than like in Europe. But in South Africa has just about the same death rate as Nigeria. So, and if you look at South Africa too, their security posture is like every other Black African country. It's weird because when you go to Igbo countries, it's different too. They have higher security posture than us.
I asked you a simple question, right? When they created SARS, right, did they recruit policemen to join SARS?
I think it was recruited from the police.
So they never recruited anybody from outside.
I think they probably recruited some from the outside, like through the normal recruitment rate.
Now let me tell you that they recruited plenty, more than half.
How many are there total? What is the total of the SARS police?
No, hold on now. Less than half came from police, because the SARS of a thing is just predominantly from the southern part of Nigeria. You just mainly see them in the north. You get my point? That's part of the thing. You see them predominantly in southern part of Nigeria. They're not there not as that. You understand? And lesser percentage of them came from Nigerian police force. You understand? That's why if you're looking at them, so if you will know now, you see their behavior on the street. They don't look like trained or police officers who went to police college, police academy. No, most of them came from outside. These are anti-kidnapping squad, anti-whatever that. It's only CIB department that all of them came from policing. That I know, because I probably maybe they're weapon or whatever. But these other SARS from that even when they were see their see if that ceremonial dress, they don't dress like police. That police.
So what is the point you are trying to make?
To tell you what the one thing, like they recruited more, and what was the result we saw? Riff-raff, nonsense.
Hold on,
this security even increased, or the victimization of Nigerian citizens even increased. You understand? Now you create SARS. Now I'm not as afraid of armed robbery anymore. I'm not afraid of SARS.
Okay.
I'm afraid of I'm afraid of going out, walking on the streets. I'm afraid of going to the beer parlor now, because SARS people bought us for there. So some will tell you they are coming from where they go when they went to watch match. SARS boss them. I live in Port Harcourt now. I see Tyler. Money where somebody want to give Tyler, make it buy ties tomorrow. SARS boss them. See the money for your account. SARS class, man. If you not talk, say if not just one thing, they will talk say na kidnap by B. They'll move them. They call the wife, go withdraw the money come. This is SARS. You understand?
Yeah.
But Amraba, hold on, but Amraba for streets, we go rob the guy. No, go tell the guy, say, come. If not bring money, he will kill you. No. Amraba is interested in what they will say on the guy's body at that minute. Collect them, which they don't kind of money. But SARS, threatening them, collecting money. So the SARS that they recruited, did he do more harm than good to us?
Hold on now. You don't know.
Is not
why are you convincing yourself? Just you finish talking, Jare. You are talking and convincing yourself of an argument that is not valid. You're just talking and say he increase. You don't have data. Show us the data that he actually reduced crime. You don't understand what you are saying. The truth is that SARS actually reduced crime. Yes.
Oh,
but you don't know that your problem is that
guys,
you just assume that he didn't reduce crime.
We are just five.
Yes, actually, just because. Oh my God! Hold on. See, what you don't understand is that. See, two things can be true at the same time. Loco, hold on. Let me just say this to Loco. Loco, sometimes some of the things you do is that you just understand things one way. Two things can be true at the same time. SARS could abuse Nigerians and reduce crime at the same time. Do you know that? So because it looks like that is somehow blowing your head.
Okay, hold on. The SARS that is taking people to the bank to withdraw money. Is that not crime?
That is a crime. The question is, how many did they stop? How many crime did they stop in terms of Yahoo boys? Do you know Nigeria?
Forefather, why don't you let us have good discussion? Now, what are you guys doing?
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
Let's talk around. Tone.
Yeah,
somebody's
don't worry,
telling you.
somebody's
Somebody's
I think we're just suing this point. Pardon?
No, we do this
go
every
ahead.
time. It doesn't make sense.
Go ahead.
I want to speak. I just want us. Let's start from Tone. We share
If
ideas, man.
you want to speak, you raise your hand.
No, they're just everybody is just saying that.
I'm not in the classroom. I'm not in the classroom. Yeah, I raise my hand like primary one.
It's only local that will say something like that.
Honestly, I can't even join. I can't even. You see, like, I don't know again, man. I don't know. We are too rowdy.
You have benefited immensely from what you're complaining about. So get that in mind.
Me? No.
Not today.
No, not today. I'm not get rowdy with
you benefited like immensely.
No. What are you talking about? You see, that Mumu don't they insult me.
No, man, idiot.
Oh my God!
I think SARS succeeded in reducing Yahoo or fraud activities in Nigeria. They did do a lot on that.
Crime.
Forefather. SARS. They were the
419 is Yahoo. Oh, come on.
SARS were the real Yahoo.
Yeah, that's why Wodemaya too was arrested with a laptop. Come on, let's not do this. Wodemaya, a world-renowned YouTuber, came to Nigeria. They took his laptop because they thought he was a Yahoo boy.
Exactly. So
did they take bribe from him?
Hold on. Thank you for that. That means the recruitment of new security agency it may be worse. It doesn't mean because you recruit them, that means they can solve problems.
They took his laptop because they feared that he was a criminal. They were doing their job.
That is what we need to discuss.
What is the full meaning of SARS?
I don't know the meaning of SARS actually.
Special anti-robbery.
Special anti-robbery squad. But what they focus on, from what I know, is that they tend to focus on Yahoo boys.
No, because it's not what you know, what they are doing.
Do you know why they tend to focus on Yahoo boys?
They make more money.
Because they want to cash out.
They want to cash out.
Exactly.
The question is, it could be because robbery reduced in some areas. No, I think you have to admit, he's going to say robbery didn't increase. You see, this is the problem with Nigeria. If we have data, we'll be able to share information about this. Because sometimes what we do is that just because something has a bad name, we just tie all our problems to it.
Forefather. Actually, what is your argument tonight? What's your argument?
My argument is that we are supposed to be looking to change our security posture if we want to take charge of our country. But what I get all the time is we need to do this first. We need to do that first. The argument they made was that there is waste in the Nigerian police, and I showed them that the UK has the same problem. And they say we are not ready because the people are not ready. This thing. I say even the UK that is not even at war at this moment is currently talking about recruiting people.
Say waste, we say efficiency. Don't twist our word though.
Okay, efficiency, and even
even
if you said efficiency, and I even went on to argue that if a Nigerian soldier is meant to defend 1,000 people, something that American soldier is not allowed to do, is not required to do, they are still outperforming America in terms of the death rate in their countries. So even the security forces in America, they have higher posture. There was a time some of them even came out almost as if they are military themselves. The police.
Forefather. Sorry,
based on knowledge.
Forefather.
The crime rate in America is because of the proliferation of firearms.
A period.
That is true now.
So,
is crime not crime?
What do you mean?
Is death not death?
We're talking of efficiency.
We have arms in Nigeria too, you know.
Every house has an arm in Nigeria.
This is what they do. They make every excuse under the sun.
In Nigeria? Are you telling me that?
Okay. Tell me about Japan. Tell me about Singapore. Tell me about North Korea. Tell me about South Korea. Tell me why are the other countries like that? Why are they the same as America too? Why do they have a strong security posture?
Tell me about Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire. Don't compare apple with oranges.
You know, this video is not going to age well. Someday,
what is the unemployment rate in America? You are comparing
Someday,
America,
this type of video, we'll play it back and hear what some of you are saying when the consequence of this type of talk people are having reach us.
No,
this video is
you
not
are
going
the
to age
one
well.
talking for the
Watch now.
politicians.
Watch
You
what
want
happens.
us to be arguing about
History
number
will prove
instead
right.
of making what you have to be efficient.
See, all I can do is
As
talk.
if the number is coming tomorrow. Is the number coming tomorrow? Why we wait
Father,
for that
I
number?
wish
Why
African
can't we
Americans
talk
were here,
about to
man.
make what we have
They are
efficient?
going to so
sorry,
really
Steph,
tear into these people here.
Steph, Father, do you know why? Assuming you allow everybody to share his so idea, their so experience, you would have get the full picture of what is going on with SARS, police. I mean, let us share our own idea. Everybody have history, man. Like, we got
You don't
a
think
lot.
they've shared their own? They've been telling me everything that they don't like about the Nigerian state now. They've been sharing it to me. You just had what
But
Luku
to be honest, SARS, these people were real criminals. I'm gonna say it. My experience with SARS in 2019, I was in Nigeria. I rushed into Nigeria to do some stuff. So my driver picked me up. Yeah, I took my brother's car from Lagos. I was traveling out of Lagos. They stopped me. Immediately, I think they figure out that this guy is coming from abroad. They check the truck. They notice, like, yeah, this guy, the bags, right? Then I was sitting in the front with the drivers. He was talking to the driver. He asked me to come down. He asked the driver to open the truck. The driver opened the truck for me, so he was still sitting, right? Then he asked the driver to come down. The driver went down to me then. Then he came to me. He was like, "Oh, Oga, come down." I'm like, "What's going on? Come down for what?" Then finally, I step out of the car. He saw my phone. I was holding the new iPhone, or the iPhone 12 Pro Max, something like that. He was like, "Oppo." He want to search the phone. I should open the phone. I'm like, "Oppo what? Like, what's the meaning of that?" So I didn't really understand that how bad it was, because it was quite a while. I never experienced that. Then I'm like, "Yo, I can't put my phone for you." I didn't know what was really going on. The only thing I saw, they were taking some people. There was a house there, back of the house. So the driver was not telling me, "This is what is going on. They think you are a Yahoo boy." So I went to meet the SARS guy. I'm like, "Yo, so everybody will carry iPhone. I be Yahoo boy now. So I know people iPhone." He's like, "What do you do?" I was even trying to be polite. "Oh, yeah, I work. I do so. Okay, yeah, I want to see the iPhone. I want to open the phone." After a long discussion, I told him, I said, "There's no boy in your papa. I don't open my phone." He got pissed. Two of them. The other one got pissed. Then finally, the driver was not telling me, "Yeah, just open for them." I opened the phone. They were searching. As I noticed, they were looking. He saw one Malaysian number. Then my friend was doing PhD in Malaysia. He was looking at our chat. I was laughing. In my mind, I was just laughing at them. Like, so now believe say anybody when they drive boot car, when they carry phone, I be Yahoo. Then when they didn't see anything, finally, as we were talking, a bus was coming from university student. They dropped all the students from the bus. They were searching the bus. I heard the driver say, "I asked you to give me the laptop. I asked you to give me the laptop." Both girls and boys, they pack all of them down, searching their body. Even they were beating one of them. I look at them and say, "Oh, when I was a student, I for burn this place down straight up." I said, the students were just too gentle for my liking. Finally, he came to me, "Oh, bros, you will give us, after wasting over 30 minutes, you will find us something." I said, "I no get shishi when I give you now. One error." I said, "That is so disrespectful. You guys need to learn to treat me." My brother was even telling me, when I was explaining to my brother, he said, "These people, sometimes they will see money. He said they will shoot you." And it happens. A friend of mine, same thing happened to him, live in Canada. His mother was sick, wanted to do surgery. He flew into Nigeria, Lagos. His friend now said, "Oh, let's go out at night." It was a Friday night. They got two of them. The guy was putting on jeans, like, oh, he said, I'm not a Yahoo boy. The mother that was sick, they were telling him if he should give them 50,000 naira. The guy said, how will I give you 50,000? He said, look, if we carry you come out here, you no go know your people no go know where you did till next week Monday. That now hit on him. He said, oh, my mother that is seriously sick already. He has to look for money. He has to take them to the bank and withdraw money and give to them. So what they were doing, in fact, I got people experiences like it was not good. SARS, they were treating people like animals. A friend was telling me, he said sometimes when they really get the Yahoo boys, you know what they do? They have POS. They withdraw as far as 500,000. They will withdraw it from your account. If you don't bring the money, they will rope you in. That is why they were doing that. The original intention was for them to be at the robbery squad. They were not doing their job. So when that protest broke out, I really fully connected with it. It was just the right time because they were molesting Nigeria, doing all kind. I mean, even I'm not saying don't catch criminal, don't catch for one Yahoo boys, but you're supposed to be doing the job, but you are not doing what you're supposed to do. What they are doing is more EFCC. Some of them they also do that too. They are after the money. Pay us money, we'll leave you alone. If you want to fight crime, fight crime. The people will not even respect you. So SARS, what happened to them was just so right. I so much supported those people that did that protest in Lagos. The abuse was too much. The humiliation was too much. You can't treat Nigerians like this. They are people that are living in their own country. In America, Black America, they are shouting, police are killing them. In our own country, black on black, these people, they don't even have job in the first place. Some of them, you just torture them. Some of them are doing business. They are struggling to make sure their family eat. Even the real police, you still see the element that behave in this manner. You can't be treating Nigeria. What some of you were saying, like, they need reorientation. They need proper training. Yeah, one thing I also side with police is the government should try and pay them living wage. Their condition is also bad. You can't be paying people peanuts and you giving them gun. What do you want them to do? So a lot going on. The system is messed up. Our soldiers, the same thing. Like, they are not well paid. And I've had cases. They will kill a soldier. They are telling you, the family, to leave the barrack without even giving you money. Even police, the same thing. So the Nigerian system needs total overhaul in every aspect of it. Like, people have to see that.
Let me add something to this. I think the idea that we keep making excuses for not doing anything, you can do that and do the rest. Every nation has issues with their security forces that they have to. How many times have LAPD ended up on the news? They always do. But we don't even do the minimal. And whenever we say we should do the minimal, everybody brings up all the issues. It's almost as if we're programmed to do this. It's really weird. Believe me,
what
it
do
is
you mean
really
the
weird.
minimal? What do you mean
the minimum is just to have enough of them on the streets. Then if they have problems, you start dealing with the problems. It's like saying, hold on, let me
if
see, I'm not even saying anything.
How will you deal with something that issue that overwhelming?
Who did this to us? This guy was talking for how many minutes? He didn't interrupt us.
I said all the stories you
have to ask yourself, who programmed you to behave like that?
Nothing to forefather.
Who programmed you to behave like that?
Forefather, to be honest, I don't think putting more people, more police, more soldiers on the street, I will support that, but not putting them on the street
you are
without
waffling. Say what you want to say. Stop trying to straddle the fence. You want to straddle this area, straddle this area. You either recruit or not.
The police we have, if I were in charge, I will do reorientation training before I will add more. I'm telling you straight up. I'm not even
good.
bending
So
it.
you're going to do
That
the
is the
education and
decision
training.
I will take.
So
because
do
what
that.
will happen is if you have them as they are and add more, it's like adding water to a leaky tank. Everything will pour out. So
it's not the same.
They will damage the ones that are coming. So they need, no, I'm telling you, they need, it's not going to work.
See, the ones, it's like yesterday when the Blackstone was saying that Southeasterners sell drugs and, you know, when in reality, it's some of the...
He said that?
Oh my God, I can't... Let me just finish what I'm saying. So he says they sell drugs and the implication is that some of them lead to fatal incidents or fake drugs and all the rest of it. So
okay,
it's the same.
It's
the same for the security forces. Just because some of them are bad doesn't mean the job that they are meant to do is not being done. If you pull them off, can I finish my point? Hold on, please stop. Stop. Can I finish my point? Because it looks like everybody has one opinion. I'm the only one representing my own side here.
Yeah, that's good.
Loco is having a conversation. So if
Self is with you.
Yeah, right. I won't let Steph go near my back on this issue. So Steph, stop it. So the issue is that because a few cases or some cases of bad drugs result in casualties and all the rest, doesn't mean the vast majority of them are doing the same. If you want, can I just finish my point? Goodness.
Go ahead.
Wow. What is this? Is it juju they do us? So if you have a police force that are doing some things wrong, it doesn't mean all of them are doing everything wrong. And if you want to prove it, pull them off and see what happens on the street. Remove all of them and see whether you will not see crime increase. So they are useless. The ones you have there are doing their job. Every time you keep making excuse that, to increase them, no, let's not do that until we clean everything first. Making every excuse not to actually take action. All nations have problem with their security forces because they never meet the needs of the citizens of the day. In the UK today, they will complain. Let's not use excuses to block what needs to be done. There are nations that were in a worse state when they instituted very tight security procedures. And they improved. The nations improved after that. Nigerian economy is hemorrhaging $50 billion because we don't have good security posture. How can you make any excuse for that? Jesus Christ, I don't know, man. What is going to help our people?
Father, I would respectfully disagree with you.
Of course.
I get your point. You have a point, but you need to actually recognize that this security, this police we have on the street, some of them.
You are talking now.
Some of them, you see,
I don't even know why you're talking. There is no point you are making. Because I just gave you all the reasons. No matter what problem they have, you are still supposed to move forward. There is no reason.
Wait, let me ask Fofadas a question. So, in your own estimation, what is the percentage of the corrupt ones in Nigeria?
Oh, no. That's not a fair question.
You see? It's fair. I know it's fair because I was interested. You said the vast majority of them are not corrupt.
If you can't answer that question, if you can't answer that question, don't ever say anything.
Where are you? Is your heart raised up? I can't even see you, Loco. I can't take you.
If you can't answer that question, don't say anything here again.
Hold on. I didn't say I'm not going to answer it. I just said it was an unfair question, but I will answer it the right way. What I mean by that is, all Nigerians are technically corrupt. Let's face it. Almost every single one of us are technically corrupt. If you want to go by the pure definition of corruption, hence why that question I felt it was unfair. However, if you look at it from the point of view, that is what you should focus on: performance, prevention of crime, protection of life and property. They are performing. They are not that corrupt. It's a fact. It's on the ground. I can't I'm not the one making it up. If you take them away right now, if you want to see that they are not, well, hold on. If you say they are wrong, if you say I'm wrong, remove police, then you find out whether they are doing their job or not.
You see, you see what happened to EY has happened to me exactly near my house in Sulere. The one afternoon, I didn't drive. I just decided to walk. That was when these BlackBerry passports came out. They were harassing some people. One just saw me just crossed over. He was just staring and came and said, "Yeah." So what do you may I know you? I said, "Why? Why do you want to know me?" So while he was doing, he was just scanning me through, saw my Gucci slippers, saw my phone. He said, "Where are you coming from?" I need to see your phone. I told him, fuck off. Because I know their commander. But they were from Barracks Police Station. I said, fuck off. That's what I told him. So he said, listen, do you know I can arrest you now? Nobody will know where I said, you want to try? I said, before you go, I'll call your boss now. I said, listen, I've got Taju's number, personal number. I just showed him and I was dialing the number. That was when he just crossed over to the other side. He started abusing foolish man. I said, don't worry. I will come and sort you out in your very office. See, that is so. Do we have police?
You are a military guy threatening a police officer.
No. I was a civilian. No, I didn't even tell him I was military. I came home from the UK. I came visiting. So it's not about military. I wasn't even in
a police officer.
Then my other friend that nearly got shot.
Like I said, we're all corrupt. A civilian is threatening a police officer.
Then my other friend that was nearly got shot. He was in his Air Force uniform. He was a group captain at that time. Yeah. A mobile policeman cocked a gun just because he stopped him, and he stopped, and he wanted to start harassing him. He said, listen, my friend, you're wasting my time, because he was to report at Dodon Barracks for something and all that. The guy cocked gun. My friend pulled up sharply. So later, they picked him up anyway. See, is it the kind of police that you say we should go and collect from
let me just share 30 seconds the history of SARS. SARS started from when police officers killed a military general or something official, and military reacted and went after police officers in Lagos, and the police officers, because of that, withdrew from the streets. Crime went through the roof. So those corrupt police officers, you find out that they were doing something. Crime went through the roof, and hence they had to commission some few special units to start, bringing the crime rate down. And because they succeeded in doing that, henceforth they changed their name to SARS and formed SARS Police. That's where it started from.
If the police were doing well, what were the military doing on the street?
Because they were not supposed to. Even if they mistakenly kill a military officer, military was supposed to remain in their barracks, but Nigerian state is run as if it's a colonial enterprise, whereby if you touch the colonial military, they come after the citizens as if they are rebels.
You see,
and the masses, they call them. It's not that serious. It's just our people that are blocking it because of history. And I think maybe it's a genetic memory or some kind of subliminal stuff that we have. We are blocking it. And even when clearly other nations are doing it, that's a scary bit. How do I help me explain this to you? Why other nations have it, we don't have it.
Oh my God. Father, can you stop blaming the victim?
Father, please don't say
help me explain it to you. You see, he's still not helping me. He's still not helping me.
You just stop government from employing more securities?
You are stopping them.
How?
Because you are here arguing against it.
No, what I'm arguing is that why they do it. They should make sure that what we have is more efficient. Am I stopping them from recruiting more?
No. Actually, you are blocking it because with the way you started was they have to make it more efficient first before you start recruiting at all.
Then now, why stop them from recruiting it?
Exactly. So you are blocking it. You are not saying they should recruit more. If you have said, okay, let them recruit more, but let them make it better, then I'll agree with you.
Why do I say that? Because what they have now, from everybody's testimony, is not efficient.
We just went around in a circle right now. Now he just went on to agree that he's blocking it.
I'm not blocking. I'm making a sense.
No, it's not. It's not blocking it. It's not the right word. It's not in the right sense. All we are saying is that the corrupt ones that we have right now, we should get rid of them, retrain and reorient the ones that are possible to reorient. Get rid of the ones, and
I
then
think there are
we
good
can now
ones there.
recruit. And not only recruiting forefathers. We
How
need to
many
look
are
at
good?
we
What
need to look
percentage
at
are good?
we need to
The
look at
percentage that
equipment.
has kept your property safe.
What percentage?
I think we should not always
Give
throw
me a number:
the bat
20%,
out with
30%,
the baby out
70%,
with the.
80%,
I think
90% of them are good. 100%.
I would say,
10% are good.
see, if I factor in all Nigerians are corrupt, I would say because Nigerian police will also involve corrupt people, I would say 80 to 90% of them are okay by Nigerian standard.
Are you aware that in every police station, when you see those guys that start on the road, they use POS to collect money, that when they collect that money, finish, they make return to the organ?
See, you think I don't know all these things? I'm saying we are all Nigerians are corrupt. I know. If you want me to say, okay, police is we remove Nigerians, 100% of the police is almost corrupt. But if you include Nigerians in the equation, you will say yes, they are corrupt, but they are also functional. Just because a nurse is corrupt doesn't mean she's not going to treat you. Just because a doctor can be corrupt doesn't mean the doctor is not going to treat you. So let's put corruption where it actually belongs. You see what I mean? That's all I'm saying. We shouldn't be blocking stuff that is going to help us.
Any other topic?
Okay.
Talking
about police. Forefathers, hold on. I don't know whether you've seen that guy they paraded as
look at AY wants to run. Go ahead.
The guy they paraded as the brain behind, supposedly brain behind all the kidnaps in Abuja.
They want us to think that it's Igbo people.
Igbo person, but that guy's a Yoruba man. That man is a Yoruba man. But then I don't want to even go tribal. So is it the kind of police force that we have and all that? How can you market him and present him as being as coming from a certain part of the country, all for political reason?
No, that's wrong. I don't know why. He didn't market his nationality. They probably didn't do that. They just brought him out as a kingpin.
I think the main issue is why are they?
He's Yoruba guy now.
Why are we remembering his Yoruba ethnicity? He could be Bibo, he could be Hausa.
The issue is why are they using? Yeah.
But what does it mean, though? How about all those people that carry AK-47? Kidnapping every day and all that. They cannot go after them. They just brought up one. Even
yesterday, we spent a long time defending, saying it's not Fulanis that are this. Now
it's manipulate
even
investigation.
The sister came out today on X saying that the brother is not a kidnapper, that they paid him. Listen, I just feel that there's a lot that is going on in Nigeria underneath, that he was paid, that the brother is not a kidnapper, that she can come out.
Okay,
so I hope they will not
I have experience of somebody. Anyway. I have experience of somebody telling me yesterday that he was basically technically kidnapped because he was going to his hotel and they accosted him just by the gate where the hotel gate security is supposed to stop them. They took him away and took him to the cash point and took money out of the machine, and that was it. So
they do that all the time. Yeah.
So that and one of them, they even went and burgled his place, and he was busy calling the security guard there, and they said their phone was on silent. This is the nature of what we are doing. Everything we don't do it well.
Somebody said something in the comment section. Since you advocate a law for the security, why not go back to Nigeria and join police force?
See, I've said it before. If the Nigerian military says they want to recruit 1 million or volunteer,
no, that is I think you can go and volunteer first.
Why would you volunteer when they are just deciding to go and fail? How am I supposed to defend 1,000 people? It's ridiculous.
At least it can be one addition.
No, they are not recruiting to succeed. They are recruiting to waste our people, just like they are wasting our population. That is what I'm arguing against.
Efficiency.
It's not.
That is the meaning of efficiency.
We don't even have the number to worry about efficiency.
You don't know the power of efficiency. You know that 10 can do what 100 can do.
No, you said you can't jump because they're recruiting to fail.
We have some of the most efficient systems. See, Steph, don't, so that we rest this issue. This is why I said we should agree. We should swear to agree that when a point has been addressed, we shouldn't bring it back up again. In terms of efficiency, we have some of the most efficient systems in the West, some of the most advanced systems in the West. and yet they have more people than us. So why? They should have less people, shouldn't they? Because they have the most efficient system. Why do they have more people than us? So it shows you that we are so far behind. We have less people and less technology. That is why our country looks like a backwater. We can't be developed if we live like this. So that point has been addressed. Let's not focus on efficiency anymore. If we want to talk about waste, there's also waste in their system. The only thing that we are not doing is what I keep talking about. We've never done it since we got independence. We've never done it since we lost control of our territories.
The Western countries are not efficient because of the population. They are efficient because they are efficient. Because they choose to be efficient. Your IG police, hold on now. Your IG, hold on. Your IG police, is it corrupt? Yes, it's corrupt. So how can you expect IG to be corrupt and you want new recruitment not to be corrupt? So it starts from there. So if the head is good, you see the chance. Maybe people voluntarily, they might be loving the police to come and join just because they now see that the head is good.
IGP is corrupt, but not 100% corrupt.
No, people are joining the police because of lack of employment, lack of job, lack of survival. That's why they're joining.
See, local,
so the efficiency is not there. It can't be efficient.
Okay, local. Let me ask you now. Do you believe that people cannot be 100% corrupt? That most people are not 100% corrupt. In other words, on everything that they do, they're just corrupt.
Efficiency is not constant. Efficiency is rated. You can be efficient 80%, you can be efficient 60%. Efficiency is not constant.
So are you saying? Okay, well, let me. The question I want to ask you now. Questions. I don't want to have my own say anymore. I'm going to ask you, then you tell me the answers. So in the West, are they more efficient
than
us?
Of course, yes.
Okay, good. And do they have more people in their security forces than us?
Yes.
So why don't we get? So why is it that we don't have more people in our security forces?
Efficiency can only be related, can only be proportional to capacity.
Can I ask you a question?
We need to hear his answer, because he's saying efficiency can be related to capacity. I don't understand. Please make that clearer.
Efficiency, right? It's not cannot be proportional, so to speak, to workforce or capacity. You understand? Because you can just like you are building a house, right? You say, no, I need more cement, more concrete. You understand? If you don't balance the efficiency of the road, you can use concrete that is strong also to damage your foundation.
Okay, good. Now efficiency is supposed to be this is load versus
they can be related. They can be related. But now not proportional. Say because the
now I want to get to the crux of the matter. Now I want to get to the crux of the matter. So you say the British military now that they spend 50 billion pounds on. If you compare it to dollars, we're looking at about $70 billion.
They spent. It's
hold
not
on now.
Hold on, listen to me before you go talk anywhere. It's not on recruitment.
What are you?
It can be. Hold on.
Everything makes them efficient.
No, it can be military gadgets.
Yes, that's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying.
It can be spies.
Exactly.
It can be training.
That's where forefathers don't want to.
But that is what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying.
How many vehicles does the Nigerian police have?
Let him answer now. Let him answer the question.
Let me tell you one last
thing. You want me to ask questions?
What kind of
let me tell you one last thing.
Do they have? What kind of security communication gadgets do they have?
Machinery.
Talking about efficiency.
What have we done to Steph now? Steph won't let people talk anymore.
I actually thought forefather want to break down mathematics.
Machinery.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, but he won't let me do that.
Let forefather break it down. I want to hear.
I've heard of at least you've heard of machinery, right?
Yes.
Local
is it efficient or population or strength?
It's not efficient.
Machinery. Huh?
It's not efficient.
No. Hold on. If machinery, if they succeed, why did they succeed? Is it because of they don't have in numbers or because they are efficient? That's why they succeeded.
No, it's not efficient. You are going to a totally different topic.
No, hold on now. It's the efficiency of machinery. That's why they succeed, not because of the number.
No, actually, let's not go. Machinery is a totally different topic from what we are discussing.
No. It's security strength.
We're talking about military or security posture of the country.
I'm trying to tell you efficiency of security and number. No, I'm trying to tell you numbers of security versus vis-a-vis efficiency of that same security. You understand? They can tell you, they can take 5 missionaries who they know they are efficient to go and defeat army of 1,000 military, whatever, or 2,000 military in a camp or whatever.
So that's why they have more military still.
No, that's why they tell you that numbers doesn't count. It's efficiency that counts first.
Actually,
before numbers.
Okay, you want me to show you the record of people that understand it? Let me do that because my mouth is not good enough. Our people have issues, man. I don't have the energy to be arguing because I try to ask questions. Okay, now he's allowing me to ask questions. Let me ask the question.
Give me 5 minutes. I'll turn my video off for 5 minutes.
Pardon?
I said I'll turn my video off for 5 minutes.
All right, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Cool. So in terms of efficiency,
don't finish there, Bao.
Yeah, that's good. In terms of efficiency, the UK spends 50 billion on their military, and while Nigeria spends about 4 billion US dollars, about 70 billion actually, if you convert the pounds to
US spend that much?
No, the UK. Oh, the US is out of the. The US is out of the. I know it's not fair. Why would I go to the US? That's a bit too much.
They don't play around.
The UK spends about $70 billion at least on their security military outfit, while Nigeria spends about 4 billion. In terms of efficiency, cut down UK defense spending, because that's how you measure efficiency: spending versus output. Cut down spending to 4 billion, and let's see how that number of whether they will be able to pay them even it's going to be questionable. Let's see how they perform then. So this is why I said, given the result our military is achieving, they're actually quite efficient. If you go by money, dollars spent on them, they are barely paid. Even the salary they are owed, they are barely paid. The pensions are barely paid. When they die in in the line of duty, they are barely paid. The family is barely taken care of. So let's not, in terms of efficiency, we even are probably more efficient than they are.
So the UK police, do you think they are well paid?
Don't go to the UK police now. You have just shifted the goalpost. I just said the UK military spends $70 billion. Hold on. I want to ask a question. I thought I was asking questions. You are the answer now, so you give me answer. So UK military spends 70 billion, and Nigeria spends about 40 billion on their security. So now, in terms of outcome, reduce the UK spending to around 4 billion, and let's see how they perform.
Okay, what does the UK spend that money?
What do you think?
Wait, hold on. What does the UK? What do they spend that money on, and what do we spend our 4 billion on first?
We spend the 4 billion on salaries, equipment, uniforms, maintaining the infrastructure we have.
Equipment like what? And infrastructure like what?
Barracks, MOD supplies, cars, fuel, everything else.
In case you don't know, many of those money for infrastructure repairs, you understand, they are diverted. Or they are slashed into
it doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
Hold on.
Reduce the UK one to 4 billion. Then let's see how well they perform.
Hold on first now. What these people are complaining about, right? The efficiency is like, okay, fine. You even give them good salary, and they will do well. You're not even. That's the complaint. An average policeman or a DPO will never tell you, no, we are overpowered. You understand? We are overpowered. No, they won't tell you that. Their most complaint is they don't pay us well. That is their complaint. They don't pay us well. No, but none of them tell you, we can't go there because we don't have enough men. No, they're like, I can't go and die for this country where the people I'm fighting for, they are eating our money. The IG is sitting in his office driving SUV or sitting in AC. Then you are saying this Kukurofo may go shoot and go and die. He will like, no, I won't do that because you are not ready to sacrifice. You are that's my boss. You're not sacrificing. You are eating money, getting fatter. Then you ask me to go and die. Which is not what is happening here in overseas. It's different.
Loco, let me just share this with you so that it's not only my voice.
Let me hold on now. I've seen this one before. I've seen it before.
You've not. Hold on. So the viewers, you might decide to block your mind, but the viewers may not. You might decide to block your mind. The viewers may not. So
I hail you.
See, when I said when I found out that Machiavelli said the same thing, people were laughing and say, "Oh, why?" Then when I look before that, I actually knew about this world map. And when you look at it, you see how African countries are lightly colored versus other parts of the world. Now let's go down to the analysis that they gave of this, what they think about militaries. It says there are several crucial factors to consider when analyzing the strength of a nation's military. The capability and availability of equipment, vehicles, weaponry, communication gears is essential. The quality of training each soldier receives is vital. Look at that. They are supporting you. Their commander's ability to consistently devise effective tactical strategies can be pivotal. But one of the most fundamental measures of a country's military strength is the number of soldiers it can deploy. Period. Because they are saying they understand all the other parts. But this aspect is the fundamental one that you have to focus on. No, focus on, but that is the fundamental one in terms of measuring the strength of a country's military strength. And the same applies to security forces like police, CIA, and all those things. Because you can't just say you were going with efficiency and you cut the thing to a bare bone where it cannot even function.
Forefather, the only problem I have with you this now, you don't even allow us to talk. That's why.
I allow you to talk. I was asking questions, so.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, go ahead.
What you are saying, we are not saying, obviously it's true, right? When you are looking at the capacity of military, any military force, the number is also important. But when you're talking of the capability, it's all inclusive. The capacity of the military, equipment.
They didn't say but there. If anything, the only but they said was that's the fundamental one. They describe that as fundamental.
Yeah, it is a strong point, right? What you're telling me now is more like you go to Nigeria, you just give uniform to people, you say, wear the uniform, let's go to war. All of them will be flushed out, even if they are 10 million.
No, but they won't.
They will be flushed out.
Human beings are weapons. You just have to train them. If a guerrilla warfare, a guerrilla leader can even train people. Yeah.
Let me give you immediate evidence.
Good.
Go online. Go check the number of Israeli soldiers that are killed in Gaza as we speak. Go and take statistics of the military, of the soldiers that are killed. Majority of them are the reservists because they were not training. A lot of them have been killed because they are not even fit to go to war, and you push them into war.
How did you manage to walk into this one? You just walked against your own argument. Do you know that?
No.
Israel is smashing the other side to pieces. How did you miss that point?
Hold on. You're not getting my point. I'm telling you the soldiers that are killed, the Israeli soldiers that are killed in Gaza.
They are not even up to 200.
They're up to 200 now, more than 200.
I don't think so. The last time I checked, it was 180 something. And 200 is tiny compared to thousands on the other side.
I know. No, I'm not comparing. That's where you're getting it wrong. I'm not comparing. I'm just referring to the soldiers because those that were killed, majority were reservists. So when you look at it from that angle, with the right training, the right fitness, capability, you got to fight your opponent, even if you are, let's say, 500 fighting 2,000 military. You don't know if they are well trained. They can destroy them easily. It's about strategy.
See, U.S. military, Israeli military is overwhelmingly strong compared to their population. They use about 7%.
They also have the weapons.
They use about 7. Okay, and yet they still use about 7% of their population involved in the military, including the reserve. 7%. Nigeria uses less than 0.1%.
Yeah.
How can we look at those type of numbers and we make excuses?
We all agree that.
You all not agree. You all not agree. Don't tell me you agree, because the next day we talk about it again, and you all just say no. Let's train them first. Let's do this one first. Let's do this one first. You all don't agree.
I
hear this all the time.
I will I will actually choose do a proper orientation, a proper retraining,
Exactly.
then
So
we
you
can
don't
recruit
agree.
more. No, I don't
Don't say
agree.
you
I'm
agree.
not even
You
denying
don't
it.
agree.
No. What I'm saying, we'll all agree that yes, we need to recruit more military, more police, but the ones we have need to undergo some kind of reformation, training,
I agree with you on that.
reorientation.
If Abi, you say you
I'm
agree
not
with me,
denying we need the number.
I agree that you need to retrain our military, their mindset, because I believe that they
that
have
is
a
my point.
colonizer mindset. That is why if something happens to a soldier on the street, they will go and start attacking civilians and police officers. That is wrong. They have to understand their primary duty is to save lives of their citizens. That's their whole charge. And sometimes to do that, they have to take lives. That is the only time they have to take lives to protect their citizens. If you train them from that core and expand it from there, nothing else will be going wrong from this in your security forces. And I think that is what is missing within our military. If you go now and check their documentation on how they train them, you find that is missing. Their core is somewhere else. That is the problem.
Yeah.
And I agree, when you say retrain them, I agree with that. But I say you have to lean forward first, because it's like saying everybody has got a gun in a restaurant and only you have a knife. You want to start with a gun first. You may not know how to shoot it, but you have a chance when you start with a gun, because that way, if you might throw your hand and you hit somebody, we have to always lean forward, because this world, every little thing you take advantage of helps. You can't just see stuff and leave it on there, because people are dying on your side.
Father, why I'm not even arguing with you? The truth is, see, our country, may we no lie, the thing is just a failure in all aspects. You know what is happened recently between Pakistan and Iran, right?
I know.
Iran strike Pakistan.
And Pakistan struck back.
And the next minute, they return the fire. And they are really good friends, Iran and Pakistan. But the lessee I was trying to tell you, just imagine a country come and strike Nigeria. Now,
because leave them alone, Jade.
Iran knows
we have other things to worry about. Leave them alone.
Iran know Pakistan are not playing around. Pakistan is a nuclear power. They're gonna nuke you.
Iran is going nuclear. That's why they don't fear, and they know that nobody is going to use nuclear anyway. Iran is also going nuclear.
They lost satellite too. They lost more powerful satellite.
Oh yeah,
Iran
is launching satellite. North Korea is launting satellite left and right. While we are here twiddling our this thing, the whole world is preparing for war.
Let me ask one question, right? Have you seen all those videos? Those guys, Nigerian soldiers, complaining of their welfare in the battlefield.
I've seen the videos. Yes.
Like how many have you seen?
I think I've seen at least two. At least two. I think I've seen one of them. I read the other one. I actually saw it. On
videos where they're on the ground saying that see the kind of food where they give them, see the kind of water they drink.
I've seen one video.
See the kind of car where they use. If what's it called? If car spoil, they don't fit change tire. You've seen many, right? But me, I've seen many.
See, right? Local.
No, hold on first. Now imagine you employ more people, right? And all of them are experiencing the same thing. You understand? Because of inefficiency of the leaders, of their commanders, or of the GOCs, or the whatever defense ministry, because of their inefficiency. You understand? But you have 1 million soldiers, but look at what they're still having. Will you still get any effect of security in the country? No. But those few guys that you've seen right now that you say they're not enough, those guys in the battlefield right now, if they see they eat better fried rice and chicken, may God punish any Boko Haram woman come out to say they want to fight if they don't die. Because those guys just they take off their way now, they will not be more efficient. But for them now, like okay, look at those guys that faced me mutiny. I think Tony, you have that case now. Those I think 2017, I don't know. Those guys that get mutiny. Like after they don't come finish, or got the same way they go back. Okay, hold on, they never get intels because of obey the last command. They went back. You know, not because of population, they went back and they were ambushed and some of their colleagues died. That's why when they came back, that they open fire for GOC.
See,
now they say what they go meeting.
in terms of
no, we say about efficiency. For that, take it. So they don't say it's not by number.
see, in terms of
number.
what do you call it? The motivation or morale for the military. Yes, I agree with you. If you are not caring for your military well enough, especially based on their perception of what care is supposed to be, then you have a moral issue. And if you have a moral issue, performance issue will ensue. But it still doesn't mean it still doesn't mean it still performance will reduce. It still doesn't mean when you encounter
the word efficiency.
See, it's not necessarily efficiency. It's not necessarily like that. The way let me finish my point. Efficiency is different because it affects all nations. You just heard the British soldier general saying that their military is saying that they don't like it, so they don't like the equipment that they've got. So the same, you see, reality is pliable. It's not the same everywhere. It's the same in some level in terms of people will still complain. It's just because you are living in Buckingham Palace or you are the son of a rich person doesn't mean you don't feel pain or you don't feel anger, you don't feel sad. You still feel it the same way, but it's just a different reality. So I think he is not even listening. So there's no point.
So to be clear, Forefather, when you keep measuring efficiency has nothing to do with number of what's it called, the military you have. They are not.
They actually can make things more efficient.
That's what I say. It's not efficiency. Is not proportional to.
Did you hear about
efficiency? Is a function of the output.
What was it not Colin Powell? Hold on now. Was it not Colin Powell that had this? They said there's a doctrine he used to follow, or the general that worked with him for the first Iraq war. The doctrine is using overwhelming force. Because when you use overwhelming force, you defeat the enemy far more efficiently. So you don't lose your people. You use more people than you require, but because of it, you don't lose people at all.
With the capacity, with the right capacity and capability.
See, the only reason why you are saying that because it's America, but when it comes to Nigeria, you say, no, don't do that. Don't do that. You still need to treat them well. See, the principle applies everywhere. If you have more force, you might actually save life. It doesn't necessarily mean you lose lives. That is what it's because you are there to save people's lives. You are not there to protect your people. I mean, the law applies in America just as it applies in Nigeria. If you want to secure your country, if you want to prevent people from getting kidnapped, change the posture of your security forces to that of other nations. How can you expect your forces to perform when you starve them of resources or starve them of personnel?
Now you're coming back to our point. You
start them of personnel. Actually, the real resources they are losing more of is personnel. The reason why I'm saying this is because there are nations that are richer, there are nations that are poorer. The same principles apply to all of them, and they all act. The only people that don't act is us. The same principle. When China became secure, they were very poor. They were not rich. They recruited millions into the security forces. They were not rich then. So was South Korea or North Korea. So why are we making that argument? If you are making the argument, okay.
Hold on. I need to address the point that Jay made. He said the GDP of Russia is about 4 trillion. The GDP of combined NATO nation is 50 trillion. Russia still defeated NATO in Ukraine. NATO are not fighting in Ukraine, Mr. Man. NATO are not fighting in Ukraine. Russia cannot defeat NATO. Don't play, man. Don't play with NATO.
No, I think what he means is that Russia is.
They are supporting.
Technically, they are winning. They are getting their way. They're taking territories from Ukraine and they are owning it. So maybe that's what he means. The point is that what he's trying to address there is that money is not everything. That's basically what he's saying.
Yes, I agree.
Money is not everything. Your ability to survive matters more because if you don't survive, you're not going to survive to make money. That is the truth of it. And the people that can survive are the ones that will determine, they can pick and choose who survives with them. And they will choose whether you are a slave or whether they take your land or whether they don't take your land. You are living at their mercy. If some of our people knew what African American slaves went through, because our forefathers didn't go through it, we were colonized, but they didn't abuse us the way they abused others. Not even like in Congo. Like the women, when you have a family, when you're a slave, you don't have, if you are married to a woman as a slave, you don't have priority over her. Your master can impregnate her because he wants a child that looks like him, so that child can serve as a slave inside the house while the darker ones serve outside. They can make you impregnate your own mom because they want a breed, because you are a strong person. The kind of stuff these people went through because of our people sold them, and we can't even remember that at all, and we think everything is okay today. That is, for me, the disconnect
Of
is too
course,
heavy.
we know.
The disconnect is too heavy. And I think what I would recommend for many of our people is that go to African American channels, talk to them. Maybe you start getting an impact of the mistakes we made that are so grave, and the consequences of these mistakes, because we don't think it's going to come to us now, because it's shielded from us. We don't see it.
I have African
But it will
American
come.
friends. We discuss.
It will come. And for me, the vision is so clear. Because African Americans have lived through what we are going through right now. They used to have good periods when things were good for them. They have this. I don't know how the Tulsa massacre or something like that, where they built a city. They were doing very well, progressive. The economy was doing well.
Tulsa in Oklahoma.
Yeah, and then Americans came. The white Europeans came, destroyed everything because
Europeans, the Americans.
Yeah, the Americans and the Europeans. So they destroyed everything. I don't want to call whites. So they did that. So the same thing applies to us too. We think we are different from them. It's the same thing. And even the Italian Prime Minister recently was saying the way people are dealing with Africa is wrong. That you need to change your approach to Africa. You have to start treating them as strategic partners. She's arguing from her own point of view. But we are not doing anything to be strategic. We are living on their mercy. And we don't even know that. And this is why I argue that we have to change our security posture. For once, we'll take over our country.
I will even blame them less. To be honest, I think it's sweet that we are not ready. You have to, like we discussed that here, right? When Kenya President William Ruto was talking to, I think, Fresh President, was just ratting like, oh, blah, blah, blah. We don't need this. The man was just looking at him. I'm like, yo, you don't know what you are fighting. You got to do your things. So you position yourself like they don't have option. They got to adjust. You don't tell them to adjust. They will never adjust. Yeah, these guys, they will not adjust. You got to change position. You know, that is why the alliance across Africa countries is very, very important. All this AU, I don't even know what they are doing. Like
for us to do that, we have to start changing. Our people have not changed. Look at how long we are arguing all this stuff here. Even we don't even agree that we need to even lean forward and defend ourselves. Not to mention what our leaders would think. No wonder Tinubu thinks the way he does.
The thing is, you know, yesterday I was laughing. I was just like, when you showed that video, right? So what that video, you people were looking at it from the surface. The way I'm looking at it, very
deep.
They don't even understand the issues. They don't understand what is going on. I don't know if you get it. Like we are looking at it from economic. Oh, you want to sell your people. They don't understand the issues. They don't understand the long-term plan. They don't understand the implication of what they are doing. I have said it here when Tinubu, like the policies he roll out time to time, from student loan to subsidy removal from the current exchange rate. He doesn't understand the issues. And instead of him to get people that really understand the issues to sit down, analyze, understand the effect, you making policies that will affect 200 million people, you need to put people to sit down, put group of people together to sit down and understand the implication, analyze. They will give you the full report. I heard Alex Oti in Abia. Alex Oti, his economic team, Okoje Iweala is involved. I'm not sure how true. Somebody said it here. Sanusi Lamido is involved. A lot of these economists are involved. This is a serious issue. You don't play gamble with a nation. If you want to build security, you got to look for security experts, look for the real people that can. You need to pull those people together and tell them this is what you want. How do we achieve this result? You can't just bring people from nowhere to be doing this stuff, man. Because the issue of economy,
I
there are
think
people that
you know what you said about bringing security experts. I think at the core of those security experts, individuals, you have to have people that actually believe in their people. My worry is that some of these people don't. They really don't. They don't believe in their people's. I don't even think they think about it. It's weird. If you have to have somebody that believes that that nation, that people have to survive and really have to be strong. If you don't have those sort of people making those decisions, they are going to still draw plans that favor other people than themselves. You have to make it core to your own people.
That is a very strong point. Again, the corruption is not helping. They're taking of the money, how to loot. They're making a lot of mistakes. For example, you connive with people to be stealing oil in the Niger Delta, oil that's supposed to belong to the people, like that is people are surviving on. What are you collecting? What is going on is, even right from time, I have said this even as a little boy, share we are operating. Oil and gas company we are operating in Niger Delta. What is going on is, instead of them to invest in the community, they are operating. Let's say instead of them to invest, for example, say $2 billion a year, they will go give $20 million to some group of people, the king, some of the stakeholders in the communities. They will escape. So people do all this stuff, they don't know the effect of what they are doing. You thinking you are reaching yourself, you actually messing the whole system up. But that is the greed, right?
It doesn't happen one at the time. It's not like one event. It happens slowly.
It's not one event.
One
It's just
event
like
after the other. Everybody repeats it.
topic question you were asking us the other day. For example, they give somebody money to build hospital that will take care of people, for people not to die. You will steal the money. They will tell you build hospital for women, children, so that women can give birth successfully. You will steal the money. Mortality rate, infant mortality rate is crazy. They give you money to build roads. You refuse to build. Accident every day. People are dying. They don't understand the implication of what they're doing. It's ignorance also is part of the system. It's part of the problem. If they understand the implication, you can, even if you want to steal, you will not steal at that level. You will make sure at least the job is done properly.
Exactly. You see,
that is where the whole thing
you know
is
how I deduce this, because I try to imagine, because when I looked at how we started selling slaves, it took 200 to 300 years before they started trying to colonize the continent. 200 to 300, that's a long time. And I asked myself, how did our people not know? Then the only way that is possible is because individually they don't know that they are having that overall effect on the entire situation, because they are all thinking, oh, I'm just selling my local slaves, I'm just doing my thing while I'm on the throne for 20 years, then I die and move on. Then the next person comes, they do their own. They don't see the bigger picture, how they are doing their people down. And the beauty about the Igbo people is that they understand this thing way more than us. You know how I know that they understand this more than us? They did it to China. When they were trading with China with silver, they were having good trade with China, perfectly fine. China was advanced, doing very well in the 18th century, 17th century. They were trading with China with silver. You know what they were thinking? They were thinking that is not good, because China is gaining and they are not gaining more from China. So they wanted a competitive advantage, something that they sell to China, they gain more power from that, while China loses. In other words, what they are doing to us. So what they did was they started selling opium to China. And they sold opium to China, and they decimated a lot of Chinese economy, and they made a lot of profit from it, and they used that money to get stronger. Within 100 years, you see, it didn't happen overnight. That tells you how they think. They don't think that way. The Chinese premier, the Chinese leader, wrote to the Queen of England and said, we are trading silver with you, honestly. We are doing good trade with you, and you people start putting drugs in our economy, knowing that we are against it. We outlawed it, and you still sold it to our people. You know what? They instead of, and then because the Chinese people decided to destroy the drugs that they seized, instead of the UK leader to say, sorry, our people, we are not supposed to be selling you what you don't need, and this is a nice thing to do. Instead, they were like, because they have gotten stronger, they said, you're going to pay for the drugs you damaged. That should tell you something that you need to understand about life. If you waste your strength, sooner or later, it will come back to bite you. And they humiliated the Chinese for 100 years because of that. Please go ahead.
Again, these things, it's not too late. It's just unfortunate we still have rock people that are not thinking in power. They don't understand the implication of what they are doing. There is, you need to listen to that lady I told you, Paki Sharma. Look for his video, Youth Quake. The Gen Z, the population is in Africa. Obviously, Africa are the future. Nigeria specifically, we have a very hot youth population. In terms of intelligence, in terms of smartness. Now, if you don't harness the energy of this youth, you got to do
Paki Sharma or Paki Sharma?
Paki Sharma, that's her name. Paki, P-A-P-A-L-T-A.
Palti?
No, P-A-L-K-I.
Is it that lady? Oh my God, that lady's devilish,
that lady. Look,
I have to give it to her, man.
On Africa Children, you will see the video. Try and watch it. I see the analysis. So what is going on now is Nigeria. See, I'm not saying it because I'm Nigeria. Nigeria have brilliant children. But what is going on? These children, they are not harnessing their energy, convert it to let them use it. Have a project. If you want to develop them in AI, we produce brilliant children from university, first class, top of the class. I tell people, for a student to make a first class from university, they have capacity to learn anything. So when you bring these children together and give them, what is IT? IT is nothing. They will learn it. AI push them. All this, for example, if Uzodinma has said, I'm going to build a tech city and start training Imo youth, I would have loved him.
Imagine that.
Build,
no, they won't.
Put solar in that city, make sure there is electricity. It doesn't take government to put 10,000 computers.
These people are wicked. They are saying they want to send them overseas. They don't see us as human beings.
It's not rocket science, forefather. State government have capacity. Even if you start with 5,000 computers, equip the place with solid internet, put enough security there, you can have shift. Look for IT expert to start training, even if it's programming. Once they understand 2 languages, solid, even one, they will be able to fall ahead from there. Just imagine each of the states have those centers. They are not thinking. They don't want to do anything for the people.
See, for me, that statement that Tinubu make this week, it just keeps grazing at me. Like the term, we'll supply more. We'll supply more. It's like we are not even human beings. It's like we'll supply. If they need more, we'll supply more. like you're supplying crude oil or some kind of this thing. It's like we'll supply them more. Slaves.
I told my friend the day I saw that statement. I told my friend, I'm like, maybe he's watching that. I'm like, yo. Are they giving the president a different newspaper to read?
They didn't give him a different newspaper. Do you know this president? Oh my God! Now I'm beginning to see why a lot of people have problem with him. He must know the name of Tinubu. He must. There's no way. His name is Tinubu, so he must know about Madam Tinubu. He must know her history. Because if you look at the way he behaves, he actually behaves like Madam Tinubu too. He's like a kingmaker, isn't he? He helps governors to become governors, put them in positions of power. That's how Madam Tinubu behaves.
Yeah,
Almost the same path
Madam
that he
Tinubu was
walked.
tough though.
That's how she behaved. And she is the one that said she would rather drown her slaves than to sell them cheaper. And she sold a child, and they asked her why she sold the child in court. She said because she has a big home and they need to feed. So you have to sell human beings. This is the kind of human beings that he knows that, and he goes and makes such statement. It tells you that they are at peace with what they are doing.
Yeah.
He must be at peace with what he's doing, and they have friends amongst them. And when somebody came here and said we shouldn't question Abure harshly, and you have to. Our elite class, something is wrong with them. We are in trouble here. If this elite class carries on like this, we are done. We are a done people. You are going to just watch within the next 20, 30, 40 years, the events are going to, the West, they are already preparing for war. There's going to be a massive conflagration, and the wall is going to be restructured. And I tell you, our position in that wall is not going to be because of mercy. It's not going to be because somebody feels sorry for us.
The world is it's not a restructure, definitely. With what is going on, yesterday I was saying it, right? If you I follow international politics a lot, right? I said even Sweden, they telling their people prepare for war. North Korea, they are threatening. You know,
yes, they too are preparing for war too. All of them are preparing for war.
But I didn't even know South Korea. You know what they did? Try and study South Korea. What is going on? They build their military because of the threat of North Korea in such a way that North Korea knows that war is not going to be easy. They will think twice.
Oh no! I think South Korea knows they're going to lose to North Korea.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
Do you know how many missiles are pointed at South Korea? That's thousands of missiles.
It's not going to use nukes, right? It's not going to use nukes.
No, it doesn't have to be nukes. Like even in let's say 2005, 2010, I was already aware that more than 40,000 missiles are like big missiles are pointed at South Korea. North Korea that's all they've been doing. Building missiles pointed at South Korea.
Forefather, you need to look at the statistics again. Please do research on it.
Let me search how many missiles are pointed at South Korea from North Korea. Let me just see.
Trump is gonna come and be shouting rocket man.
South Korea. Those guys are crazy, man.
Honestly, I will see that like I'm like, what is going on? These people, everybody is just crazy. Iran and Pakistan are testing power.
You don't say though.
China and Taiwan are testing their power. Every country is just like shoulder. America, they just play the good guy, the bad guy. They are everywhere, you know. Don't worry. Don't start any war. We are here to watch you.
Yeah, they are the ones triggering it too. They are the this whole problem we're having in the world is because China is rising. All this trouble is because of China is rising. Nothing new. China didn't fight them. China didn't bomb them. Nothing new. Let's not forget this. This whole trouble is because China is developing. America is just losing it, causing problems everywhere, triggering wars everywhere.
You see, America, like, you see how even India, America now pair with India to make sure to use that to control the Asian. So now, you know what next is going to happen? Now they are preparing to get into nuclear. If Trump win this election, Trump will collect money and give them the Passover to start developing their nuclear. Trust me, write it down. I'm telling you.
Imagine
if Trump come into power, the guy will just cash out, and if you want kill yourself. I don't care. He doesn't care.
I think
it's a mess.
Trump is going to make peace with. Trump is more racial. His approach is more racial. He's going to be more belligerent towards North Korea, China, and maybe North Korea, but less belligerent against Russia.
Trump and China are not. No. Trump will push towards Russia more.
Yeah, he's going to be more friendly with Russia.
He will stop if he will stop the Ukraine war. He will tell Ukraine, "We're giving you nothing." Ukraine will be forced to stop that war. I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, he will do that. That's what I'm saying.
Trump,
but Trump is going to threaten China. Now that is what makes it even more dangerous.
Always.
Trump is going to threaten China. That is the danger.
Yep.
So who knows what is going to happen in the next?
We see what happened.
And it looks like Trump is going to be the next president too. It looks like he's going to be the next president. I don't see Biden beating Trump this time.
Biden can, but you can't rule Trump out. They have equal chances.
I begin to wish Biden loses. Biden, Trump. You see, the thing I like about Trump is that he talks tough. He doesn't always like the blood. So he can push to the precipice, then he pulls back. But Biden is cold and calculating.
He's dangerous.
Look at the debt that he has just. The children are dying. He doesn't care.
In this election, to be honest, I don't care. But I know Trump is very dangerous. Biden, I don't even see. America are just faced with, you know how what's it called? How you have how you have Buhari and Atiku contesting. That's the way I'm gonna see it.
I'm not sure Trump is that dangerous. You see, Trump is the only head of state I've seen in America that ordered a strike and cancelled it. He ordered it and cancelled it. Like, oh shit, I want to kill people. No, I'm not gonna do that. See, Trump. This is why people are like Trump, because they feel like he talks tough. He doesn't always like the war. He doesn't like war unnecessarily. So he may pull back from all these things, but at the same time, when he was about to lose during the election, he almost attacked China. So even the Chinese were worried that he was about to attack them. So you can't predict what Trump is going to do any moment. I tell you.
I don't think they will touch China though. I don't think anybody will try.
I really don't like. I don't like Biden at all. Biden is horrible.
If you touch China, Russia will be involved. I'm telling you for free. So they know they're not gonna try it.
You don't know. See, Trump
if you touch China,
could try to pull Russia away from China. Trump could try to pull Russia away from China because Trump is more racial. He likes Russians. So he might say, okay, we are friends. Why we, let's kill those chinkos.
Well, he like Russia, but the Congress don't like Russia. America don't like Russia. So
America is his own. If Trump wins the second term, God save all those House of Congress members and senators. They are all going to be in trouble. He will own America in and out. They are not going to be able to do anything to him anymore.
No, especially now, Nancy Pelosi is not there. Nancy Pelosi gave Trump fire. The former speaker
she was able to do that because people gave her the benefit of the doubt. But what people have seen now is that all those Russia accusations and all those things is hypocritical because they too themselves were corrupt. Look at Trump, Biden's son too was also corrupt.
Oh, yeah.
So people, I think Trump will own the US. Some people fear that there could be a civil war. That some people will hate Trump so much they will not agree with him. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think Trump will own the US. Then he's going to do as he pleases. And if he's a little bit racist in America, so be it. He might be a little bit racist in the world. Trump is a very complicated character to an extent. It's quite complicated.
Trump is complicated though.
You can't predict it.
At this point, I don't like both of them, but it be like say I go still manage Biden.
No. Biden is a killer. See, Biden is a snake that you don't want next to you. Biden will watch you. If you look at what has been happening to Africa since Biden came into office, it's been worse.
Trump divided America too much. Trump divided America.
I prefer Trump. At least Trump shakes up things. Biden is a reptile. He's a reptile to me. I really don't like him.
Let Steph come in.
I don't know what forefathers want, but
no,
I am not. I'm not a Democrat.
I'm not a Republican.
Who is that? He's not in the US, is he? Where is Steph?
Steph is in the US.
I voted Republican once.
Okay.
I can go with anybody in Republican Party for this presidency, but not Trump. If I'm left with him as the only option, I will vote Biden.
Don't vote Biden. Biden has not done anything good for us, though.
I can't. Another 4 years of Trump.
Bro, Trump is dangerous.
I would rather have Trump at his stance right now than
for
Biden.
you now, because you're not here. If you are here,
I get your point from that
I'm
point
coming.
of view.
If you are here,
you don't understand,
and you are
it's
not
bad.
the conservative right,
No, it's racist. I know.
If you are here and you are not the conservative right,
I was
you can't
telling
vote
the
for
phone
Trump.
the other day. Now they don't get it because they don't live here. They see Trump on TV. Trump is horrible, man.
No, I think the thing about racists is that they are more in your face. They tell you what they think about you. What makes Biden dangerous is that they don't tell you what they think about you. Look at the George Floyd, this thing that happened. Not one law passed about it. He kept everything exactly the way it was when they promised that they were going to do something about it. In terms of Africa, you can't believe how many times this guy has authorized things that has undermined Africa's progress, from trade to this thing, Ukraine war, everything. He's just threatening Africa constantly and looking to open military bases inside Africa. The guy is a reptile.
But I'm not gonna deny Biden really disappointed me. But Trump, now it's more like you are
forefathers, we know those things, but you know, his 4 years was very chaotic. And if you give him another 4 years, that last 4 years will be the best ever.
But Trump didn't start any Biden didn't start any wars. Trump Biden didn't start, Trump didn't start any wars. Biden, this guy is literally looking to trigger a world war.
No, let me we often make mistake. Listen,
sometimes
listen, the word that Biden.
Let's be frank. Most hear about Trump. Now media propaganda, media they lie. That's the truth. Most of you hear about Trump. Media is lying. Most things you hear. The thing is this, right? You see, when Trump says something, the media know how to twist it, amplify it, then people will buy into it. I know people say Trump is racist. See, Trump sometimes is, if you watch his program that time, The Apprentice, he likes ego. He likes if it's not him, nobody else.
Exactly.
You understand? So he was like, he loved to be on the news. So those times that people expect him to condemn those stupid
marchers,
those guys carrying the Confederate flag, those racist guys, whatever. Not that he doesn't want to stay. He says he wants to, but it's like condemn. No, he needs that fan, something like that. But just like he's not presidential per se. Not that he cannot rule America, but he cannot rule America in the presidential way that America is used to. He can't. That's just his problem. And I've seen videos that came out where Trump, they deal with black people. They help black investments. Old Trump, not this new Trump that they are trying to say here. Then you understand so. But the media won't tell you that. Just like this TB Joshua case.
Baba, this one you are talking, forget it.
No worry. You know,
I prefer Trump. I see Trump is in your face with the truth. He's not to hide it.
I'll tell you
not
this,
like Biden.
It gets within. Look, I'll tell you this. Why you the American? You supposed know. Steph, you supposed know.
No, I did Nigeria.
Black people and Republican. In fact, black men they feel like black men they be Republican self. If you follow on a political history, blacks now they did. There was a time where blacks were majority in Senate in America. The blacks were majority in Senate, and they were Republican.
Local.
It was later.
Let me ask you this now: between Trump and Biden, which of them do you think values life more?
Sorry.
Between Trump and Biden, which of them do you think values life more? Period.
Trump.
Like
Trump.
Clearly, and that is what I think. That's my thinking.
Trump.
That's why I'm deferring to Trump, because Trump, he seems to weigh, even when he is angry, he seems to weigh bloodshed more. This Biden guy is a cold-blooded, calculating animal.
What people don't know about American politics is, look, regardless of how they play the politics, there's nothing in American politics for black people. So they can tell you black people in America anything that they want to hear, just to get the vote strength. You understand? Check, none of them. The only person that they even expected to even try, that be that nonsense Obama. Yet nothing changed. Nothing for black people changed. Nothing.
Yeah. If anything, it made it worse. Is he not the one that caused the war in this in Libya that led to insecurity in Nigeria?
Nothing changed. Check American history. If you do documentary if you watch documentaries for all those Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, what's it called, what's it called, the pastor, what's it called, Martin Luther King, you understand? If you check, it's this person and J. Edgar Hoover, the idea behind them, the FBI guy. But how many who used to walk the walk? Black people not walk the walk. Black people. That's what they do. They can enter into your head and do anything. But Trump, because he's just blunt, the black people are just expecting him to say something that they want to hear. Like, okay, no, but sometimes you're like, I can be blunt the way you don't like, and they favor you. Who you would prefer?
And you don't have to like him. You just have to pick which one is worse. And I think Biden is worse. That's the problem. It's worse for the world and maybe more dangerous in America.
Do you know why I'm even giving Trump any chance to win this election? What I think could happen, right? A lot of people are beginning. They will not vote for Trump no matter what. They will prefer to sit at home.
Yeah,
I'm seeing that group of people now.
No, I don't think hold on, they will sit at home because they are supposed to vote for Biden, but they'll sit at home.
I'm seeing that group of people now that will also sit at home. They will say, "I'm not voting Biden." If that happens, Trump supporter will definitely come out in droves.
Yeah, they are more passionate.
Clear the election. That was similar to what happened between Trump and Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, they are more enthusiastic.
A lot of blacks refuse to vote.
Yeah, I know. See, I'll tell you the truth, right? Look, from the onset, Republicans, these new black Americans don't see Republicans as good people. You understand? These new black Americans, they don't see Republicans as so. Anybody that comes from Republican is anti-black.
Many of them are changing their mind, though. Most of the people I speak to online, they tend to support Republicans.
Now, people are now digging out the truth about Trump. Like, oh, Trump is just this guy that is just there. I've seen,
but you not just did there. I beg.
No, hold on, no.
4 years, no war.
Look, you guys are missing something.
There's nothing for Trump.
Let me tell you.
Again,
more than 50%.
Let me tell you.
Let's let the American talk. You know, he's a minority here.
Trump is not going to win majority of black votes.
Agree.
No problem.
They are not
no problem.
He's going to win enough, though.
But hold on, no problem. But
no, I don't think so.
But he won enough the last time. He won enough the last time.
Do you agree that Trump get more black voters than the previous election?
I think Trump got actually almost a record number of black voters the last time.
I'm asking you a question.
Compared to other Republican leaders.
More black voters than the previous election. Do you believe that?
Let me confirm that actually.
Trump will get more black voters now than before. Do you believe that?
Steph, why is he going to get it?
Huh?
Why is he going to get it?
The one that the Democrats are doing right now, they don't understand.
The one Democrats are doing?
Because, hold on, it's easier to strike deal, to strike business with Trump, right?
What kind of business?
In America than to do with Democrats.
What kind of business?
No, when I mean business, like, oh, look, we can give you this vote. This is what you do for us as a black community.
What do you think Trump can do? What do you think Trump can do for them?
No, hold on. I said Trump is the guy you can do that deal with.
No, that's what I'm telling you. He can't do such things.
Okay, who do you think
Take for instance,
which Democrats do you think can do it for them? Which Democrats do you think can do it for them?
I'm coming. Take for instance, when it comes to child care, or when it comes to Medicare or Medicaid, those are some of the benefits that
Obama
mostly the demographic that benefits from those things mostly are black households. You understand? And left for Trump, left for Trump in his first 4 years, they would have chopped off all those things.
Yes, you know what? Hold on, you know what?
You understand?
He was
even now that he's not in power.
Wow.
The Congress are still working very hard to
What I'm
limit
looking
those
at right
things.
now tells you what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Let
wait,
me just
hold
show
on.
you.
See, Steph, let me ask you a question. You see that Obamacare Obama did, right? The Obamacare that he did program. Now, Trump did only 4 years and he left. Now, what's it called now? They are doing how many years now? Democrats. They've done 4 years now, right? And so are black people finding it difficult now to enjoy that care, whether it's called Obamacare.
The enrollment nearly doubled this year. Go check the figures.
So,
No,
let me just show you, Steph.
What
Steph,
benefits? Number of people that are keen into it, I'm telling you, is increasing.
Okay, Steph, let me just show you this thing before I
And it's
remove
the
it.
same thing that the Republicans are looking for a way to take out completely.
Okay, let me just show you this now so I can remove it now. Hold on, Loco. Let me just show this so I can remove it. You see the black vote in America, Trump got 12% of black voters the last time they went for an election. 8%. So if you look at it, since when did anybody get 12%? 1996 and 1980. So Trump has one of the highest black votes in recent times. And I believe this time is going to be higher. Let me just take that off. So that is the point we are trying to raise, that black voters are beginning to realize that the Democrats are not doing them a lot of good.
Yeah,
and the same is
exactly.
happening with minorities.
I tell you, they've seen
They are diabolical enemies, actually. They are those people. They are the ones that open Planned Parenthood and all this gun, this thing.
Even if you don't win, but it will get more black voters than before. I think this last one was 60%, Abi.
I think no, 12% he got the last time. So he's going to probably get
it will go to 16. It will go to 16. 16, 16.
I don't think Trump will win though.
No, it might not win.
It will.
No problem.
I think
the
black
vote will increase.
I think he will win.
No,
I think people don't like Biden. Biden is old. He looks old. He feels old.
So Trump is not old?
Trump is old, but he doesn't look old. He doesn't act old.
What are you talking about?
Trump he doesn't act old. He doesn't like fall down and do like
you know what happened? You know what happened?
I don't really know what you're listening to.
She wanted to call.
I've seen Biden make mistakes all over the place.
The same thing Trump is doing here. Trump went for a rally.
Trump is crazy.
Trump went for a rally. He won't even remember the name of the place where he is.
She was calling.
That's actually true. Trump does crazy stuff too.
She was calling Nikki
and he will do it tactfully. He may say in Indiana when somebody correct him that's not Indiana. Wonderful people of Indianapolis.
Not said now. See, he not said. Point is that I think many people, even Americans that are watching the news, believe that Trump is likely to win because Biden doesn't have he doesn't have enthusiastic supporters, and the hate for Trump has reduced in the country compared to the way it was before. The shock factor is reduced.
You know the America. You don't know what they have.
Maybe I'm missing it, but I speak to Americans all the time.
You're missing it.
Okay.
Americans' problem, man. Americans' problem.
If I was streaming to my channel, Americans would have heard what we were saying and jumped in.
Hold on. Look, you are in the UK. You people in UK, the way you people are interested in American election, it baffles me, man.
Because UK and America is one. What is wrong? You don't understand.
No, it's not one.
Yeah, basically one.
Hold on.
Go and see them in the east right now, kicking booty and backside.
Go Nigeria. It's the same thing in Nigeria. They follow up in Nigeria too.
Yeah, I know. That is why I'm actually surprised. So people in America, they're talking about what is going on. People in Nigeria, people in UK, they will be making this argument. I don't know why, but it's different. You gotta listen to people like
American society and their society. If you go street interview, maybe you Bosha, but if you go do street interview and you ask them about some other countries, they know nothing about other countries.
Yeah, a lot of them don't know.
No, you are very correct. Yeah,
it's correct. You see, we don't argue. It's true.
I don't just know why.
That's correct.
You're like, other people like, okay, you're nothing about UK, but America.
Because America is like a continent. It's big enough. They don't think they need to travel.
No, I don't think so. America is like a cage. They program you guys not to see anything.
It's not a cage.
It's not a cage.
AY said it's too big.
It's
Yeah,
not
first
big,
of all,
big. It's
hold
not
on,
biggie.
local P. May not
Look,
the
look what has
listing.
started now.
It's not biggie.
Calling America a cage. Where did you get that off from?
Hey, make
Yes,
you not
now.
the listing.
You asked me, I will explain.
The test person. They tell you say you don't die. You will hold the leg, say you never die. Make
Wait
you
first
not the
now.
listing.
Loco say make he will prove it
Hold
to us
on.
now. Let him
Hold
explain
hold
now.
on.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay, I'll talk. I will
Is it
explain to
not
you. I'll
fair?
prove
He
to
wants
you.
to give us a new theory of America.
I'll
Maybe
prove
we
to
should
you all
listen.
this. Continue. Maybe I finish. I'll prove to you. Go
Hey,
on.
why
I'll prove to
finish?
you. Or make
Go
I
ahead,
talk.
No, continue. Prove it to us. So I don't give
Okay,
up.
see,
This
look.
argument, I don't understand that. Even
Okay,
Steph
hold on
don't
now.
tire.
Hold on.
Steph don't tire. We don't give up.
Somebody will say, hold on first. Now, hold
Loco
on.
will shock you right now. Go ahead.
Somebody will say, okay. Sometimes, right? There's this what's it called? Something you put out there, plain sight. You understand? But until they tell you the meaning of that thing, you won't know what it is. But you are seeing it as normal. Until somebody will not decode that thing you are saying as normal, like, no, this thing is put there for you to make you become like this person. You like, I didn't see it like that too. You understand? Look, you see America, right? Especially maybe I just though you affect black race in a large number. This TV they call TV television. There's a reason why they decide to call each channel program. Like sometimes these things they program you. Like what you see, what you hear programs you. It shapes you, shapes your thinking, it shapes who you are, shape what you are. By the time you see it over and over and over and over and over and over, you usually like start believing it. Now, some will tell you those big firms are owned by Jewish people. If you want, you could just like when they were talking about this Balenciaga child pornography or one of child wanting that they were using children as sex slaves to do advert for their whatever. You understand? By the time people dig into it, they discover that most of these what's it called designers, whatever that you see, the designers, they are owned by one person. So we'll tell you they are owned by one company, right? And that company is the parent company of Louis Vuitton, what you going to say, Alexander McKee, you understand? All those kind of whatever.
McQueen.
Yeah, so or you see, let's use like hotel for instance. You see that maybe one thing is like he has chains of hotel. Now they still get Marriott. Now they get what they call the other one, like maybe 4 Points. Now they get maybe like you sound different like hotel Protea. But they'll tell you, yeah, you see it as different hotel, but it's owned by one parent company that you don't even know until you find out. One time say is like in the media too. They'll tell you, oh, Jewish person, now you get the person will get CBS, now you get MSNBC. The person will get Fox, now you get Paramount or just like that. So, but to you see it as different, but they are all controlled by one entity. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is, in essence, is this: in America, they give you everything to keep you there, but you think it's just this, it's development. You understand? Black people, they know what they like. They like to be flamboyant. What they do, they can't give you something that will empower you, like depth of knowledge. What they end up giving you is they give you money, something you make money, like rap music, drugs, sports, this and that. You make money and you live a flamboyant life just to keep you there. Check what happened in the world right now. Everybody in this world want to be Americanized. We just want to be Americanized because they believe they sell freedom. Freedom is there. Freedom. Be who you are. Do what I will. Do what I will. Those things they think they tell you is freedom. They are probably putting it there in order to control you. It's to capture your mind, but you won't know. For you are living a free life. You understand? So you think it's too big. There are too many things that they are doing in America to keep you there, not to see outside. To you say America is too big. America can be big. Wait, you don't understand. America is not bigger than your head. Because what is killing America, what a black man suffering in America is bigger than America. But yet you tell you America is too big. But they keep you engaged with many things: drugs, gun, music, Gucci, what's it called, bling bling, prostitution, twerking, OnlyFans, TikTok, just to keep you in one place. But to you, you are like, you will not be seeing life. You start living immoral life but for your mind, you are living a free life.
I don't know. When you say keep you in one place, what do you really mean by that? Keep you in one place. What do you mean by is meant to keep you in one place? Like
because that is the same thing you can apply to every
for you
nation.
not to know anything concerning outside your environment, outside your America.
America.
But isn't that what nations
not
do?
to know outside America
to an extent?
You get my point? It's just to keep you. They program you to become Americanized, not to become not to be anywhere. Like you will never think.
You suppose actually listen to people where they live for America. To be honest.
Sorry.
So okay, which country is free then? If America is not free,
America is the only free country.
Which country is free?
No, America is not free. No country is free. People just assume that it depends on how you look at it.
Forefathers, freedom is relative. I'm asking which country is free. If America is not free, which country is free?
Which country is free, right? I will tell you, like, because of let's use Russia for instance. Russia is bigger than America, right? But I'll tell you, Russia know more things of the world than America know of the world. As in, I don't mean security-wise.
Russians know more than
As in, I don't think about security-wise. But say like
and Chinese also know more than the one than America.
No, hold on now. Let's find out why he's saying that. I'm just curious why he's saying that.
As in, sorry, hold on. Living in a country where you have chance to know more about other countries and know not vast or know to some extent, but okay, let's say if other countries know more about other countries, right, know more about other countries, maybe 10% or 20% about other countries. America know 1% about other countries or 2% about other countries, something like that. So when you say free, you might say nobody is trapped, nobody is free per se, but your economy is putting you in a situation whereby you will not even American economy situation whereby you don't need to know anything about any other country. Like it's the greatest country in the world.
You don't try.
You have many things to keep you trapped there.
I think I understand what he's saying, that to an extent,
I may not be able to explain
the nation caters to your need in a certain way that keeps you.
You don't even know nothing about
it keeps you clouded from other things going on everywhere else.
And you think it's knowledge, but
and the same thing is happening in our nation too. That is real. It's a real stuff.
It's programming.
But look, the point is that's what most nations do. Even in Saudi Arabia, the same thing is going on. In Nigeria, the same thing is going on. That's what nations do. They cloud their people's perception of the world. If you ask me, the Europeans are the freest. The Japanese are also one of the freest people in terms of having access to information around the world. But the others tend to brainwash their people to just be inward looking. Please go ahead, AY.
The whole talk, look, out of all the stuff you said, was the last point you made. That is the only point I think is valid. Like that economic point, I will go with it. I will run with that as well. It's a combination of factors. I don't think anybody is keeping anybody in America. America, they do go out though. So you have to also look at the population in terms of percentage. I think that's what you're talking about. Don't forget, America is like 360 million now, right? You have to look at the population. America is, to me, is just all in one. The good, the bad, the hungry, everything all in one. It's more like they put you in another ground. You have everything. You don't need anything. No reason for you to come out and say, "Let me look at people there."
Exactly.
So
my brother,
that's finish now.
Programming. That's the programming.
This is a problem. It's not programming. If you have reason, you don't have reason to look at the other side, right? Why do you think Nigeria are living? You think we are not programmed? Because we have reason to look at the other side.
Before you left Nigeria to America, you know more things about America before you left.
Why does he know?
Because you were meant to know. You were meant to know that. That's the whole point.
Yes. Again, hold on. Let me explain it to you.
Okay.
You will understand it. When they here, if you make a friendship with Dangote, let's say Dangote is your friend. You think Dangote have your time to look who Lopekopi is? like he want to go into details. He does not have that time. You are more like too small for him to be having. I'm telling you, but if he's rubbing shoulder with Otedola, he want to know, okay, what is going on. Like, we are not at the same level. Yes, I get your point, but here, look at it this way too, right? America, they are very brave people. They kind of tell them they are top of the world. So America look themselves like, we are the deal. We are the deal. Like, we are America. I remember what Bush said. Hold on, when Bush was sworn in, you know what Bush said? Bush make a statement then. I forgot the statement he made. More like that proud statement. So America, they don't play around. They don't look at, say you are from UK, say you are a British citizen. They look at you as not really. Even Canada, that's their neighbor.
Don't go there. Don't go there. You see all these Canadians. They
I'm
think
telling
hold
you.
on. Let's not go there. All these Canadians. You think Americans look at the Canadians the way they look at the British? No, they treat British people very different. The British will look down on them if it's the other way around.
Forefathers, can you share the link, please?
Which one?
Yeah.
Link. Someone wants to
Who wants to come again?
Oh, I see.
Eddie, an American guy. Want to
all these American people.
Some of them, even Canadians. So not only America, there are Canadians. They don't have reason. See, let me give you the worst one. You go to Canada border, right? That is just like 5 minutes to cross over to America. They've lived there for over 30 years. They've never put their foot on America's soil. Will you believe that? Some people, they don't.
You understand? Don't you have people? Don't you have people in your village still living in your village that they never go down, they never go city? You see people still living.
I'm telling you the proximity. Look at the proximity. It's just a stone throw. Canada, US.
See,
local. Let me just chip in this. When you talk this thing, I thought you wanted to explain this thing with relative to some other country. Mention some countries that Americans don't go out and stuff like that. It depends on which country you're talking of. Most Americans go to Europe for holidays. Canada, Caribbeans,
Jamaica, Canada and Caribbean. You just Canada, Caribbean, China.
Do you know what they want? Some of them set from 18 years old. They set a target, begin to save. They must travel once every year for holidays. Maybe because they don't look at. They don't like going to some certain country. Doesn't mean that they don't go out. They travel a lot.
Say that
No, step.
But the idea of freedom.
No, hold on now.
I don't know where you're explaining. What do you think? What do you think America for?
Hold on.
It's so funny.
You're going holidays. Hold on. You are going holidays, right? Like you're going holidays. They're just good holidays. Like different people. Like I want.
You want them to go hustle in another country?
No, not hustle.
Go to school or go to school in another
country.
No. Hold on now.
I was trying to tell him.
Something like, okay, you want to make just to know, maybe research or have knowledge about that country. Even if it's not going to benefit you for anything, you don't want to use it for anything, right? You understand? Just like politics, for instance, now. So we tell you to go to Americans, like where is Nigeria? Or okay, no, Nigeria are popular now. Where is Mozambique? Where is Uganda? What continent is it? They will tell you they don't know.
That's what I'm trying to say. Let's put it in context. So when it comes to Africa, an average American see Africa as one country. But that does not mean that they don't have knowledge of some other countries like China, Europe, Britain, and stuff like that.
Those general knowledge that you expect every person to know about, like something like what you are being taught in social studies.
Understand the way something like that. There are certain things they don't care about. Not that they don't care about anything at all. There are certain things they are not interested in.
That be the programming now. They're caging you there.
Nobody programmed